business here saying, quote, there's no smoking gun here that says we've had a misstep. That gives us confidence to stay on strategy, innovate where we can, try to meet the consumer where they are in our own unique Chipotle way. What exactly that way is, Julie, is things that they've done in the past, an increased cadence in marketing spend, an increase in innovation. We saw them launch the Adobo Ranch last quarter. In addition to that, what we also know that they do is they're really trying to double down on speed of service, throughput. And then, lastly here, what they really are trying to work on is get those reward members, those loyalty members to really come in more frequently. But certainly, quite a big step. This was the worst quarter when it comes to same-store sales growth since Q2 of 2020.
Well, and all of this begs the question, if things were that bad, will continue to do the same thing work?
Right. And what they're really saying is this is what's worked for Chipotle in the past. They're going to lean into it even more with more dips, more cadence of innovation. Scott Boatwright really reiterating that they still do expect mid-single-digit growth in the near term when it comes to same-store sales growth. And ultimately, by this year, though, being flat, investors are not impressed. This is a company that saw double-digit same-store sales growth in recent years and had that value perception around it. And that's why we're seeing stock fall this morning.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Thanks, Brett. Appreciate it. Coming up, we're going to catch down to the open bell on Wall Street. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Morning Green on Yahoo Finance.
All right, let's get ready. Okay, what are futures doing? Are we still up? Futures, we're basically flat. We're flat right now. Okay, why does this keep changing? Why does my display keep changing? Okay, let me check this out. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday, the 24th. About 15 minutes to go. This is the pre-market zone. I often talk about PMZ. From 9:15 to 9:30 is the 15 minutes prior to the open. That's called the pre-market zone. When referencing some of Trendy Dave's scripts that we use, in addition to what you're seeing on the screen, Lux Algo's price action concepts, which delineates buy orders and sell orders and helps us with navigating the markets. We're looking for some direction today. We continue to get positive news from tariffs that keeps boosting the markets, but it does feel like we're starting to get a bit overbought again. VIX is at lows. I would not be short vol. I'd be thinking about calls on the VIX or VXX or UVIX. Maybe some one month in the future puts on the spiders, just for a hedge in case the markets do pull back. I am continuing to take profits off into strength. I'm at about 80% cash now. I'm doing a lot of day trading. I don't know if you've noticed, but doing a lot of day trading with options over the last few weeks, capturing lows of the day in many cases, or when we see buy order blocks first thing in the morning. Here's Tesla on the screen right now. Tesla 310 is a major level. 310 is a major level. Okay, so we're watching this level this morning to see if we hold. I might buy some TSLL shares. Look for Tesla to move back up towards the 200 day. The only thing I have right now is a Iron Condor on Tesla. I chose not to take Google. Google did pop. Google popped. Currently trading up just shy of 200. Netflix is on the move. Let's see what Netflix is doing. I did buy some calls yesterday, looking for this very thing. Reversal, maybe a pop back above 1200 today, tomorrow. All right. What's going on here? Mic check, mic check. Okay, so this is Netflix.
Cooperating with the Justice Department's investigation into its Medicare practices, as something the company confirmed in a filing. The announcement confirmed earlier reports that the insurance and healthcare.
All right, let's see. Spreads and condors with Netflix, Tesla rather. Tesla, this is what I took, $184 per contract. Credit, I had 5 of those, almost doubled up towards the end of the day. That would have turned out pretty well. I'll take the call side off this morning. It'll be pennies.
Reissuing guidance well below the outlook of the start of the year and offering a very, very wide range from a loss to a gain in terms of the potential outcomes. We will be speaking to the CFO of Southwest, meantime, which also gave a more negative forecast later in the 10 a.m. hour. And finally, Dow slashing its dividend amid a broader industry downturn. The chemical maker issuing a third quarter revenue outlook that was weaker than expected. Higher production costs in Europe, weaker demand, and regulations have weighed on the industry out of late. Earlier this month, Dow announced it was slashing jobs and closing down 3 plants in Europe in response to challenges in that region. You can scan into our club below as always to track the best and worst performing stocks with Dow Finance's trending tickers page. President Trump says countries will face 15% to 50% concentration. The White House's August trade deadline. That range is higher than the administration previously expressed. From the first announcement of universal 10% tariffs earlier this day.
Okay, I'll take that iron condor off Tesla. The call side this morning. Let's see if we get any kind of bounce so I can take the put side off. I might buy some TSLL shares.
So we have had this interesting reaction to tariffs and this sort of flow of tariff headlines. Initially, as we know back in the spring, every time the president opened his mouth to talk about this stuff, we saw pretty dramatic reactions. Now, it's really hard to move the needle. Where's the right place in that equilibrium?
Yeah, you hit the nail on the spot here. What might have been a little overreaction in April, and it's easy to say that in hindsight, right? Might be a little bit underestimation now because a lot of those problems are still with us. And even if trade deal gets done, and there's still a lot of uncertainty, right? And we do not have to forget that even trades are in the making, and that alleviates a little bit of the uncertainties. The actual effective tariff rate still sits at over 15%, coming from 2.5% before all of that started, right? And the market seems to be, not that worried about that at the moment, or in part, the market is now in earnings season frenzy. It seems the mood is up, but we still should not forget that there is still a lot of uncertainty.
All right.
We shouldn't forget it. What should we do about it, I guess, is the question.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of looking at the whole market, investors be trying to identify specific sectors or companies where there could be more of an effect.
Of course, there are sectors that are less affected by tariffs, and also as we are getting trade deals done, we see what countries are actually we're getting the trade deals, what sectors might be more affected than others. When we look at the EU, which is a lot of industrials, a lot of pharmaceuticals.
Okay, Netflix continues to push higher. Netflix. Okay, so this is the iron condor I have on Tesla. So we're down here at 310. So I'll take the call side off for a profit. Those will probably be, and I'll probably close them for $10. So it'd be about an 80%, 90% return on the call side. Just divide this number in half. All right. Mhm. Let's go take a look at IBM, Corey. Look at IBM. 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 Volatility.
One of your picks is Alphabet. So you must be happy this morning, following the earnings, seeing the shares get a little bit of pop. That said, Alphabet shares have largely gotten over this year thus far. Is this the thing that is going to catalyze a more significant move higher?
Yeah, definitely. So I was a bit on the top and bottom line, and especially across all business lines, right? When we look at cloud computing, when we look at YouTube.
Okay, we got 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go.
Right, it's not a big part of revenue as of now. It's a very small part. They have this the cars on the street. There's a lot of frenzy about robo taxis, and Waymo is really the leader here. When we look at valuations of Tesla, which is mainly based on the frenzy of
Hmm.
when we look at the valuation of Alphabet, that this might be a little bit underestimation because they are very
Okay, let me just look at IBM numbers here. Okay, Bank of America is reducing its price target to 310. Okay. All right. Let's get ready for the opening bell. IBM. Nice beat. 15% earnings growth, 7%, almost 8% revenue growth. They beat the top expectation. Okay. $2.80, 16.98 billion. About a fifth of what Google is reporting. Okay. 280, 270, 250, 240. Okay, so we're currently trading what, about 260 pre-market on IBM 260, 250, 270. So 250 and then 240. 250, 240, 250, 240 IBM. IBM 250, 240. Wow, that would be a hell of a move. IBM's currently 282. IBM's 282. $281. I don't know. I would say the 50-day seems very logical. The 50 days at 276, Corey. So anything bounce. You also have 279, 280. That's a level there as well. Okay, let's get ready. Got 2 minutes to go. All right, futures are on the move. Futures rising. Okay, Microsoft big pop there. Going into the open. Texas Instruments down. Okay. Let's get ready. All right, so Tesla looking for a bounce. 310. Looking for buy order blocks. Okay, I won't do anything with Tesla until I see buy order blocks. Let the volatility collapse a bit more. All right, futures, a little bit of profit taking there. Okay, first 15 minutes, all I'm doing is taking profits off the table, reassessing the markets until about 9:45, 9:50, looking for positive. There goes Microsoft on the move. Microsoft on the move. Do I have any Microsoft left? I do. Okay, that's for tomorrow. Microsoft 515s. Okay. $5 to go on Microsoft. Okay, Tesla needs to hold 310, the 310 zone. People taking profits off on their puts. That'll help with the tailwind. Amazon. Okay, there goes Apple, a little bit higher Apple. I'm not going to do anything the first few minutes of the trading day. Got a lot of chop. Tesla pulling back a bit more. Tesla at 307. Tesla 307. Let me take the call side off here. Create a closing order. Sell 5. Call side. Oh, they're a penny. Penny. So for $5. All right, Tesla dropping. Okay, so I closed the call side, Tesla. All right, wide chain markets are just jumping around here. Meta, let's see what Meta's doing. Meta popping around. Meta. Okay, so I'm looking for buy order blocks. I'm not going to really do anything until I see some buy order blocks. Okay, let's go through a few of these. Okay, so NVIDIA. Watching NVIDIA. Looking for buy order blocks on NVIDIA. Nothing there yet. Meta. Watching for buy order blocks on Meta. Okay, so we got a buy order block right before the opening bell. Okay, Meta. Looks like that could go a bit. Okay, Meta. Okay, I'll wait. I'll see if I can get somewhere around 718 for an entry on Meta. We got buy order blocks on Meta.
I think the future vision of Tesla is incredibly exciting, and will profoundly change the world in a good way.
Okay, nail. All right, so it looks like the builders, the ETFs, the builder ETFs, XHB, nail. Looks like we're going to get a higher low print and then continue on. Meta, okay. If it wasn't so early, I'd be tempted to buy some Meta. Meta, okay. I do have some calls though. Do have some calls. Those are out of the money right now. Expire tomorrow. Okay, there goes Apple. Apple's on the move. Apple. Okay, let's take a look at Apple. Apple. Okay, we're looking for buy order blocks on Apple. Apple buy order blocks. Yes, Apple. Okay, coming back and fill this fair value gap. Let's see what happens with Apple. I'd like to see the entire group, New York Fangs, move higher. T-Mobile, top of the NASDAQ 100, T-Mobile. T-Mobile's pushing a bit higher. I'm not going to chase anything right now. I'm going to wait. See if we can't get a trend out of all the New York Fang components. Let's go take a look while we're waiting. Let's look at the junk bonds. Let's see what junk bonds are telling us. Okay, so junk bonds are starting to show signs of maybe a little bit of profit taking. High yield corporate debt. Okay, for the last week, these have been moving up and to the right. In addition to breadth, let's see what breadth looks like. It's early. It's early. We won't get a trend. We won't get a trend for a few minutes. Okay, all of these are showing signs of profit taking. Okay, big caps on the top, big cap S&P, mid caps, small cap S&P, and the NASDAQ. These are all showing signs of profit taking at the moment, with the S&P 500 and the Qs at highs, making a new all-time high. Okay, new all-time high on Monday. SPY making a new all-time high today. Hold on one second.
As they're coming in over the next couple of weeks, that benefits even more parts of the industry. So we look at the rest of the value chain that needs to happen to make AI happen. So I think it's very much options earning, and that is also very important for the market overall, given the next 7 days have a weighting of about 30% of the market, and again driving the bus here.
Yeah, yesterday you and I started the show talking about how Texas Instruments let everybody down, and that put pressure on a lot of those similar analog chip plays. But I look at what an Alphabet and what an IBM report here this morning, and one of my readers is, wow, that's huge. And
Okay, so Netflix is down. There goes Amazon. Amazon on the move. Amazon's up. Okay, Amazon looking good. Amazon still trending. Okay, it has an ATR of just shy of $4. It's up to 40 right now. Amazon might sell some into strength. Okay, Netflix is moving lower. Okay. Microsoft, Broadcom. Okay. These are all mixed at the moment. AMD popping up. Let's see what kind of buy order blocks we have on AMD. AMD got a nice little buy order block right there. 13% of today's volume already. Trading at the opening bell. AMD. Okay, AMD. Looks like we're going to go. I'm going to try some AMD. It's a little early, but I'm going to try some AMD. Don't usually trade in the first few minutes of the trading day, but this looks pretty good. Breaking through some supply. Okay, let's try today's. Okay, let's try today's 162.50s, just a little bit out of the money. That's nearly a 40 delta. Okay, early. You might get a better fill. He's got this fair value gap right here, looking for it to get filled and then take off to the upside. All right, so we'll come back to that in a minute. Intel dropping off. Okay, Broadcom is just sitting here. Broadcom. Micron. Okay, Micron. So we got a nice mix of stocks on the top 10, NASDAQ 100. We got Google, Broadcom, PayPal, Orly Automotive, Ansys, MongoDB, T-Mobile, AstraZeneca, Micron, AMD, and NVIDIA keep jockeying back and forth. You're looking for NVIDIA to pop. Apple, maybe Apple does something, right? Apple had buy order blocks first thing this morning. Apple. Okay, let's see. AMD. Buy order blocks right here. Okay, so let's make a note of that. Buy order block. Right at the open, buy order block. Okay, got supply right there. Let's see where we can go with this. AMD. I tell you what, a lot of people are not watching is Taiwan Semiconductor. AMD looks good. AMD looks like it's just going to keep trending. There's a strategy using the double Bollinger Bands. Okay, when a stock stays between standard deviation 1 Bollinger Bands, standard deviation 2 Bollinger Bands, look for the stock to trend. Closes inside our standard deviation is your stop. So looking for this to keep trending. Taiwan Semiconductor, Taiwan Semi, did a lot of research on Taiwan Semi last night. 90% of the AI and global chips manufactured by Taiwan Semi. I misunderstood. Microsoft does not make their own chips. They have Taiwan Semi manufacture their chips to their specifications, the dies and wafers. I'm sure I'll bastardize the terminology, but TSM is going to start 2 nanometer chips at the end of the year, I believe. They're already doing. Apple's already locked up all of the supply of 3 nanometer chips. They paid for it, and they've locked it in. So they're going to have all of the 3 nanometer chips that'll be produced. I think that's through 2027. Very interesting. Taiwan Semi, looking for that too. Any dips here, any bases up here would be nice to buy. So keep an eye on Taiwan Semi. AMD continues. Apple, don't forget we had a buy order block on Apple as well. Okay, so we had a buy order block at the open. Let's see if this develops into anything. Okay, got a buy order block right here. Why is that significant? Well, it shows that there's interest on the long side. And as long as the stock is trending, as long as the stock is bullish and trending, we want to buy dips and looking for buy order blocks. You can see Apple's starting to trend. It began trending about 4 weeks ago, got above the 50-day, tried to push above the 50-day, and now it's following through. Volume suggests institutions have been picking up shares since late June. Okay, Amazon's still going. Amazon's going. JP Morgan following through. JP Morgan, we decided to swing some more JP Morgan. Okay, JP Morgan. Okay, Bollinger Bands are starting to open up. Nice job, Mondo. Nice job. Yeah, I took that one for lunch money. Okay. JP Morgan looking good. JP Morgan. Note the Bollinger Band starting to open up on the top. That's telling you look for a fast move. Okay. Amazon's going straight up. Amazon, big move on Amazon. Wish I had more calls on Amazon. Amazon. There goes Amazon. Beautiful move on Amazon. All right. We are getting extended. Yes, we have good news on the tariff front. Deals being put together. Just need to get the UK to sign off on a deal and the UK. But VIX is at lows. VIX is at lows, and most likely buying some VIX calls. Not a bad idea. Give yourself about a month. Okay, VIX is at super lows here. Now this could continue, but just for a hedge, that and SPY puts with SPY up here at highs, maybe a month out, maybe the 620s, something like that, or even 610s. If we get any kind of pullback in the next month, that's purely a hedge. If you even need it, you may not need it. You may be like me. I've been reducing my exposure. There goes JP Morgan moving a bit more. AMD's looking good. Okay, the futures are rising. Let's take a look at the S&P hedging flows. Let's look at S&P hedging flows. Okay, currently at the low. Let me change the date here. I don't know why this sets. I gotta figure out what I'm doing here. 24th. Okay, so here is today, starting off far right is today's hedging flows. Okay, let's see what is building in terms of gamma. Okay, we got resistance right overhead at 63.80. 63.80. This is updated every 10 minutes, so we already know that hedging flows have turned up. So if we get above 63.85, the next level overhead is 64.15, 6,400. That's 0-day building. Okay, if you subtract 0-day, you can see that there's not a whole lot. There's a little resistance right here at 63.85, and then major resistance with that negative gamma right there at 6,400. Okay, so the S&P is on the move here. Okay, Meta pushing a bit higher. AMD looking good. Let's take a look at AMD's flow. Oh, damn it. AMD's flow. AMD. Note the flow on AMD. Note the flow on AMD.
How sustainable are double-digit gains in that U.S. refreshment business?
We feel good about what we've done front half and what we still will do year to go on U.S. refreshment.
Okay, AMD, note the flow.
Growth we can continue to put up over the next few quarters, underpinned by those two elements. Feel great about what we're doing in carbonated soft drinks. Expect that momentum to continue. And I think things like
okay, Amazon's still pushing here. Amazon.
Fastest growing scaled brand in sports hydration.
Okay, 230. Okay, let me take some calls off here. I have August 1st calls on Amazon. I'm going to take calls off here into strength. Okay, nice move there. Okay, so Amazon, I'll buy dips on Amazon most likely. ABCD patterns. AMD still trafficking higher. Okay, Amazon, just blasting higher. Amazon. Okay, Tesla's starting to turn. Tesla turning.
So you see the rate of both sales growth and operating income profit growth in Q2 sequentially improve. This year on coffee, the big feature is inflation. That input cost, that green coffee price is up significantly over prior year, and that's before you even overlay tariffs on top of that. And so inflation is the
okay. Amazon, nice pop on Amazon. Looking for the follow through. Apple, no follow through yet. Okay. All right. So AMD looking good. Starting to flag at the highs. AMD futures starting to flag.
Anytime, anywhere we offer that beverage. And that gives us a lot of benefits in terms of scale from a procurement standpoint with our customers or our retail partners and consumer knowledge. So we continue to like the portfolio as it is. In the end, of course, I'm here to create shareholder value, and anytime there's an opportunity for shareholder value creation, you can expect management and our board will take a look at it.
Okay, so long as we have a nice bullish day today, I'm looking to buy dips. Watching Apple. Amazon's gone, so you don't want to chase Amazon at this point. Take some profits off Amazon. I like to take profits first 15, 20 minutes of the trading day, as you know. First half an hour, then reassess the market, see where we might have some dips to buy. The markets are in a bullish trend. Okay, we are a bit extended, but as long as this continues, I'll be looking to buy stocks like Microsoft on dips. Okay, Microsoft dipped to the 21 day. Okay, I'm looking for dips. Nice gap up. Any kind of dip towards this gap might be an opportunity. Just watching at this point. It's still early.
99% of the coffee is grown outside the U.S. It's largely an equatorial crop across Latin America, Southeast Asia, and other countries. We have a sophisticated sourcing approach, but obviously these tariffs will provide incremental pressure as we go into the back half.
I had calls, August 1st calls. You're watching NVIDIA for an opportunity. Apple pulling back to that buy order block. All right, so it's probably short covering. Apple.
Yeah, let me just follow up on that. It's not addition, not only the beans that you do.
Coinbase engulfing the body of yesterday's candle. The wick is a bit lower on Coinbase. Watch Coinbase. Bitcoin not doing much, so we'll probably take a look at some Bitcoin or Coinbase positions. Maybe some trades there. Let's see, Apple pulling back a bit. Apple. Okay, Apple.
Yeah, I think the value proposition will remain.
Google.
Specifically, your comment on.
Okay, Google with profit taking. Okay, 195 is a big level on Google for support. 195.
And now a very small percentage, low single digit, comes from China. The balance in Southeast Asia.
NVIDIA watching for a dip to buy.
We actually took a pricing round on Brewers earlier this year.
Okay, what's that? Palantir bouncing again? Palantir. I took profits on Palantir at the high yesterday, right? Palantir, yes. Palantir. What do I want to do with Palantir? Palantir. Palantir. Just seller blocks for now. Amazon still pushing. I still have AMZU shares. Okay.
Whether it's the latest one we're launching next month called Cake Crema, actually puts that fancy little layer of crema on any cake cup pie. And then our next generation brew that we're gearing up for late next year, which is
okay, it's starting to move through the supply. Palantir.
Espressos, cappuccinos, lattes.
A lot of people hate Palantir. The company keeps growing. It keeps partnering with different industry groups. The latest in May was a partnership with the banking industry to make the banking industry more efficient and safe and secure. And after that, we started seeing partnerships with Qualcomm. Palantir recently partnered with Qualcomm to extend AI and ontology capabilities to the edge, enhancing data-driven decision-making for customers and industrial, the important part, industrial Internet of Things. Fair value for Qualcomm is 234. Let me take a look at Qualcomm. Haven't looked at that in a couple of days. Qualcomm. It's still consolidating. No follow through there. About Taiwan Semiconductor, TSM, trending a little doji today. Gapped up on earnings. Earnings were pretty good for Taiwan Semi. Taiwan Semi earnings were pretty good. Double digit. Okay, Taiwan Semi. Taiwan Semi. Okay, here you go. 67% earnings growth, 44% revenue growth. They beat the top estimate. Okay. So with Taiwan Semi, a PE of 20, the industry average is about 31. So undervalued. The reason being, there's a lot of people um, worried about China invading Taiwan. China invading Taiwan and disrupting the Taiwan semiconductor business would basically collapse the markets, right? It would also um, further deteriorate China's abilities. I think, what is it? Um, I'm just looking at my notes here on China. Man, China, this company just does everything for everyone. It has a compound annual growth rate, a CAGR of 31% through 2033. Okay, Taiwan Semi has a 90% share of the global AI chip market, which is expected to 9x in the next 8 years. That's a CAGR of 31%. Compound annual growth rate of 31%. That gives Taiwan Semi a price target of $300. Okay, $300, not too far off. It's about a 30% upside from here. 30%. Okay, so you want to buy dips. I'm looking to buy dips on Taiwan Semi. Right now, it's just a doji. Okay, so we're just kind of sitting here. It's crazy how much this company has done, especially for AI. Okay, watching, I know I'm probably boring people with it, always focusing on tech. That's the first thing I do every day is focus on what tech is doing because the AI markets, global AI demand is going to just keep growing over the next 10 years. If I was in my late 20s, early 30s, man, I'd be and knowing what I know in terms of experience in trading the markets, I would definitely be focusing on at least 10% of my portfolio. I'd be focusing on AI and the best companies in the group. You know, Taiwan Semi is definitely up there. Warren Buffett sold all of his Taiwan Semiconductor with citing the risk was too great that China might invade Taiwan. But if China invaded Taiwan, it would affect Apple. It would affect all companies related to chips. So I don't understand why I'm not as smart as Warren Buffett or his team. But I mean, just selling all your Taiwan Semi, whatever. They make Apple's chips. Taiwan Semi makes Apple's chips, so how's that not going to affect that? The A15 chips for the Apple iPhone, the M series chips for iPads, MacBooks. So, they still have Warren still has a 50% position in Apple, I believe, right? He sold half of his shares a while back. AMD, They make the chips for NVIDIA competitors like AMD's Instinct MI300S, the MI325S, and the MI355 accelerators, which compete with NVIDIA's data center GPUs in the West, as well as the Instinct 308s that AMD sells to China. Taiwan Semi's got its a stranglehold on so much. On the packaging, you know, the way that chips are packaged. It's called chips on a wafer substrate, a way to connect chips together to make ultra fast bandwidth and low latency chips. How processor cores get connected to stacks of high bandwidth memory. Very interesting. Taiwan Semi. All right, I'll stop spending so much time on this. Right now, T-Mobile is flagging #1 on the queues. Taiwan, T-Mobile. Watching that one too. Just flagging right now. Tesla bouncing a bit more. AMD pulling back in. Apple with the bounce. Okay, Apple with the bounce. Okay, watching Apple here. Looking for this bounce to turn into something. Palantir. All right, most of these stocks are just kind of taking it easy. It looks like people are waiting to see what's going to happen next. Apple had a buy order block at the open. Popped, came right back down to that buy order block. Let's see if this follows through. Okay. We hit supply right overhead at 216, 216.50. Okay, it's 10:05. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're watching for B pivots right now. We're looking for pivots. See if buyers start showing up like on Apple right now. Apple. Okay, we got a bounce at that buy order block that we saw at the opening bell. Apple.
Issue like this transitional period going from EV to AI.
Even if we agree, very competitive field out there. Any part of this you're talking about, they're talking about any of it. There's a lot of very smart people that come.
And it's a great point. First, when it comes to autonomous.
Okay, Coles is starting to squeeze. All right, so meme stocks. These people are okay. Coles is starting to move. I might buy some shares here, Mondo. Thanks for the heads up. Maybe I should buy some calls instead. Cheaper way to play it if it gets a lot of follow through. Coles. Let's see. What are you trading? You're trading the 13. Oh no, you're trading the 12s, right? 13, something like that. All right, Coles.
I think viewing Tesla just as a car company, it's saying Scheffler is just a golf. It's saying, LeBron just a basketball player. I view this much different in terms of what it's all.
Okay.
Midterm elections, right? And as you alluded to before, sort of one of the things that you have pushback against is
1 August 45 deltas. KSS 98 cents filled.
Can we push back at it? Because my view is that you need a wartime CEO. Just
A
like
14 strike.
And that's essentially what we see Musk starting to do. I can name things bigger than that.
Okay, let's look at Coles. Let's look at Coles, KSS, starting to squeeze. Okay, there it goes, starting to squeeze. Watch these buy order blocks at the open. Survey says yes, buy order blocks at the open.
But now you see Trump backtrack on that. I think really trying to embrace so my view is that Musk is going to be a part of the AI future in the US, but you cannot, from a policy perspective, that is something that you need.
Do you think that Tesla has an absentee board?
I think Tesla had a board that's had minimal backload. People can say it's a rubber stamp board, but I do think you're now getting to a point where the board's going to have to select up. In terms of giving Musk 25% voting, right? I think it's important in terms of the AI initiative.
Okay, buy order blocks on Coles is starting to go. Okay, Lottos.
There's going to be a massive competition. And obviously the Delaware issue still in flux. We're going to give you a massive competition. These are the targets. Everything they talked about in the call. But you do, and the rest is history. But if you do,
Okay, we've got a squeeze going on. KSS.
What's accountability for the first I think it's the most important chapter in Tesla's history in the next 12, 18 months. And that's the one like Alpha, stepping up, CapEx. The point is, no one in this AI are getting the outside. Speaks to what we said, Apple's going to need you for flex. You can't be watching packing the left lane of the Ferrari, going 100 miles an hour, and then AI highway, be in a minivan, right lane 45 miles an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna stay right there.
Supply at 1440. Okay, Apple lifting. Apple lifting more.
The stock reaction was sort of negative to that bigger CapEx number, and then
AMD looking for a bounce.
that it is necessary and it's supported by demand. How do you think about it?
It's about time. I get the shock. It's a big step up. It's very ungoogly. The kind of $10 billion step up. I can imagine some of the algos saw free cash flow compression, driven by that step up in CapEx as well. But this is kind of
Apple looks like it could run. Tesla looking for a higher low, higher high. Move back above 310. I'm still taking profits off in the strength, reducing my exposure. I'm about 80% cash in my trading account. I'm about 80% invested in my 401k and IRA longer term positions. So 80% cash in my trading account, but 80% invested. So 20% cash in my investing accounts. So those are longer term. I don't see any reason to be concerned about the markets just yet. That could change over the next week or so. If we get a big extended, maybe I take a little bit off, reduce maybe by 5%, get down to like 25% cash on my trading account, on my investing account. Sorry. When I look at the indices like SPMO, the ETF, we're at highs, no concern here. TRBCX, these are investment trending. The cyber, I have a pretty big position in my investment accounts and cybersecurity. What's Palo Alto, Zscaler, and those guys doing? All right, they're bouncing. 2 weeks ago, we talked about the bounce at the 200-day. Palo Alto, Zscaler, all of these bounced at the 200-day. Zscaler is sitting right on the 50-day. CrowdStrike, it bounced at the 200-day, right? CrowdStrike, No, it's at the 50-day. So it was Palo Alto Networks, Broadcom. They have uh, a security segment in their business as well. I thought they were just chips. Okay, Nvidia still pulling back. Amazon pulling back in. Amazon. Okay, so Amazon, nice rip this morning on Amazon. So I'll be looking to buy a dip on Amazon. Okay, so it's in a bullish trend. So this is setting up for a pullback to buy. Once you see the buyers step up, I don't buy the first bullish candle. I wait to see if there's a second, and then I put a stop underneath. Okay, KSS squeezing. Most likely shorts covering for now. Okay, we had a nice pop up, achieving meme stock status along with some of the other names like Krispy Kreme Donut. Okay, Donut trying to bounce now. The retail stocks, retail has been doing well lately. Okay, we're consolidating at the highs. Builders were hot last week coming into this week. Okay, this is going to be a multi-month trend developing in builders and retail, most likely, especially builders with interest rates lower eventually. All right, so I'm just sitting here watching the markets, waiting for opportunities. Okay, here is Amazon. You can see the flow very obviously peaked. You could make the argument that hedging flows peaked and reversed more quickly. I guess they pretty much mirroring each other, right? So we expect to see any bounce mirrored by dealer flow turning back up. Let's see what AMD is doing right now. AMD. Okay, that looks okay. AMD. Okay, from the open, had a nice flow from the open on the left, drifting lower. Now let's see if it turns back up. Apple's starting to make higher highs, higher lows. All right, see if Apple turns here. Apple. Okay, so this is Apple right now, the flow on Apple. I want to see that dealer flow turn up and start to accelerate. I'd like to see a dip get bought on NVIDIA. Palantir dipped. That just got bought. NVIDIA, Palantir just getting bought here. Has seller blocks right overhead. Let's see what Palantir looks like. Palantir flows. Okay, kind of flat for the most part. Okay, 9:30 open on the far left. We're only 46 minutes into the trading day. All right, so Palantir is starting to rally here. I might buy some Palantir. See if this gets a rally. You can see that the flows are turning up. Palantir. Okay, can we take 155? Let's see. August 1st, 155s. Let's see what those look like. August 1st, 155s on Palantir. That's a 48 delta. I'm going to go to a 40 delta. That's a 157.50. I'm going to buy a vertical. Just looking for, I'm not swinging for the fences. I'm looking for singles and doubles. For 8 cents, 80 cents, $80, 157.50, 160. Okay, that's $100 to make, $50 to make 150. So 3 to 1. Okay, so Palantir, I'm in Palantir. 1 August, PTE 157, 157.50, 160.
mean, it's one where it's like Mag 7, but the reality is that these steps are continue to be so essential to the market in terms of, and especially if you have whoever comes from the scalers, Mag 7, they're still in that left hand.
Sticking with Mag 7. Dan, thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Okay, Palantir on the move. There you can see the flows turning up. Palantir flows turning up. Let's look at Palantir. Palantir. Okay, so we look for buy order blocks and then look for supply overhead. So we're right at supply right now. We didn't have buy order blocks, but if we push through this area, we should see buy order blocks show up here. Volume is pretty decent. Okay. TT. I don't know why this keeps flattening out. Anybody know why that happens? The indicators on the bottom, sometimes they disappear. I don't know how to get these back on except to go back to indicators, add the indicator, have two of them and delete one. It's kind of weird. Okay, this is a day trade. Okay, Apple trying to bounce a bit more. JP Morgan just off the highs of the day. Looking for Palantir to break through this area. NVIDIA, nice little pullback. Watching that. Thank you, Dollar. Thank you. Watching for buy order blocks. Okay, we got a sell order block overhead. So that is just $1 overhead. Okay, let's see what the semis are doing in general. Semis in general are also fading at the moment. Okay. All right, let's take a real quick look at the sectors. Let's take a look at sectors and see how they're doing. See what's moving. Okay, view as summary. Okay, here's semiconductors. Survey says. Okay, the S&P is bouncing. S&P is bouncing. Let's see what we can do on S&P. All right, so sector-wise, communications is doing the best. So watch Meta, Google, Netflix. Okay. Biotech's doing well. Industrial's doing well. Financials. Okay, those look good. Okay, let's see what the S&P is doing here. S&P. Okay, the flows on Palantir still rising. Palantir. Okay, let's look at the S&P. Hedging flows on S&P. Okay, starting to come off the low. Okay, we may need to make a higher high in the hedging flows. It looks like the S&P could bounce here. All right, let me go back to trace. Sorry, I'm looking for. Okay, looking for this to turn. Let's go to 0 day. Let's enable 0 day. You can see support in this area, resistance just overhead. Can we move back up above this level? Okay. Resistance 63.80. 63.80. Yesterday was a nice payday on the S&P. Big cap options. We're trading at all-time highs. Just below resistance. I'd like a little bit more of a discount to get long and bounce back up to the highs. The hell is that noise? Sounds like a street cleaner.
Yeah, so this tour is wrong. It's on the sides of a big surprise. We heard last night that President Trump will also be the federal reserve. So all eyes will be on Constitution Avenue, which is where the experts are. 4 p.m. This is scheduled to take place, and this is a very highly unusual presidential visit because President Trump, I don't believe, has ever been to the Federal Reserve Building itself, so this is a major change here. And it comes out to mention after weeks of this criticism over this $2.5 billion renovation, it grew from $1.9 billion after it was approved in 2021. The focus here is on these renovations and these costs as Trump officials are claiming.
Okay, Palantir, looking for a pop on Palantir. Okay, S&P 500, we can see resistance and support. AMD looking for the bounce. Apple's still pushing a bit. Apple's still pushing. Apple's still pushing on this level here. Okay, Bitcoin starting to bounce. It's still in this range. Bitcoin, there might be something here. Bitcoin. Don't forget, Nike was the top of the Dow Industrials yesterday. Nike, we'll take a look at that in a minute for Farmer Jim. Look at the Dow Industrials. Farmer Jim likes to look at those. Okay, so Bitcoin, what's Coinbase doing? Bitcoin. Notice the daily on Bitcoin. Been sideways for a couple of weeks now. Coinbase, it's okay. I'd like to see more of a base. Okay, CoreWeave is back down to 120. Wow, CoreWeave got sold. UMAC is back to 1150. Okay, UMAC is back to the top of its range, right? UMAC, UMAC, UMAC. All right, starting to move back up. 13 was the high, 1338. It's at 11 and change right now, so $2 to go. UMAC, watch that one, $2 to go. S&P just sitting here. Okay, there goes Palantir. Palantir going. Okay, Palantir is on the move. There you go. Okay, so it's a day trade. Palantir is a day trade. All right, that's looking good, Palantir. Okay, looking good. Palantir.
And surprising to me a little bit to see this report, considering that we have companies across
Okay, Bitcoin bouncing a bit more. Watch Palantir. Looking for legs here and for buy order blocks. Don't see that yet. Okay, AMD, no go yet. JP Morgan, back to the highs of the day. We've got Microsoft turning up. Microsoft did fairly well yesterday, right? Microsoft off the hammer low yesterday. Microsoft bounced right back up. So there's buyers in here. There's interested buyers on dips. Okay. So yesterday we had a nice dip down to almost got down to 500, ran right back up to 506, closed at 506. That was a nice hammer on Microsoft yesterday. Okay, can we get something going on S&P? Okay, so we want to stay above 6,300. That's way down here below the bottom of the screen. Thinking Doji, thinking that we're going to stay right here. Yesterday was a pretty wide ranged yesterday. Today looks like a doji. Let's see what the up-down volume says. Up-down volume. Tick cumulative is green, so they are buying the dips. Institutions will be buying dips. You can see tick cumulative on the 60-minute is making higher lows. We got 1-to-1 up-down volume basically on the NASDAQ composite, the spiders, and the Qs. The Dow Industrials seeing a little bit more activity. Let's go see what the Dow Industrials have for us to look at for Farmer Jim. Dow Industrials, here's the components, Dow Industrials. Apple is one of the Dow Industrial components. Amgen, moving higher. Still got a position in Amgen. When it moved back above the 50-day, Amgen. Amazon is trending off the high of the day, looking to buy some Amazon on this dip. Amazon, let's see what Amazon looks like on the dip right now. Okay, starting to see some buyers. Buy order block at the open. We got a higher low potentially. Amazon looking good. JP Morgan at the high of the day. JP Morgan looks like it wants to go. JP Morgan. JP Morgan has tight Bollinger Bands that are opening up top and bottom. That's telling you to look for a fast move per John Bollinger. Okay, JP Morgan. Okay, yesterday, day 2.
Earlier this year, Honeywell said it expected $500 million in tariff-related exposure. The shares there, Allie, down about 5%. But for a lot of the big industrial companies, we've actually seen out.
Right, and we did see modest declines in operating and segment margins, some softness in industrial automation. Maybe that's contributing to some of the declines that we're seeing today. But when we talk about the eventual separation here of this company into 3 separate publicly traded entities, that's been a long time coming. There's a lot of talk on Wall Street that that's going to unlock value. It's going to be less confusing for investors. It's going to increase the focus on.
Okay, JP Morgan breaking out. JP Morgan is breaking out.
General Electric, for example, last year they split their company into 3 separate businesses: GE Vernova, GE Aerospace, GE Healthcare. We just saw GE Vernova report solid earnings, shares soared. So still
JP Morgan's breaking higher. JP Morgan breaking higher. There we go, JP Morgan. All right, this should go. Looking good. Okay, AMD is starting to turn, so the dip's getting bought. AMD, watching NVIDIA as well. Microsoft, Apple, looking for these dips to get bought. Amazon, Google. Okay, what's Tesla doing? Tesla just hanging here at 305, 304.70. Tesla. S&P, let me take a look at this. I might want to buy some SPX. Okay, watching for that to turn. Watching for this to turn, S&P. Watching the hedge flows, looking for these to turn. Okay, hedge flows are turning up. I'm going to buy some SPX. I'm going to buy some SPX calls. Okay. So I'm going to do lottos again. Let's see if we can't get something going here. SPX, SPX. What's the high of the day? What is resistance? What did we say resistance was? Sorry. Resistance 6,400, right? 6380. Let's go 6380 lottos. 6380 lottos. 0 day, 6380 lottos. See what those are going for. Might be able to come in a little bit if they're 6380. Come on. Okay, looking for this hedging flow to turn up, that purple line. Looking for it to turn up. Like to see these New York Fangs all catch a bid. AMD's catching a bid. JP Morgan's at the high of the day. Apple caught a bid right at that buy order block zone this morning at around 213. Okay. Hedge flows, looking for these to continue turning upward. Hedge flows, want to see that continue to move upward. Accelerate away from price. Apple looking for a pop. Palantir looking for a follow through. Okay, once again, let's take a look at Dow Industrials. Going through this list, Amazon, American Express holding at the 50-day. Okay, Boeing trending. Boeing trending. Boeing is trending for what it's worth. Caterpillar. Caterpillar's higher, Steven. Looking good. Trending. Caterpillar trending. Trending. Caterpillar. Okay, CRM sideways. Salesforce sideways. We've got Cisco at highs, consolidating. CBX. Chevron. CBX trending. CBX is trending. For you swing traders, Disney. Interesting. Trending. Above the 50-day, 20-day. Okay, Goldman Sachs. JP Morgan. Let's see what Morgan Stanley looks like. Morgan Stanley. Yep. Wells Fargo. Yep. Ooh, these look good. Citigroup. Yep. PNC. Yep. These all look good. Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, PNC.
that comparable with the 1.7 million that was
Mhm,
That's
mhm.
exactly right. So there's an estimate of about 800 million to $1 billion in revenue degradation that occurred as a result of the macro. Again, as you look at how that fits in the industry, if you look at the numbers that were reported, I think the domestic number for American earlier today was the -6 range. I think the United number was the -7% range, and we're doing better than that. So for domestic revenue, we are performing better. Now, domestic versus international and versus premium on a relative basis hasn't performed quite as well, but within that domestic side of things, we are performing better than those other carriers. So the number is large, but it is macro driven, and it is in line.
Yeah, Nick, the software or the scripts for bioter blocks, those are Lux Algos. They are on TradingView. I think they're only on TradingView. They might have something for Thinkorswim. Not sure. I don't have it for Thinkorswim. Okay, it looks like Microsoft wants to go. Microsoft looks like it wants to go. Microsoft looking better. Okay, looking for bioter blocks on Microsoft. Okay, we got bioter blocks in the first 15 minutes right before the opening bell. Need to get through the supply. Once through 511, we could see a move back up to the highs on Microsoft.
Across the industry. But it really is a result of uncertainty that was there. I think consumer confidence had come down. The great news is we're starting to see that
Mhm.
stabilize. Things like tariffs and other things are starting to
Microsoft bioter blocks.
what we talked about in the earnings that came out last night, and this is in line with what you're hearing from some of the others as well, is that just in the last several weeks we've started to see that turn back up, which is a great thing for us. And again, the fact that we had seen more weakness on the domestic.
Watch. Okay, I'm going to take some Microsoft here. I already have a position, but I'm going to add to my position in Microsoft. I'm going to do next week's calls, give myself a little bit more time, see if this follows through. It's a day trade, so even though I'm taking next week's calls, it's a day trade for now. If it closes up more than 100%, I'll take half off at the close. Microsoft. Okay, so it looks like they are beefing up the prices here. Microsoft. Maybe I will take tomorrow's calls. Let's see what we got. What can we get on Microsoft for just out of the money? $2 for the 47 Delta. 510s. $2. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if we can get Microsoft to run. Microsoft.
We, as well as other airlines, want to make sure everybody knows exactly what it is they're buying. And so sometimes there's a checkbox here, there's a screen there, and so we were finding that there's more.
Okay, Microsoft looking for a pop. This is a scalp, so I'm just looking for a buck, 50%. If I can get a buck out of these.
We made adjustments with that. We found that it recovered quite quickly. But during that period, the bookings that would have occurred.
Okay, that's it for now. I'm not going to put any more risk on. Hey, these are short-term options. Looking for S&P to continue. S&P looking for a follow through.
It's that the impact that occurred during that time immediately following the cutover pertains to flights both in the second and third quarter, and that's what that is.
And then finally, just quickly, you guys are obviously making a lot of changes as we've been talking through, right?
S&P looking for this to lift a bit more. Maybe Microsoft get through this area. S&P. Okay, AMD looking for a pop. All right, watch for this rip to the upside. 63.80. Trading 63.72, 63.72. And then then 6,400. All right, let's see if we can pop through this area, run up to 6,400 S&P. What's up? You want some food? Let me feed my cat. I'll be right back.
This massive point-to-point network that we have that goes along with this amazing culture, this amazing spirit, and that is not lost. That our people are a huge differentiator. When you combine that with a network like we have, it's so unique. That is what makes Southwest different. You mentioned Backbeat. For 4 decades plus, we were a very different airline. Before Backbeat, wherever it went, we'll continue to be a very different airline as we move.
Okay, so previous resistance, the morning high right here. Morning high is right here. Cash. All right, let's see if we can't follow through. AMD is starting to turn up, so dips are getting bought. Apple dipping a look once again, looking for a higher low. Amazon, watching that. It was pretty strong this morning. I don't know if that was just shorts covering, but that pushed higher. Okay, NVIDIA. Okay, nice turn on NVIDIA. So if you bought NVIDIA, nice dip buy. I believe dollar you bought some NVIDIA at the low, right? NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Okay, there goes Meta. Meta popping. Meta. Okay, NVIDIA. NVIDIA looking for bidders. Okay, S&P looking for that to lift a bit more. We're on a buy signal. SPX futures. Okay, 60-minute buy signal just means that the flow is bullish. Okay, NVIDIA starting to push a bit more. Okay, there goes Meta. Meta pushing. SMR. Okay, so we got a nice bounce on got a nice bounce on the nukes. Nukes. I did buy some SMR on the dip. Okay. SMR. Okay. Oklo with the bounce as well. Oklo breaking out. Oklo breakout. Okay, looking good. Okay, Microsoft looks like it wants to go. Okay, looking good. Oklo, beautiful. About to break out to new all-time highs, 73.55. The high was 74. Okay, so Oklo, new all-time high. Oklo, watch the nukes. TBR, NNE, SMR. Okay, Microsoft looking good. Microsoft. Okay, S&P looking for more upside. Okay, so S&P is rising, about to take out the high right after the open. S&P. Okay, here are your dealer hedging flows.
Simultaneously offer consumers the best network, but also the best value. And you've always had to pick one or the other.
Microsoft looking good. Dealer hedge flows are still pushing higher. Okay, it's starting to accelerate. Notice the distance from price. They're starting to widen and pull away. Okay, JP Morgan, new high of the day. The banks look good. Banks look good.
From 2022. That's not an overheated situation. That means this whole industry is making more money than ever. And you might say, well, is that on the backs of customers? Also, no. Customers are paying less in real dollars than they were. Everybody's winning, but this industry is.
Okay, Microsoft looking for a follow through. Okay, let's see what the flows look like on Microsoft. Microsoft flows. Microsoft dealer hedge flows are rising. Okay, there goes S&P, dealer Microsoft looking good. Okay, S&P looks like it could go. Okay, Microsoft, S&P. What happened there? What happened there? S&P making new highs here. Looks good. We got fair value gaps on the way up. We got buy order blocks. You notice the buy order blocks on the S&P?
It's not true. You know, the investment in customers is higher on the device side, but also who's are higher and customer length is higher and customer length of any given device is higher. And so when you put all these into the equation of customer lifetime value, our customer lifetime values per customer base.
Buy order block.
What they're looking to is one subset of competitive bidding, the device portion, which has changed. It's gotten hotter on devices. But that's just because the nature of what customers are looking for changes over time. On the rate plan side, we monetize.
Okay, AMD's lifting. AMD lifting now. There goes AMD.
Thanks for asking. We just launched it this morning at 8 o'clock, so we don't have a big update.
SMR, nice little move on the nukes. Nukes looking good. Oklo, thank you very much. Okay, SMR looking like it wants to break above 51, 52 maybe this time. Bollinger Bands opening up top and bottom. All right, so here are the nukes. Bollinger Bands opening top and bottom. That's telling you look for a fast move out of the squeeze. When these Bollinger Bands open up top and bottom, they're telling you look for a fast move per John Bollinger, creator of the indicator. Bollinger Bands, a reflection of volatility expanding. You want to buy in the squeeze as close to the breakout as you can. A lot of times it's very difficult to do. You have to wait for the breakout. Now we've got the breakout. Luckily, we had SMR breaking before Oklo did, so that gave us a clue that Oklo would probably be moving too. Same thing with nano nuclear. You can see the Bollinger Bands are just now starting to open up. This could be a quick trade here, nano nuclear. Okay, so you got put a stop underneath today's low, looking for a squeeze, a breakout above 40, preferably. Okay, so it's up 3% already. A breakout above 40 would be good. Okay, Netflix turning the corner. Tesla, no breakout yet. AMD on the move. There goes JP Morgan. Okay, everything's starting to work now. Okay, S&P continuation, looking good, S&P. Okay, looks good. Okay, SMR looking good. Okay, so let's take a look at these. So on the 5-minute time frame, nanonuclear starting to squeeze, nanonuclear. Nanonuclear, check that squeeze. Okay, you got a squeeze on the 5-minute. It's about to go. Nanonuclear, it's going to hit through 40 easily, I would think. Nanonuclear, do you want to buy options on nanonuclear? It doesn't move a lot. Nanonuclear. Let me buy some in-the-money options. I'll go out a couple of weeks. It's still inside the squeeze on the 5-minute and on the daily. Okay, let me go out to August. Okay, so I got 22 days for this to work. 50 deltas. 55s are 320. Okay, we're starting to squeeze.
Yeah, that makes sense. While I have you, I want to talk about yesterday in Washington.
Okay. NVIDIA still pushing. Okay, AMD back up to the highs. Nanonuclear looking for the follow through. Nanonuclear looking for that to keep going. Mhm. Okay, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA's pushing now. NVIDIA ripping higher. NVIDIA going. Yeah, I see that. I see. Yeah, Bitcoin's gone. Watch Coinbase. That might be a nice trade there. Coinbase coming off the low. Coinbase. Still would like to see a little bit more basing action on Coinbase, but hey, it could bounce here. It's just above the 20-day, holding the 9 EMA area. There goes AMD. Microsoft on the move. Microsoft running. Okay, looking good. Nice. Okay, so I don't know how many more days we're going to get like this, where the markets just take off after a dip and give us such a nice trade for the day for the bulls. Bears, not so much, unless you're trading like Tesla, something like that. Tesla gave you a nice trade. There goes Netflix turning back up. Netflix. Okay, I have some Netflix calls I bought yesterday. Let's see if that does anything. Microsoft's still going. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft driving higher, AMD pushing higher, Apple just lagging a little bit. NVIDIA, nice pop on NVIDIA. NVIDIA, nice pop there. Okay, S&P 500. NVIDIA, nice reversal on NVIDIA. Okay, so looking for to take out this resistance just overhead at 170, 173.50 or so. NVIDIA just looking for it to take out this supply right at 173.50. If it can, could see a quick move to 175, I would imagine. Thanks, Paulo. Bitcoin, nice move, nice pop. Still needs to get above the weekly highs that we've been rejected at. 123,000 is the level I'd see tested. Bitcoin looking really good. Okay, buy the dips, sell the rips. We're still in a very bullish trend. We're trading at all-time highs. Just buy the dips. NVIDIA. Okay, AMD lifting, JP Morgan. NVIDIA, nice move, continues here. AMD, nice move off the low. We have buy order blocks at the open, contrasted by NVIDIA sell order blocks at the open. We have buy order blocks right at the opening bell, right here. Okay, right at the opening bell. Buy order blocks, and we have dealer hedging flows on Microsoft and AMD. All of these are seeing dealer hedging flows up and to the right. Okay, that purple line is what I'm looking at coming off the low. Coming off the low at 1024, we can see that AMD reversed quickly. No guessing here. You can see when the dealer hedge flows came in and buying that dip right at 10 o'clock when AMD got down to 159.50. Okay, that's up $2 off the low. So a 50 delta call would have net you $100 per contract. If you had 5 of them, that would have been $500. You could have taken the rest of the day off. Watching AMD though, it's coming up against resistance, previous highs. You can see over here on the left, dealer hedging flows. Microsoft's still going. Nice move on Microsoft's part. Okay, dealer hedging flows on Microsoft continue to climb. This is like cheating, I swear. Watching what the dealers are doing, you know exactly what you need to do. Okay. Microsoft, look at the dealer hedging flows. Jeez. Microsoft. This is crazy. This is crazy easy. In a bullish trend. Now, the bearish trend, once we start to see a fade, that's going to be different. We won't be able to buy the dip as easily and get the same kind of results. Okay, AMD, Microsoft, AMD looking good. Microsoft. Look at the buy order blocks on Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. Okay, we're at the high of the day now. Microsoft, maybe take a little bit off. Let's see, Microsoft. Microsoft, maybe take some off here. Let's see, where's my Microsoft? Microsoft, let's see. 510 calls. Okay. Sell some of these. Okay, Microsoft took a little profit there on Microsoft. That's a scalp. Amazon. Okay. Oh, there goes Amazon. Oh, thank you, Corey. Nice move on Amazon. Okay. All right. So let's turn around and let's buy some Amazon here. Put a stop underneath. So it looks like about let's see, 230, 234, 235. Amazon. Okay, I'm fumbling here with the TOS interface. Amazon. This is really slow. Okay, let me go. I'm gonna do Friday calls real quick. I'm gonna do Friday. Tomorrow's calls out of the money. Okay. Okay, let me buy these. Buy these 232.50s. Buy the 232.50s. Okay, I'm gonna buy some 232.50s for today. Okay, 232.50s. Fill me here. 232.50. Okay, 232.50s. Amazon. Okay, 50-cent stop. Amazon. Okay, Microsoft looks good. Okay, so I took some profits on Microsoft there. We're starting to flag a little bit. Good. Perfect. Perfect. Apple, maybe that gets going now. Apple. AMD, that turned out to be a good trade. Scalp wise, buying the dip. Okay. Apple. Look, I'd like to see Apple rip back up to the high now. AMD is at the high of the day. AMD. Okay, Amazon, let's go some more. I'd like to see more buy order blocks on Amazon. Okay, Palantir still going. Palantir still going. Okay, Palantir looking good. If you bought the dip on Palantir, let's see what the flow looks like on Palantir. Microsoft. Palantir is turning up. Okay, Palantir flows accelerating away. Okay, Palantir flows are starting to accelerate away from price right here. Palantir.
Eric, you said before it's not a meme stock. You believe in the fundamental story. it a bad thing that it has become a meme stock in the eyes of a lot of retail traders? In other words, like if everybody's excited about just sort of trading it or short squeezing it or what have you, is that sort of counter to
Looking for 2-1.
Take offense to the meme stock characterization because I've yet to see a meme stock, because I don't include Open Door amongst the group, that is a real business. I think these meme stocks are dumb businesses. I would never want to own a donut business. I would never want to own GoPro. I don't think we're on the cusp of some GoPro resurgence, and everyone's going to be walking around with GoPros on their heads.
Yeah, GoPro was a big deal a while back, right? Okay. Okay, just watching Palantir continues to grind up. Palantir. Palantir looking good.
Surged like 120%, almost touched $5. By the way, and then suddenly the Nasdaq halted it, and then there was sort of like on that day, 1.9 billion shares were traded. 723 million shares exist, and that's the total shares outstanding for Open. So the next day, 1 billion shares traded.
Okay, Palantir. So obviously there are flippers here. Watching for a follow through. Palantir. You're going to get your pedicure? I can't be seen with you without a pedicure. You're gonna close that? Thank you. Okay, watching Apple for the follow through.
GameStop would pale in comparison to what's possible if we apply the Wall Street Bets graph to a real serious turnaround business. So maybe people will think about that.
IBM coming off the lows. Okay, that would be a good trade too. Meta pulled back in a little bit. Okay, JP Morgan's still going. Palantir.
Well, I mean, two stocks I mentioned before, Open Door, which gave me kind of the idea, that, I think there's an audience for the next Carvana with Open Door, but two other next Carvanas, which I own, Cypher, CIM, both Bitcoin miners. They make a lot of money from mining Bitcoin right now, but they have moved aggressively years ago into the AI HPC business, similar to what Core Scientific was doing. But these two are much bigger. They have much more in the pipeline. They each have 3 gigawatts of AI data centers they built or are building, which are going to get energized in the next 12 to 18 months. And Brian Sotzi this morning was tweeting out the massive shortage for these AI data centers for getting connected to the grid. These two stocks, those connections, they have the gigawatts.
Continue the meme stock conversation. A lot of retail investor trades are made on Robinhood platforms. We want to get the inside scoop into the actual trading activity around these stocks. Steve Quirk is with us, Robinhood Chief Brokerage Officer. Steve, it's good to see you. You just heard Eric Jackson saying he wouldn't characterize, he doesn't want to think of Open Door as a meme stock, because that implies there isn't a fundamental case here. But whatever you call it.
Okay, AMD breaking out. AMD is going. AMD is going. Check out the hedge flows on AMD. AMD, easy as ABC. AMD. AMD.
Where, if we look back at Liberation Day and the rally that's happened since the bottom there, we're up to like close to 30%. And in some of the more popular names that our customers trade on a more frequent basis and invest in NVIDIA, Amazon, Tesla, and those, could be more. So I think what you're seeing here is people taking some of those profits and saying, hey, there's some stocks here that are interesting. They're all pretty much sub $5. So it's not like they're spending a lot notionally, but, they're kind of drawn in by the volatility. Retail customers like around stocks. So if we just look at the top 100 traded symbols, and this applies to both equity and options.
Okay, there goes Coinbase. Coinbase on the move. Coin looks good. 50%. Nano Nuclear looking good. Nano working. Nano Nuclear. Nice move there. Okay, let's add Nano here. Nano. Add a tab. Nano. Nano. And Nano Nuclear. What about SMR? SMR. These nukes. The nukes. All right, that was a little bit more erratic. Nano Nuclear. Nano. And Oklo. Okay, look at Nano Nuclear.
To me, it's, retail traders always looking for an edge in anything they do. So that can be competitive and, move out of the market. And any new tool that helps you do it is something they're going to play with, and hopefully that helps them down the road. It's kind of cool.
So the release one we've noticed is American Eagle. Do you think that's ChatGPT generated, or is it also
Yeah. Boy, I'm probably not the right one to answer. I should ask my daughters on that, but I would guess that's more of the Cindy Sweeney than the ChatGPT. But I could be wrong in that. The other thing I would say is, like, to me, and this even happened when, with the original meme stock, and I'm going to say 2021.
Okay, AMD, nice.
Many of those customers that came here exclusively to start trading, and investing in these stocks, young people.
Okay, Apple following through finally. Apple, little lag there on Apple. We had a dip in dealer hedge flows. Now they're starting to accelerate upward. Okay, Amazon, nice bounce there. Thank you for the reminder, Corey. Looking good. Amazon, Palantir. Okay, stalling a little bit right here. Palantir, nice little move. Palantir, if you scalped it. Okay, nice.
They sort of expanded their investing to be something that might be a little less interesting than the
SMR. Coal's starting to come back in a little bit. Coal's coming back a bit. SMR, nice rip here. Okay. All right, SMR is on the move.
I don't think we're seeing a real large percentage that's new accounts, but it does tend to resurrect people who maybe have
SMR.
involved in the market.
Okay, Palantir. Okay, SMR ripping here. SMR. Okay, taking out the recent high that we started the week with. SMR, new high.
We tend to see a lot more activity with certain price points, and that translates into broader engagement across all of their portfolio.
And see, finally, I would ask, somebody's been at this for a long time, and you see that data, whether it's single, overall.
Yep. Nano. I love these dealer hedge flows, man. These are just like So good. So good. SMR is ripping. Watch Oklo. And then E. Okay, looking good. So don't forget to take profits. These will retrace a little bit. Back and fill.
I think it would be healthy for the market to pull back a little bit or even, build a foundation. And this does
SMR, big move on SMR. Thank you so much. JP Morgan flagging at the high of the day. JP Morgan. I rolled out JP Morgan, by the way. All right, these are all looking good. AMD at the high of the day. AMD. Okay, let me take another look at AMD. Tell you what, the research I did on Taiwan Semiconductor would love this, the base up here. Would love it, the base in this zone. It has a price target of around $300 just based on earnings growth, profit margins. Taiwan Semi. 90% of the chips out there. It's just crazy. All the AI demand, all of these stacking, all these stacking capabilities that are being designed into these chips, where you stack these chips to make them into a bigger or a larger chip that these machines can't make. I mean, the idea is just crazy. Taiwan Semi is the diversifying into the U.S. and I believe in Japan and a couple other places to manufacture outside of Taiwan. So thinking ahead. Okay, Palantir still looking strong. I can't help but want to take some of these day trades and just reduce my exposure. All right, SMR, that was a big pop on SMR just now. Big pop, SMR. Beautiful move. Breaking out. Okay, probably a lot of shorts up there with stops overhead. I don't know. That'd be something I would not want to short at the nukes because these can really blast off. Okay, nanonuclear. That one's up quite a bit. Nanonuclear. And then E, I might take some profits here too. Mondo. Nanonuclear. 45 is max profit. Maybe I should unload some of these. I bought 10 of these, so maybe I should scale out some of these. Yeah, I'll scale out some of these. Okay. I'll look for a dip to buy later. Okay, I'll look for a dip to buy later. Nanonuclear, I'm going to take some profits. Nanonuclear. Okay, nanonuclear. One more shot to the highs. Shot to the heart. You're to blame. What's the matter? Somebody locked you out? Somebody locked you out?
Now we also have the cyclical. These are industries and groups who sell and profits well in economic expansions, shrink in recession, and that makes your stock swing more than the general market.
And here we have the remaining seven sectors, large cap sectors, at least that we define in S&P 500 by consumer discretionary, industrials, materials, financials, tech, communication services, and real estate. And yes, there are some gray areas there too, especially with tech and communication services, but we move on. I just wanted to show this chart again too, because I think it's so incredible. This goes back to 1990, and this shows you the defensive sectors, how much they took up as part of the S&P 500. They started out at 40% in 1990. They moved up a little bit, and now they are at 20%. And then you take a look at two stocks only. This is NVIDIA and Microsoft, and they are now taking up 15%. So this just illustrates how much these stocks have become unloved, those defensive sector stocks. So as promised, I'm going to show you some ETFs on how to play. And by the way, a lot of this work comes from Todd Sohn over at Strategic ETF Research, and these are his basket tiers. So here we have a bunch of cyclical ETFs, starting with RQ. That is the ARC Autonomous and Innovation Fund, not the Innovation, the ARC Autonomous and Robotics Fund. That is up over 66%. That's twice what the S&P 500 is up. And then we have two ETFs that cover the semiconductors, stocks, which you might know, and XSD. Both of those also up almost 2x the S&P 500. Then we have high beta. That's up 50%. What is beta? That's almost like the stock trading at a multiple of the general market. So beta 2 is twice what the S&P 500 is doing. Those are doing well. Those are cyclicals. And then it's interesting. We have a broker-based ETF. That's up 43%. And here's the year-to-date, still holding on to gains of 21%. So we do have financials in there. Then we have another one, KBW Bank Index. That's another financial-driven one. Then we've got some other interesting ones. We got PAVE, which is infrastructure. And also we have IWM down there. You might know that as a Russell 2000 ETF. So that's a very cyclically oriented index. And you can also break that up into groups. But we got to get to some of our defensives here. So PKW is a buyback fund. And so the top two in there, I believe, are Wells Fargo and PayPal. And yes, this is a defensive, but two of those stocks are arguably cyclical. So it just goes to show you some of the gray area that we're dealing with here. But stocks that can do strong buyback programs, they have a bit of defensiveness worked into them. Also, we have the RSP, that is the S&P 500 equal weight ETF. Since the market cap ETF is so highly weighted to those big stocks, this one is arguably a bit more defensive. You can see that's up 7% year to date. Then we have cows. This is the cash cows ETF. You'll see stocks like Nike and Ford at the very top of that. The theory being that cash flows, those strong cash flows, make those stocks a little bit more defensive, even though a lot of times they're classified as cyclical. At the very bottom, the worst performer, XLV. That is a standard spider healthcare ETF for large cap healthcare and pharmaceuticals. That's only up about 2.2% since the April bottom. And it looks like I'm out of time here, so I'm going to have to show you how to add managed futures to your portfolio and help balance it tomorrow. I do promise to do that. In the meantime, tune into the Stocks in Translation podcast for more market decoding deep dives. New episodes can be found Tuesday and Thursday on Yahoo Finance's website or wherever you find your podcast.
Thanks, Jared. Looking forward to that managed futures breakdown. Let's turn now to the winners and losers of AI. Alphabet posting strong results in this latest quarter, but shares have been coming off the highs. So who is best poised to outperform? Joining me now, Shai Valor, Futurum Chief Market Strategist. Shai, thanks for being here. So the question that we sort of have been digging into is who is winning the AI race, right? So Alphabet giving us, and I guess we're going to get this information incrementally all throughout earnings season. But what have we learned through the lens of Alphabet on that front?
Yeah, I know the market likes to treat Alphabet as an AI laggard among the next seven, primarily because they're over-indexing the short-term ad volatility that AI is going to bring. However, they're missing the bigger shift. In the new digital economy, to become a real winner, you need to own four things: the data, the chips, the distribution, next-gen brain. Alphabet has all four. They're one of the few that have all four. And we saw Google Cloud have an inflection quarter this just yesterday where it's growing top line 32%, 21% operating margin. That segment alone is worth $500 billion. Add in the YouTube side, which also exceeded expectations, growing top line 13%. A lot of people don't realize that they actually have the leading streaming hours among all competition. Netflix is at 7-8%, YouTube at 13%. So Netflix is a $500 billion company. Begs to ask, what's YouTube worth? So those two segments alone, or those three segments alone, are going to be worth around like 1.5 trillion. We're not even talking about Waymo. So I think that the fears of AI cannibalizing your search business is overdone. Yes, it might ruffle a few feathers, something that hasn't been done in quite some time in the search business. However, it's going to evolve. And I think in that evolution, you saw it yesterday, where Google Cloud's inflecting, you're seeing Google Search still maintain $200 billion run rate. And I think that you're going to slowly but surely see that Alphabet will be a major AI winner in the next coming years.
Gotcha. Okay, so you got Alphabet on the one hand, you got Tesla on the other hand, where, you know, its bet on AI is a little more indirect right now, right? But, you know, we'll have a question, I guess, put to the shareholders of what they should invest in AI. You know, I guess you have some AI incorporated into the case there. Where are they fit in?
Great question. So I think yesterday it was obviously less about what getting voted. And I think that there is absolutely. However, it's pertained because we get the front row seat for a company building the AI brain and body ability of robotics. When we think about how much money is being spent on actual labor every year, it's in trillions. So if you want to deliver on this vision of building a neural network for building robotics, we're talking, we're right now, it's trying to argue it should be 1 trillion, 2 trillion. It's going to be substantially higher.
Okay, how big is that in the beginning of what? That's really the thing it's delivered on successfully so far. All the other stuff is still in progress and it's pushed back and deadlines are changed and the ball moves all the time. So, you know, is it a bet on something that maybe could happen possibly? Like, how, do you know what I mean? How short of a thing I'm talking?
I believe this is the biggest bet anyone's made in like cannibalizing EV business.
Okay, it's the biggest bet he's made as an investor. Do I want to partake in that bet?
I think that's interesting. So I think again, like we're referencing Google, what they need to be a winner in the digital economy. That's like 3 of the 4. They have the data, they have the hardware, they have the distribution, millions of fleets of parts. The next gen brain is what they're missing. I do believe that XAI and Tesla merger is going to be inevitable, and once that happens, they have all 4. But like you mentioned, the timeline is a variable in calculus on if Tesla is going to invest. However, if you go historically, we all have like timeline always just and right now it's high watering valuation. So it's
All right, so nanonuclear. Nice little pop there.
Tesla is the same stock price as you put on 4 or 5 years ago. However, they position themselves as a leader in these sector growth initiatives.
Okay. Let's see. Everything else looks okay. Netflix, a little dip. Tesla, just sitting here at 302. Meta off the highs of the day. Apple back to the highs of the day. AMD at the highs of the day as well. AMD. Bull. Okay, Microsoft looks like it wants to keep going. Microsoft, what do I want to do with Microsoft? Microsoft. Scalp's working on Microsoft. Okay. 510s. Oh, the 510's working really good on Microsoft, huh? Microsoft's still pushing. Okay, let me just take a look at Microsoft. Hedge flows. Microsoft hedging flows. Okay. What happened to my Microsoft? There it is. Okay. Gotta switch these. Nanonuclear. Okay, Microsoft. Microsoft hedging flows continues to ramp higher. Microsoft. Okay, looks like that's going to keep going. Microsoft looks like it could make it back up to recent highs. Looking at the daily on the right, clearing Tuesday's high. Microsoft's still going. Microsoft is still going. Okay, can it get to 515? Microsoft 515. Okay, those calls are going for 75 cents. Okay, 75 cents. The 515s. Looks like Microsoft's headed in that direction. Microsoft, maybe it makes it to 515. Okay, that is Friday's high. Microsoft on the move, looking good. Okay, still going. Apple's still going. All right, so this is looking really good. Amazon had a nice rip this morning. Amazon, check out these flows though. These flows continue to move higher. Apple, look at the flow on Apple. Okay, Apple starting to turn up more from the 11 o'clock. All right, 11 o'clock made a higher low. Okay, pushing higher. It's 11:35 on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most. I am your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Thursday, the 24th. And I got about 25 minutes into the lunch hour. Okay, so we're starting to see a little profit taking. So now you'd be looking for B and C pivots between now and say 1 o'clock or so. Looking for an A pivot up at the high. If you don't know what I'm talking about, we're always looking for these patterns. Okay, looking for the A pivot. That's the morning run. The morning run's usually the fastest and the most profitable. Second most profitable is after the morning run. People take profits, especially out on the West Coast, where many traders will get up at say 6 o'clock. At 6:30, they're ready to trade the opening bell. On the East Coast, they're out on the West Coast at 6:30. Trade for an hour or so, 2 hours. 8:30, leave for work if they got to work close by at 9 o'clock. So you can trade for an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours in the morning. That dissipates. We start to see the A pivot. And then B comes into lunch hour here on the East Coast. We start to look for between 11 and 1 o'clock, look for that B and C pivot. Sets up all the time like a charm. Most stocks will do this, will run this pattern. Most stocks will run that pattern. So you just have to wait. So if you miss the morning run, wait for the hedging flows later in the evening after 11 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. Look for those B and C pivots. Once you start to see buyers step back up, buy the dip, put a stop underneath the B, put a stop underneath the B pivot, and look for a follow through in a bullish trend. So we're looking for bullish trends for this to work. Okay. So ABCD patterns. Okay. So here is nanonuclear, just ran up to the highs. There's a pivot. Okay. So this is still bullish. Look at the daily. That's bullish. Probably going to follow through tomorrow. So you want to buy the dip. Knowing that stochastics is pointing upward, what does that tell me? That's telling me the likelihood of a close in the upper half of the daily range is greater when this is turned up. This indicator was created by George Lane. It's George Lane, right? I always get this backwards. George Lane stochastic. I used to trade cotton futures, and he wanted the way. He wanted the way to be able to file. Yeah, George Lane. He wanted the way to follow how prices would trend, right? So he'd be looking for reasons to be buying cotton futures. And what were the odds? What were the odds that prices would close in the upper half of the daily range? So he'd buy the dips. Made a fortune buying futures this way. Created an indicator that showed you, okay, the tendency to close at the in the upper half or the lower half of the daily range. Okay, works quite a bit. So it's a good way to look at the markets. Okay, Microsoft's still going. Microsoft looking for that Friday high to get tested at 515, was it? 515. Okay, so we're headed in that direction. Upper Bollinger Band starting to tilt upward. You see that? Upper Bollinger Band starting to tilt upward. That means volatility is picking up. Microsoft's still going. So is Apple. Apple looking really good after the dip. Okay. It's a bullish trend. So what do we look for? In a bullish trend on Apple, you're looking for the dip. Buy the dip. Stochastic's pointing higher. Look for close in the upper half of the daily range. Apple, beautiful. Looking good. Apple's on the move. I know you're in this, Corey, right? You're in Apple. Many of you are in Apple. Ziggy Z has been in Apple for, as long as I've known Ziggy Z. He's had a pretty big position in Apple as a shareholder. I'm sure it's before he joined the room in 2016. Ziggy Z has been trading Ziggy Z from Florida. Been trading Apple, holding Apple shares, I should say, as long as I've known him. NVIDIA, yeah, higher lows on NVIDIA. 1 second, NVIDIA, okay. So let's look at NVIDIA's flow, okay. Okay, NVIDIA. Survey says the flow is flat for now. Okay, NVIDIA's, the flow is flat for right now. Okay, so you can see the flow right here. NVIDIA flow is flat. Okay, this is NVIDIA. Flow is flat for now. Where are we trading NVIDIA? NVIDIA is at 172.79. The call wall's at 175. So if we get above this, if we start to bounce, watch NVIDIA. Let's take a look at it, NVIDIA. Okay, here's Microsoft. What we're looking for on NVIDIA, MMD, okay, what we're looking for on NVIDIA is, you see these buy order blocks on Microsoft? This is Microsoft. We'd like to see that on NVIDIA. Okay, so I'd like to see buy order blocks on NVIDIA and for the flow to turn up. Okay, so do we have buy order blocks on NVIDIA? No, we have sell order blocks right overhead. NVIDIA sell order blocks just overhead where price met resistance this AM at 173.40, 173.40 plus or minus. Okay, if NVIDIA can push through here, you can put a stop underneath 172, stop underneath 172, MMDB. Okay, so put a stop underneath this right here. I don't feel too confident on NVIDIA at the moment. NVIDIA has had many days where you can see the dojis on the daily where price didn't move much. We're in a doji right now. Okay, there goes AMD. AMD popping there. Okay, AMD's going. Okay, so let's look for AMD. Okay, so here again, MMD. Check out AMD. You see the buy order blocks? See the difference? Okay, looking good. Okay, look at the difference between AMD and NVIDIA. It's a pretty stark difference. I do like NVIDIA. I just need to see more buy order blocks, okay? So I need to see a buy order block under here. Also, I need to see the flow. I need to see the flow. Do what AMD is doing. Look at the flow on NVIDIA right here, real time. Look at AMD. Look at the difference in AMD. Check AMD. AMD flow is still bullish. Okay. AMD. Beautiful.
that does cross-functional work with AI going across the entire company. So if you think data is the fuel that needs to be harvested in an AI platform, it needs to go across the platform that serves all the functions. Otherwise, you'll only get incremental improvement at best instead of exponential improvement and growth, which is what you get out of services.
Okay, AMD buy or blocks are obvious. Okay, so let me see here.
Is the idea that the 20th century org chart, just like the 20th century software industrial complex, is going to come apart. And it's going to consolidate on a platform like ServiceNow. And the reason for that is pretty simple. Work doesn't get done functionally. You know, think about business processes, order to cash, procure to pay, hire to retire, design to build. These are all processes that require multiple functions involved in the flow of that work. So if you have an agentic AI platform, why possibly would you think of just doing an agent for a department when you can transform a corporation? Why would you continue to add headcount to a function when you can get people to work together in teams and team up with their AI platform to transform your business? Whether you're improving OpEx, getting a new margin profile, or inventing a new business model and a new channel, you have to think differently. So as companies really grapple with what's possible, they're going to go for ServiceNow because we respect all the other.
Okay, look at the flow on AMD continues to ramp higher. I'm scalping this with Friday options, so I'm going to go ahead and take some AMD off into strength here. Wow, that was a nice move on AMD. All right, I got the 165 call on AMD. It could move a bit more. I have tomorrow's call, so I'm going to go ahead and take profits here. A pivot. Okay, I look for B and C now. AMD. Okay, AMD, I'm going to take profits. I am bullish.
Well, you know, I talked for many years, but this was really, I think, the first earnings release for ServiceNow. You mentioned CRM a lot in this earnings report. We talked a lot about agents.
Okay, I'm taking some profits on AMD. Okay, I'm not going to be greedy. The more the markets do what they've been doing, which is to stretch the high. At some point, it's going to snap back. Has yet to do it, so I'm keen to buy dips, buy order blocks, buy when flows are rising like this. You can see AMD clearly. AMD. This is AMD. That flow is rising, but I want to take some profits. Okay, you can see prices starting to flag and hedging flows are still hanging out at the high. I'm just watching. I'm going to take some profits off here. Okay, NVIDIA, if it gets above 173.50, you got $1.50 until it gets to the next call wall. Oh, wow. Hulk Hogan. Wow, that just gave me chills. Goosebumps. Hulk Hogan. Oh man, that sucks.
And that's what the customer wants. So yes, it's going to happen. And it's only natural that it should happen because we were built for this moment.
Oh, that sucks. Lost another one. Okay, Palantir, turning back up again. Palantir. AMD at the highs. Okay. We're going to get dips to buy. We're going to get dips to buy. Unfortunate about UNH. UNH is not cooperating. That's one of the losers that I'm holding on to. I have January calls down about $700 per contract. That's okay. Looking forward to rebound. If it doesn't, hey, not everything is going to work. Not everything is going to work. Rationalizing a loss. I don't do that very often. Usually I just cut it loose and say, okay, next trade. Watching NVIDIA here. Okay, NVIDIA. So the next call wall is at 175. Let me go take a look. Here's NVIDIA MMD. Okay, NVIDIA. So let's take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is just oscillating underneath this supply. Now, generally, I'd be looking for buy order blocks like on AMD. Look at the difference between NVIDIA and here's AMD. Okay, note the buy order blocks. Very obvious. Very obvious. AMD, but I took some profits at the highs. NVIDIA, sell order block. Boo, boo.
Petitions for urgent and direct political intervention on tariffs. In 2024, the company sold a majority of its staples in the U.S. and is aiming for 50% vote this year. Now the U.S. negotiators are narrowing it on seat imports, including products at 15%. For more on how automakers plan.
Okay. Wow, I can't believe it. We're all getting older. I don't like the idea. Hoping to be here another 20, 30 years or more. I had grandparents that lived to be over 100, lived in Waycross, Georgia. They had a farm. Grandma and grandpa from my father's side.
We find ourselves right in the eye of the storm too, because whilst we're a British company and complete British backstory and legacy to our Europe, Eastern France. So even once there was a tariff deal negotiated between the UK and the US, that meant nothing for us. So we're still now waiting very patiently.
Okay, AMD.
To help us with our factory in France, into the US, where
How are the U.S. consumers reacting? You mentioned just that 5% cap rate on Western Union tariffs, which are 200% tariffs. That would be no for the cost.
Okay, Microsoft too. Microsoft is going. Okay, Microsoft working.
really exciting for us. It just fits. It's kind of it's a good truck, but it's kind of on the size car in the US.
Microsoft's still going. Okay, let's take a look at Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft compared to NVIDIA. Check out Microsoft. All right, check the difference with Microsoft. Buy order blocks. Buy order blocks. Okay, looking good. No supply. Probably looking at that target overhead. Microsoft. Friday highs. Target.
Which is a perfect part of the US market. So it's a 1960s protectionist measure in the US, which covers multiple industries, obviously starting with but picks up pickup trucks. So in the kind of 3 million strong pickup truck market in the US, they're kind of really seeking to
Yeah, it's interesting. I did not know that was today. Let's see, you mentioned the border rents, of course, that pickup truck situation. Also, the pretty contested new vehicles rounding up the portfolio. Can you tell us about that? Do you think there might be some, possibly modification or hybridization?
Yeah, so sure. And look, we're starting with the ground here in Portsmouth, despite our discussion, the models are still going extremely well, and we're really continuing.
Microsoft still going.
Last year, and that will come in electric, but most importantly for the US market and for us as well, because we're not seeing electric vehicle take up anything like the industry and regulators expected. We kind of got that, to be honest. I think we should want to drive. The most important
Microsoft, nice move on Microsoft. Trade what's in play is the name of the game is trade what's in play, not what you think, not what you like. Trade what's in play. If the stock is in play, you're going to see it. It's going to be pretty obvious. Microsoft, look at Microsoft. Microsoft, let's look at the hedging flows. AMD still kind of hanging out at the high, starting to flag. Microsoft, let's look at Microsoft hedging flows on Microsoft. Okay, here's Microsoft hedging flows. Note accelerating.
Doing everything for you, the car bleeping every time you do something that it doesn't really want you to do. We kind of forgotten it's like to drive a car. And we've forgotten that that's actually a really fun thing to do. Big truck that can take you anywhere.
Low of the day. 9:45. Okay. All right, we're coming in. Wow, it's lunchtime already? Holy smokes. Where did the morning go? Okay, we just got the hedging flows just turned back down, so I'm going to take some Microsoft off here. Okay, Microsoft. Today's 510s, 5. Okay, that looks good. All right. Okay, Microsoft took a little profit off on Microsoft. JP Morgan's at the high of the day. AMD is still stretching it a little bit. Watch, you see that flow right there? See the flow turning back down? So we'll see if this turns. See if it turns.
Welcome to the big idea. Welcome to Yahoo Finance. Wall Street to Main Street to the C-suite, we're your daily lifeline. Because behind every great investor is Yahoo Finance. Join us on YahooFinance.com, Yahoo Finance app.
AMD is still looking pretty strong here. AMD looks like it don't want to quit. I sold some into strength. Won't be the last time I've sold into strength, and it kept going. That's fine with me. That just means more profits for you guys and ladies. Microsoft's still looking good. So is JP Morgan. Need a higher high. Need a higher high on Apple. Nvidia need a higher high. Need to take out the high of the day. Palantir fading a bit. Palantir. Okay, Meta dipping might be an opportunity there. Nvidia still no follow through yet. Okay, so let's chill. It's 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock. Let me just plug my phone in because I'm going to lose my charge. And we'll tune into. Is Frank on again today? Wapner off the whole week? That'd be great. What a great week. Oh, no, he was here yesterday, right?
The committee has also raised concerns with auto companies who use some of Apple's batteries, saying the U.S.'s industrial base
All right.
can't be dependent on China. Lawmakers are seeking to August 8th. Again, they have subpoenaed the documents that show that the companies did due diligence in their interactions with Apple. Chinese IPOs, companies in general. Thank you, Emily. Emily Wilkins.
Meantime, another section without a 1% move as the VIX continues to flirt with a 14 handle. Time for the judge. Well, thank you very much. Welcome to the halftime report. I'm Scott Walker, front and center this hour. The markets raise out for deficit spending plans, which means we're going to trade that name as well as the people
AMD, watch the flows here. Futures pulling back a bit. Futures. Okay, flows turning back down now. Okay, flows turning back down. S&P flows. Okay, watching the dealer hedge flows. They're at the low right now.
What it is, though, is a competitive race in which Google has a good position. There are, of course, people who are going to Perplexity and ChatGPT and other things, and that will continue. There are people, one of them, who like the little AI summary that I get from Google, and I'm still using it. If that makes me a dinosaur, guess what? I think there's more of me out there. But I also think, Scott, that this is more than just search. This is obviously a company that has a very good services business in the cloud infrastructure that it's building. YouTube is hitting on all cylinders. I wish Waymo were having more of an economic impact, but maybe that's just a matter of time. Overall, I continue to say that this is a stock that's undervalued. The multiple earnings estimates are going to go up here, so we're probably looking at 15, 16 times next year's earnings. Yes, there is competitive risk out there. I think that is overpriced by a lot in the current multiple. The one risk, I don't think this is much of a risk, is maybe next month we're going to hear from the judge in the DOJ case about what the penalties will be there. I think that it's more likely to be a clearing event than a real downside risk. I think I like holding this stock here, and I think you could buy it right here, Scott.
Jeff, what do you think? Can you buy it right here?
Absolutely, Scott. And I think if the DOJ does go against Google and they break the company up, that the sum of the parts are worth more separately than together. Jim, you're not a dinosaur. I don't use ChatGPT, well, for a lot of reasons, but I don't use ChatGPT on my phone. I'm almost exclusively Google. And even on my PC, probably 70% Google, 30% ChatGPT. And I, like you, think Gemini is going to come back into the picture, or at least enter the conversation with Perplexity, OpenAI, Claude, and the rest of them. So this is a stock that is still undervalued.
Yeah.
I think that we're missing the fact that the only thing that's keeping Alphabet in this conversation right now, the breakup would be great because I'd love to own YouTube as a standalone property. But the thing that's keeping them in this conversation right now is their AI tools on all of the Samsung devices blow anything Apple has right now out of the water. The moment Apple figures out a solution to that issue that they're behind, let's say they do buy a search engine powered by AI that is Perplexity or somebody else, we're not talking about what this company can do on the device anymore. And that's where everything is moving. The AI conversation is moving to mobile. And so I think it's unrealistic to think that they're not going to have this lull for quite a while they try and figure out how to cannibalize their business to get to a place of relevance again. So do I have to own this company right now? I don't think so.
Just real quick, I like that there's a bear on this. I mean, that makes it healthy for anybody who's bullish.
2 years.
That's fine.
You know,
I
2 years
mean,
ago
I
when
would
I
be
made the
more
call.
worried if all of us were like, hey, this is the greatest stock ever.
Yeah.
That would worry me more than you're having a reasonable other side.
But that's a real well articulated view about what the future could ultimately look like. You've heard all the opinions. What do you say?
I think Malcolm raised a really important point. I'd love to hear your take on this. Why was Google paying Apple $50 billion to be the default search engine on every Apple iOS device, iPad, iPhone, etc.?
Well, I mean, you're speaking rhetorically, right? It's to get traffic. I mean, it's to get eyeballs
So
on Google.
that dollar amount, let's say the number again so people can process it.
Yeah.
$50 billion. Do you think strategically that was important to Google?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure if this is where you're going, but that's a cost. And when I looked at the results, I was actually happy that those costs came in higher than expectation, because 2 months ago, you'll remember, you were here, EQ of Apple saying, hey, Google search queries are going down. Not if you look at the traffic acquisition costs.
You absolutely had the right take that day. And I had recently sold Google, still not in it. I'd love an opportunity to buy it back. I do not think we have sufficiently discounted the longer term risks here. Short term, this was a great report. It's really not like if you're a shareholder, they gave you everything you wanted to hear, including we're going to raise our capex on AI. That's actually bullish. Nobody wants to hear about
that. I think you're right. I think that I like the take. I like the take.
They gave it to you.
It is bullish.
Yeah.
They're spending because they want to win it. They want to be in it.
Services revenue up 12%. Phenomenal. Great number. Google Cloud up 32% revenue. Phenomenal. This is if you're long the name, you needed to hear that. They also had some very positive things to say about the uptake of Gemini at the top of the search results. And they said actually young people are getting a lot of use out of that, which I'm not surprised by. One thing that I think helped the ad business is that the economy didn't fall apart. This is a highly cyclical company. They are in a duopoly with Meta. Amazon is a distant third in terms of the overall ad spend picture. And they need ad spend to hold up. They need the economy to hold up. And they got that. We actually saw a re-acceleration in consumer spending at the high end, if you believe the government data. And Google coming out and telling you that is a confirmation.
Do I have to own Alphabet to get that exposure? If I want exposure to the cloud, I can go Microsoft. If I want exposure to search advertising, I can go Meta. Like there's so many other alternatives that
There's no question about it. But of course, you don't have to own anything. You don't have to own it. I think the more relevant idea is, do you feel like you're going to be punished if you do? Okay, you don't have to have this name in your portfolio. You don't want to have it if you feel like you're going to be, Jim, punished by owning it relative to some of the other names. Now, if you look at what probably is the biggest gift that you get is the PE of only 20 forward.
I totally agree.
So in an environment where you're worried about market share of their bread and butter business declining, it's not as if we're talking about a stock that is overly expensive.
Absolutely.
So that's the gift you get. If this stock was much more expensive than that, oh my gosh, the come down on a fear of search deterioration would be much more dramatic than it is now.
I so strongly agree, and I think that was central to my argument whenever I made it 2 months ago, is that it's simply too much bad news was priced in. Josh, what you said, and again, I love that there's bears on the names here. It's a reasonable, rational discussion, but there were a lot of things that went right here, right? YouTube, the cloud business, it's not just search. Granted, search is, depending on how you measure it, 2/3 to 3/4 of the business. So those other businesses need to grow rapidly, but I think they can. And there's a thought I want to express here is that when we talk about this CapEx, which is huge, right? This is huge, $85 billion. What I think about is whether it's good CapEx or bad CapEx. We're seeing in these numbers that there is a positive return on this investment that they're making. People of a certain age will remember the late 90s. Downtown Manhattan, every day the streets were being dug up to put in new fiber optic networks. And we found out by 2000 that 3/4 of those were dark, i.e. not producing any revenue. That's not the case here. There is a return on this investment.
It is, though, to what Josh said. It's a now versus later conversation. In the here and now, okay, things haven't deteriorated to the point of the greatest fears on the day of the Eddie Q sell-off. Will they, to a degree that makes you or get you punished, as I said earlier, for owning the stock? We'll wait and see. But the CapEx spend, take a look at NVIDIA. Look at Broadcom, new record high. Where's the CapEx going?
The street is telling Google they want them to be aggressive. The reaction to the increase in CapEx spend, without question, the street believes that being a top 3 player in AI is an existential necessity for this stock. And that's what I think you're seeing playing out on the screen today. Had they just merely reaffirmed or said, yeah, things are good and we're going to leave things the way they are, I don't know that you get this upside result. The street really wants to see these guys spend as though they have to win the war. Because quite frankly, to Malcolm's point, they do have to win the war.
Which is why I feel like I want your take on this. The questions about return on investment.
Okay, flow is turning lower.
All that relevant yet. We ask
S&P.
feel compelled to ask it. If you're spending X, you expect something in return.
Flow turning lower. All right, we could see more downside from here.
What the return on that investment is going to be.
Bear flags.
For another 5 years. I don't know. But
Microsoft.
I think that's the right take. You spend it, the street is rewarding you for the spend.
Let's see what up down volume looks like. Up down volume is mixed, one to one up down volume across the board. Yesterday we had pretty decent action in the New York Stock Exchange, breaking out to new highs. Currently, we've got 236 stocks advancing on the S&P 500. Yesterday, we had like 325, 350, something like that. So fewer stocks advancing at the moment. 50-50 on the Qs. Only 300 stocks advancing on the IWM. Only 300. So looks like we're stalling a little bit. Maybe some puts. Maybe some puts to trade. S&P. All right, do we fade a bit more? All the good news baked into the markets now. Hard to short, unless you're looking at like VIX calls or something like that. So 6,300 is a major level. 6,300.
Seems like an afterthought in some respects. The stock has ripped into the number. That's number one. And then if you listen to the CEO of both that
S&P.
Now, how about this about the environment? Here's Arvind of IBM. I used the word cautious optimism at the end of the first quarter. I would now turn my way all the way to optimism around the macro environment.
Okay, NVIDIA is still hanging in there. Apple off the high of the day. AMD off the high of the day. Microsoft off the high of the day.
i.e., we're going to continue spending. Others are going to continue spending. We're going to spend because the environment's better than maybe we thought it would be, and you have no choice.
We're going to move from the first half conversation around LLMs And
JP
things
Morgan
like
hanging out at the high.
all the way into hopefully a consumer product, an
Apple.
agentic AI for the consumer or for the everyday employee at these companies and for customer service. And that's going to be, I think, the next conversation. It's already the current conversation in Silicon Valley. I mean, on Wall Street. We're going to start to quantify the impact of agentic AI. And of course, like Alphabet's going to be a major player there. IBM is going to help companies implement this stuff. ServiceNow will be a beneficiary.
Yeah, let's take a look at IBM.
So I really think that as
IBM. I'm looking for this dip to get bought. Okay. IBM, big hammer. Corey, did you buy anything? IBM. I don't think it's a big hurry. Yeah, we might miss out on a little bit of action. If this starts to gap up though, and the volume picks up, you got major selling volume there on IBM. So, Money Magic, was this what you were looking at yesterday? There was puts being bought on IBM. I think it was IBM, right? I believe it was IBM. You were looking at puts were heavy yesterday. Money Magic. So that was a good trade. That was a good call on IBM.
Speaking of this conversation about AI, Steve Kovac has a news alert for us.
Yeah, good. Good call.
Yeah. The Verge just reporting that OpenAI is planning to launch ChatGPT version.
Good call on the puts. So if you followed Money Magic's observations yesterday and bought IBM puts, you cleared the deck today. Very nice.
A brand new version or new capabilities, so much as a kind of melding together of all these disparate models that OpenAI already has. There was a tweet from Sam Altman.
Yeah.
February we showed where he talked a little bit.
Okay, Tesla still hanging out. Tesla. I'd like to take the put side of my Iron Condor off. Tesla.
The expectation was this would be some kind of new super capable and leap in advancement type of model. That seems to be taken back a little bit by that tweet from Altman a couple months ago, kind of resetting the expectations around this. Nowhere near that super intelligence or artificial general intelligence or whatever you want to call it that we've been talking about so much. And this is also happening as OpenAI and Microsoft are negotiating their agreement about what that AGI looks like in the future. And of course, Microsoft gets to tap into the technology.
AMD looking for the dip to get bought. AMD just watching the flows. Don't want to dip. I don't want to try too many times to do the same trade. It's up at the highs. Flows are at the highs. Prices pulling back. AMD on the daily. Okay, so realistically, we could wait. Hey, baby. What's up? Oh, you take. How many pictures do you have that cat on your phone? Did you eat?
Version 5 is a lot of the things they're trying to do. Moving, for example,
She acts like she's starving. I fed her like 5 times today. She's getting fat. Was she laying on the steps when you came up? That's what she does. If I'm not paying attention, I step right on top of her.
Yeah, she rolled over on her back. And I grabbed my phone to take a photo of her, but she got up right to the
That's pretty funny.
She's like begging to go in the garage.
February tweet from Altman, Josh. That what the expectation? From version 3 to 4, that was a big leap. There was a lot more capability.
Okay, watching NVIDIA. Okay, so MMD, you're looking at NVIDIA, of course. So we're looking for it needs to get through this level, and we need to see buy order blocks. I'd like to see a buy order block right in here. Probably won't see it until we get above 173.50. Okay, I need to get above 173.50. Okay.
But they're going to be changing up who gets what in different paid versions of ChatGPT as well. So if this does in fact launch in August.
Okay, so that's resistance for now. NVIDIA.
This is true. It'll be interesting to see how they shuffle up those paid plans, what they charge for what kind of features and so forth as well. Good stuff, Steve. Thanks very much for that update.
She wants you to put it down.
So we go from Altman, one person,
She don't want to take it from your human hands.
conversation to somebody else.
She looks annoyed with you.
Is as well, wants to be even more. We're talking about Elon Musk. because Tesla had earnings as well.
Okay, watching NVIDIA. Let's see what the flows look like on NVIDIA.
Saying there's going to be quote, a few rough quarters coming in the near term.
NVIDIA.
Is obviously the
Okay, flows are turning up off the low, but notice the whippy action in the, look at the whippy action in the hedging flows. This could go if we get something going. I don't like the fact that it's so whippy like this. All right, so it looks like we're done for now. Market's starting to bounce. Okay, S&P, I'd like to see the hedging flows turn rapidly back in the opposite direction for a long.
That's what Dan Ives would tell you if he was sitting here. That prize is autonomous and AI and reward and robotics. And that's the, as he would say, well, he would say that's the $1 trillion market cap opportunity from this point forward. You say what?
I mean, here's what's great to see. The companies that you really love, we just had a great conversation about Alphabet and how they hit on every cylinder, even if it's for short term, the stock's being reported. I don't think you could have expected anything.
Okay, we're sitting right in this area where we could see some support. We want to stay above 63.60. That's 0 day. Let's see what the regular options look like.
And that's something that we're going to find out several years into the future, much like we'll find out if search is
Bye, Goose.
Alphabet, which I don't think it is.
Okay, let me take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
The one thing that when you talk to Brandon and talk to me, we can against this. There's tremendous volatility in this game. So when it's down under 300, you can buy a little bit. When it's over 300, you can write calls. You cover on a day like today? I would not when it's down. Absolutely not. I wouldn't be covering today. If anything, you can add a little bit here. But if you see that get back up into 310, 320, you can write 350 calls all day long. And I think you almost have to do that because this is a multi-year story before we find out if they're victorious or not this specific.
Free cash flow, 146 million. I think they were expecting $1 billion.
It's not that much money when you think of a company.
If this wasn't Elon Musk, what would the stock be doing? Down 9 or down 20?
It depends on the day because when you think of the political stance, it's detrimental when you have a CEO that's this involved. So I think that you have a polarizing character that works for you in a huge way when it works and against you in a big way when it doesn't.
Treating this like a car company, though, solve their problem short term, right? They haven't refreshed the body style in 10, 15 years. Rolling out a new one would immediately get people interested. The robo-taxi conversation. My Tesla can go out there and earn money for me for 8 hours while I'm at work. I'm immediately excited about owning that company. The battery capacity was 2 times better than anything else out of it. It give you 400 to 500 miles of range. All of these things are car company issues. And so realistically, they should be trying to compete with Ford and General Motors, not talking about this being an agentic AI company.
The most notable thing they gave us on cars was a Model 2, which will be cheaper than a Model 3 to compete with the new Chinese cheaper EVs. I don't really hear much else about refreshing the lineup.
As a long-term General Motors owner, I shudder to think, and I know you know this, Falcon, but if this thing got valued as a car company, it's down 90%. I'm being generous. And that can't be the thesis for anyone who's long.
So near term, it could buy you time to get to the moonshots. If you focus on things
what buys you time is the cult following.
That's it.
That buys you time.
That's it. What used to buy them time is selling environmental credits. That business was down in half this quarter. They sold 439 million worth of regulatory credits. The same quarter last year, they sold $900 million worth. We want to know, like, where the profits. And that's the profitable part of the business.
Honestly, they should do a snap offering, a secondary offering. They're mortgaging, that's a strong word, but they're mortgaging the other companies to pay for this. We got SpaceX, which is the crown jewel of the Musk empire, making an investment. I'm sorry, is it in Tesla? No, it's in Twitter and XAI, but they're all getting intertwined. he needs some cash. 146 million in free cash flow ain't gonna get it.
It looks kind of like the Japanese Keiretsu at this point, where like Mitsubishi Credit is stacked on top of Mitsubishi Motors, which is stacked on top of. So they've got
So they're
private.
selling big screen TVs.
I mean, they have private market assets that they can use to raise additional.
Watch NVIDIA.
Vehicles, investments from those vehicles into things that Tesla's working on. Think about all the levers they have to pull between XAI, which is the combination of the AI efforts and Twitter, and then the SpaceX thing. SpaceX has Starlink. There are all kinds of deals between these companies now. Shareholders seem to like it. They're raising money off balance sheet to make investments on balance sheet things, and it's really hard to disentangle. You just have to. I either believe in Elon Musk or I don't. And that seems to be the bet that people are making. At $300 a share, they still very much believe that he's going to pull this off.
Let me just mention real quick what you see on the screen. The IPO of McGraw-Hill opened for business. It did price below the range at 17. Not the greatest open for an IPO, especially in an environment, let's be honest, that's been pretty darn good.
They should have called it McGraw-Hill AI.
The most recent IPOs have been pretty much standouts. So we'll see. Early trade, obviously, but opening a little bit lower, again, price below the range. Back to Tesla for a minute. Tesla's pain is Uber's gain. Uber's up, what, 2-ish%? Why is that?
There's like this idiotic thing that happens with Uber stock where every time Tesla is about to have news or make an announcement, people get scared because they think like, oh, the cyber taxi news is going to hurt Uber. And then the stock ends up recovering, which is what's happening right now. So if you're long Uber, you've watched the stock double over the last 18 months, but you've had to live with that pattern, that kind of like, cyber cap news. And then it doesn't matter. And then the stock recovers, and that's what's happening here.
I want to hit real quick too before we take our first break. I'm looking. Let's show American Airlines, if we could, because they cut the profit forecast due to slow demand. Southwest also cut the outlook. I bring it up because let's look at Delta now as well. It wasn't down all that much. There's Southwest, which is down a lot, 12%. But you got to figure Southwest and American Airlines cut their outlooks. It's going to have an impact everywhere as I look at Delta, Jimmy, which is down almost 2%.
Yeah, I mean, the airline industry has clearly decided that there are two companies that are working. It's Delta and United, and the rest are being kind of left behind. Now, look, we know about Spirit and Frontier. That's really at the bottom of the barrel, but it's kind of surprising that American Airlines can't pick up the pace here. They have been laboring for years under a very high debt load that precedes the pandemic. They were buying back shares. They should have been buying back debt. Okay, that's water under the bridge. They've made many missteps in the past few years, including alienating their business customers. What I'm going at with this is I really think this is more of an American Airlines problem than an industry-wide problem. I do still track the TSA passenger count, and there are healthy flows. Yes, there are differences in who's paying how much for what tickets and who's flying to Europe or who's flying from Europe to the U.S. But clearly there is business to be had here, and the better two companies, Delta and United, are squeezing the profits from the rest of the airline industry.
Okay, so let's take a break. We'll come back. We have moves from Kevin, Josh, and Jim to tell you about. We have many committee stocks that are on the move on their earnings or otherwise, and we will discuss that when we come back. Plus, Josh Brown has his best stocks in the market list, a new name. Just made it. We'll tell you that too.
Number pop up again and again. It was the centerpiece of the Japan deal we saw earlier this week. Auto tariffs are now 15% there, as well as on other goods.
All right, stocks are holding the highs. The stocks that are holding the highs, Microsoft, AMD, watching NVIDIA. NVIDIA needs to push through this area. It's got a lot of resistance overhead.
Trump's team was focused on this 2 years ago. Commerce Secretary Howard bought, like I said, as recently as Sunday.
Okay.
that
S&P
small
continues to
agencies
fade.
10% rate, but now there's 15%. This all comes, of course, as the markets have shrugged off this number. 15%, I think.
Bitcoin fading from the high.
Unrealistic number. Now it's kind of good news for markets. The Nikkei went up after the Japan deal was announced, and comes as the markets is really focused on China, with talks there set to recommence next Monday and Tuesday this week.
Yeah, it's all about setting and then resetting expectations, I guess. Thank you.
Tesla,
Yen and Honeywell. First up, shares Comcast
290 puts, a lot of 290 puts
is
on
exploring the launch
Tesla.
of a sports cable network to rival Disney's and ESPN as early as this fall, according to the Wall Street Journal. The planned network would feature content also available on NBC's streaming service Peacock, including NBA games, Sunday Night Football, the WNBA, and more. Separately, the New York Post reporting Amazon founder Jeff Bezos considering a purchase of NBCU's CNBC. Ali Canal is back with us here. And Ali, of course, you track the media industry closely. So it's interesting to get these sort of various threads.
DrewBeauty.com. Yeah, very interesting and surprising to me a little bit to see this report, considering that we have companies across the media sector, including NBC Universal, that are actually moving away from linear television. So NBC is going to be spinning off most of its cable properties by the end of the year. Warner Brothers Discovery is doing the same thing. They will be separating linear networks from studios and streaming. Those are the growth drivers of their business.
I really like the stock as at least an intermediate term hold. And I think the thing that was weak was the thing I care the least about. Selling new elevators. It's part of the business, but it's not the better part of the business. The better part of the business is the service and maintenance contracts. This is recession proof. Do not put skyscrapers anywhere in the world, install elevators, and then not have them serviced. Literally, it's illegal. Otis has a ton of room to gain market share in that area. So if you're selling this thing off because of slow construction in China, I think you're missing the best part of this story. Added to my position, lowered my average cost into the mid-90s. And I intend to hold it from here.
Okay, get a bump. Jimmy, you trim Chenier. Tell us why.
I've been trimming some of the winners in my portfolio recently. Now, to be fair, this has had a wobbly few weeks here. It's down about 10% off of its high. But it's had a great 5-year run. I've been in it for a long time. And my point here is not to time the markets, but I'm building a little bit of cash simply by trimming my winners and waiting for the moment to put that back to work in individual stocks. I just don't see anything today that absolutely demands me to put that money to work. So I've got now about 6% cash, and we'll see what the market gives me over the next few days and weeks.
Okay, Kevin, you wrote a call on Raytheon.
Yeah, we did this in advance of earnings on Monday, Scott. We did something similar with Netflix last week. It worked out for us. Sometimes you get heightened volatility going into an earnings report. We bought it over $5 a share for basically an at-the-money call. The stock was down about 5% on the open on Tuesday. We bought it back for
All right, so Netflix and Tesla at the lows, Meta at the lows. All right, market's just kind of hanging here at the low. S&P. Let's look at the S&P.
Since you make your living thinking about and investing in companies that pay a dividend, what do you think about that? It's the second worst stock in the S&P 500 today. You don't own it, but you've got to have an opinion on it.
Yeah, just a little trade school, Scott. We haven't owned this in a number of years, but anytime a stock cuts or suspends its dividend, we remove it from our portfolio immediately. Usually, for them. I think there were enough red flags that the dividend cut should come as no surprise. The last time we were caught where we actually had to sell a name was literally Disney during the pandemic. So I wouldn't be rushing into Dow. It's very negative, and sadly, if you own it, it's probably a sell at this point.
Chipotle, let's look at that one too, because they missed their comps. It was reiterated overweight at Morgan Stanley. The stock's getting smoked. The Shake Shack and the McDonald's owners. Do you look at this and have any?
The thing I notice about Wapner is he always points out the trades that don't work. He likes to point out, almost embarrass people. It seems like he comes across like, I don't know. It's just maybe it's just a feeling I have. It just comes across like I would have never bought that. Looking at it in hindsight, instead of focusing on what is working, going forward, sometimes he does, but most of the time he just sits here and chastises people for the trades that don't work, like Cleveland Cliffs for Farmer Jim and Brian Belsky when he's on. But man, those two butt heads all the time. I don't know. Just an observation. I'm just waiting for the markets to catch a bid. Right now, we're looking for B and C pivots.
I just can't spend my time on it. Angelica Peebles, she has their headlines today. Hi there.
Hey, Scott, that's right. ICE is directing its staff to significantly increase the number of immigrants with GPS ankle monitors. The Washington Post reporting a memo was sent to ICE field officers in June to put the monitors on all people enrolled in the agency's Alternatives to Detention program. Currently, 183,000 adult migrants are enrolled in the program. ICE didn't comment on the memo, but said the ankle monitors were, quote, an enforcement tool. And pro wrestling legend Hulk Hogan has died. Hogan rose to fame with his unique brand of showmanship as wrestling gained mainstream popularity. He also appeared in movies and TV shows, including his family's reality series in the mid-2000s. According to Clearwater, Florida officials, first responders rushed to his home after a call for cardiac arrest. Hulk Hogan was 71 years old.
Oh,
and
wow.
almost 9 years after it was discontinued, the
Wow.
video sharing platform Vine is coming back with a twist. On a post on X on today, Elon Musk said that X is bringing back the platform in, quote, AI form. The platform allowed users to share video clips that were 6 seconds or less. I don't know if you remember that, Scott, but quite popular back in the day. Back over to you.
Yeah, Angelica, thank you. That's Angelica Peebles. Coming up next, Josh Brown, his best stocks.
Okay, Microsoft's holding the highs very well. Microsoft's holding on to the highs. Okay, so this too will pull back if the indices continue to create bear flags and move lower. Just watching the flow. Okay, I see some of you talking Tesla. Here's Tesla. Okay, Tesla. All right, so you got puts right here at 300. Got a lot of puts here at 300. Cumulative gamma, let's see, put gamma is 126 million at the 300 strike. Put walls at the 300 strike. Uh, 300 right there. $300. We should run into support here, I would think. Okay, we're sitting right on top of the 300 put wall. Major gamma there. Tesla watching. Looking for support here. Looking for prices to bounce. Tesla.
Okay, welcome back. Josh Brown is we said, has a new stock on his best stocks in the market list. One that is hitting a new all-time high today, and it is what?
Oh my God, you guys, look at the chart of CBOE. Look, there are companies that actually thrive on high trading volumes and volatility. This is one of those names, and it's actually a shame that
Microsoft turning back up. Watch NVIDIA, still hanging out, not giving up on this breakout. NVIDIA needs to get above 173.50 basically. If it can, it could run up another $1.50 to 175. Then it's going to run into some resistance. 175. JP Morgan, a little drift here. JP Morgan.
People are trading options to an extent that we have never seen before. Zero dated options, yes, of course, the retail loves those, but just regular S&P 500 options, SPX, 3.7 million contracts. So volumes are going crazy. They're trading the VIX, they're trading the S&P 100, which is the OEX, and these are the products that traders are making use of, making bets in both directions. CBOE is a fantastic company, and this is one of the best charts in the market, and this is now one of the best stocks in the market. They have earnings on August 1st. There could be a little bit of a blip. So if you're looking for your entry, they put out a report, and it's a sell the news reaction, and this name comes in a couple of bucks. That's probably the entry that I would look for as far as risk management. I would use 220, which has been
Microsoft.
Full year so far, or the rising 200 moving.
Okay, Microsoft's about to go here. Watch Microsoft.
Other names in that
Okay, is Microsoft going to go again? Jeez. Nice strength here, Microsoft. Oh, boy. Supply, right? Supply, though, right? So it's probably going to get rejected. If it breaks above, great. If it breaks above. Okay. Let's go look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is just sitting here trying its hardest to get above these pivots. Needs to get above 173.50. Okay, we got a buy order block, NVIDIA. NVIDIA.
Broke out, hit about 64. This one's going higher too. This one will follow Robinhood up. Trading is hot. It's what people are doing. Institutions and retail. Some are hedging, some are speculating. Doesn't matter. These companies are the gateway, and they're all raking it in right now.
There's another stock on that list as well that Josh had flagged a few months back. It's in our call with that. We're going to do that next.
Okay, buy order block just showing up right now. Okay. Buy order block, stop. Okay, looking good. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's 12:41 on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most. Just watching NVIDIA here. NVIDIA. Okay, here goes NVIDIA starting to go. Okay, I already have a position. Do I want to add to it? I have August 15th, 175 calls. Okay, do I want to trade anything? It's right at supply. It's probably going to get rejected. I'm going to try some Friday calls. If it pops through this area, I could get a nice pop. I could get a nice profit there. No, 15 delta. I don't want to do that. 50 delta. Okay, so 50 deltas are $6. A little rich, $6. So I'd have to do a vertical. So I'd probably do 63.70, 63.80 for $4. Okay. This is going though. How far can we go? How far can we go? Can we get to, oh, that's S&P. What the hell am I looking at here? No wonder expensive. Duh. Almost bought 10 S&P. Okay, SP, NVIDIA. Okay. That's better. Yeah, so 175s are $50. 175s are $50. Can we get through this level? $175s are $50. $175s are $50. 55. Okay, 55. Going once, going twice. Can we get $60? Can I hear $60 back in the corner with the funny hat on? Man, we're losing all the good ones. Losing all the good ones. Whether you like his politics or not, irrelevant. Hulk Hogan was, he was quite the entertainer. Ozzy Osbourne, same thing. Palo Alto looks really good. They're talking Palo Alto on CNBC.
I heard a rumor on the desk they're looking to possibly acquire Sentinel One. I can't confirm that, but I think it'd be a great acquisition for them. If they surprise to the upside this quarter and they guide anywhere near what they potentially could.
Okay, can the S&P rip up to the highs?
Spotify is the name that Josh flagged on May 1st for his best stocks in the market list.
Yeah,
So
UMAC.
today to outperform $800.
Agree.
That's the price target at Oppenheimer.
Have shares.
Many tailwinds ahead. They give you 6 different
11,
ones.
20, average.
Gross margin leverage, free cash flow generation, share buybacks, free tier monetization, and on and on and on and on. Malcolm, you want to take this one?
Yeah, I expect good things from earnings. Q1, they reported 12% year-over-year subscriber growth. I think that's
UMAC, watching that.
basically converting a lot of those free tier people into paid subscribers while also pushing into other territories. And so I really like the name right here. I think what we're seeing is investors snapping it up as sort of a 1-2 punch combo with Netflix. Netflix is
Okay, I'll be right back.
so we're seeing it somewhat like a Visa kind of situation. So even with the stock up 50% year to date at this point, it seems like investors are loving it. Still got room to go.
Oh, that's well put. Kev, you have it too.
675 million active users. They're rolling out their super fan version, and the free version with ads is unbelievable.
How did Apple let this happen? How did Apple let them get to 700 million users?
I use both products. They're interchangeable, but the fact is they own the space. Spotify closed it.
Yeah. All right, coming up, a big deal brewing in the world of sports media. Alex Sherman, our very own sports reporter, following that story for us next. We'll tell you about it.
T-Mobile shares seeing their biggest gain in 6 months after the nation's second largest wireless provider reported an increase in new subscribers. Our executive editor Brian Sassi sat down with the CEO.
And things are becoming a little bit of old hat over at T-Mobile. Another quarter of earnings beats and an upbeat conference call. Let's bring in T-Mobile CEO Mike.
All right, T-Mobile up 6% on the day. What's it doing? T-Mobile.
But there's been a lot of competition.
Okay, flagging. Looks like it could go T-Mobile.
There really is a lot. Help us understand this earnings beat and the upbeat nature that it is.
Well, it's great to be here. So you're right. I mean, there are great quarters, but then there are great quarters. I mean, this was an all-time record Q2 for customer growth, both on total postpaid and postpaid phone net additions, both on gross adds and net adds. And it was just a trifecta on growth. And it resulted in postpaid service revenues up 9% year over year, by far the industry best. And that, to the premise of your question, is in a really competitive environment. That's how we like it. We like it really competitive because that means there's more jump balls. And when there's more jump balls in the air with consumers, T-Mobile takes a disproportionate share. So we're very comfortable with this.
T-Mobile pushing a bit higher, being pumped on Yahoo Finance. Good earnings. CVX, we mentioned that earlier too. CVX, okay, Netflix turning. Netflix is turning. Watch Netflix. Might be a trade here on Netflix. Netflix, watch it. Netflix, a nice turn. Watch Netflix. Looking for buy order blocks. Buy order blocks. Buy order blocks. Netflix with buy order blocks off the low. Can we get back up to the high? 1182. I'll try a trade on this. I'll try Netflix to see what it does. Netflix cutting it close with tomorrow's calls, but I'll go ahead and do it anyway. Netflix, tomorrow's expiration. Let's see what we got here. Netflix. Can we get half of there? 1175s. Can we get 1175? 1185. 1175. Those are $5. 1180s are $3.
Perhaps some of the externalities that come from this deal. In other words, what are all the other media companies going to think about the NFL taking the stake in ESPN? Does that give ESPN potentially some preferential treatment? There's also potentially some conflict of interest.
Okay, looking for Netflix to run.
Supposedly being objective.
Bought some 1180s.
You have the league taking a direct ownership, kind of bumps it up a level. But we'll see also the price. We don't know that yet. And that will give us a firm valuation of ESPN if, in fact, the deal gets announced.
I mean, interesting, too, when you think about the cost of media rights and those who own them, especially in the NFL, like ESPN.
It gives ESPN, you would think, a little bit of protection. Right now, suddenly the league has a vested interest.
Okay, dollar stop.
ESPN's valuation goes up over time. Well, ESPN is a bidder against every other media company for NFL rights. Of course, ESPN owns Monday Night Football. Right now,
Netflix on the move. Okay, buy order blocks. Okay, we're looking for a move up. Okay, from this level right here. Oops. Okay, buying right here. Okay, if we can get halfway up there, 1180 would be right there. Stop underneath the low. Stop underneath the low there. Okay. Buy order blocks. You see the buy order blocks that I'm looking at? Okay, buy order blocks right there. That's what we look for. Is it a guarantee? No, that's why you use a stop. But it looks pretty good. Bought the 1180s.
Or anybody else who may pay too much for that. And that's what I worry about. These prices go only one direction up. That seems to be something that's going to continue. I worry about ESPN
having to pay too much for it. But with regards to Disney, obviously this is only one piston in the engine, and it's one thing that gives me comfort about Disney is it's not just all ESPN.
You want to talk about it from the Netflix point of view? Just you go where the money's going.
I actually would characterize this as defensive. ESPN, maybe the business has stabilized in recent quarters. It's not quite in free fall. And we're not talking quarter.
Okay, Netflix. So what we want to see is we want to see flow turning up. Okay, so the only thing I need to check here is what does the flow look like on Netflix? Is it coming off the low?
Netflix, we're fine. ESPN cannot be in that position. So I think this is really smart. I think this
Netflix looking for, okay, you can see flows have turned up on Netflix. Netflix flows are turning up. Okay, that's what we want to see. Is it a guarantee? No, that's why I use a stop. Netflix. All right, Netflix. Okay, let's see if we can't get something going here on Netflix. Netflix. I'm sorry, I have 1180, not 1189. Meant to say 1180, sorry. For now, I assume that this is short covering down here at the low, Netflix. Okay.
Call purchase in the money. If you pay $285 debit, it takes your break even up to $23.85. But you got 57 days in this trade, Kevin. And, you know, this might be the way that people look at this, right? There's still extrinsic option premium in this, Kevin, but you're buying a deeper in the money call to take the bullish, theme here without having to buy the shares, which would be more capital intensive.
Yeah, but the key to this trade, I think, is duration, right? You've given yourself, it's a bullish trade, and a stock that's having trouble going up. But if this new CEO starts to turn this company around, like I said, with so much bad news happening, if one thing comes out positive, you could get a correction here. This used to be a semiconductor behemoth that has lost some of its luster, like George said. But if this guy comes out with any news or a good turnaround story, you've given yourself 57 days and an upside posture. So this is a strategy to look at if you're thinking long term, almost 2 months in Intel now.
All right. Yeah, good look there at the bullish in the money stock replacement type of call purchase. You think this is going? You think it's going to go down or kind of consolidate? All right, that's going to wrap it up for here on Fast Market. Stick around though, right here. Next gen investing's coming up.
AMD starting to bounce.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe.
Okay.
Because your investor checking account is
Still nothing on Netflix. Watching NVIDIA. AMD starting to bounce. BNC pivots on AMD. AMD BNC pivots. Let's see. That looks like it's going to trend, right? So you got a BNC pivot looking for a bullish trade where you had dips to buy. Okay. Dips to buy on AMD. Be nice to see the flow turning up. Let's see what the flow looks like. Netflix flow still rising. Netflix flow is rising. Notice Netflix flow is still rising. Here's AMD. AMD flow's turning back up. Okay, AMD looks like it could go again. AMD. Okay, what about next week's calls? I think we did that already, right? The first, August 1st, AMD. AMD turning up.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Okay, Microsoft's still pushing. If you're still in Microsoft, looking good. Looking for NVIDIA to break out here. Watching NVIDIA. Watch that flow. NVIDIA flow. Okay, looking for that flow. Let's zoom in here. Okay, this is NVIDIA flow. NVIDIA flow is turning up. NVIDIA flow is turning up. There goes Netflix. Netflix is starting to move. Netflix is starting to move. NVIDIA looking for the breakout. Watch NVIDIA. Needs to get above 173.50. Needs to get above 173.50. It's going to test this resistance now, hopefully. Buy order blocks. Still got a lot of supply overhead. Okay, so we can see that this is 41% of today's volume. 41% of today's volume trading right here. Okay, you see that MMD? Got 41% of today's volume is a sell order at the open. Okay, so that's going to take a bit to get through. If we do get it through, that'll be because the bulls are looking for upside. If we do manage to get through that 173.50. All right, Tesla. Okay, AMD starting to turn. AMD. Apple turning back up. Okay, S&P, can we run back up, or are we just going to do a doji today?
So things are going pretty well for the market.
Very much, Scott. As he said, the rally rolls on today. Alphabet clears the way. Tesla is tumbling, though, and we have a Fed field trip that has investors a little bit on edge. Welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. The S&P and the NASDAQ.
All right, watching NVIDIA for a pop through this area. Okay, we like to see more buy order blocks like this. Okay, buy order block, buy order block.
Earnings remain in the spotlight, and we've got the C-suite view across a number of different areas today. Alaska Air CEO today, that's down.
Palantir turning back up. Palantir. Watch Palantir. ABCD pattern on Palantir. Okay, looking for ABCD patterns. Looking good. Another buy order block. Okay, so I'll move my stop up. Move the stop up on Palantir. Palantir.
Goodness, this is one of those stocks that is truly going to be one of the most difficult things many investors have to contend with. But if you take what's happened, you can't obviate the technology. That's why I say today he is probably the Einstein of our time. Betting against Mr. Mosky is like betting against Steve Jobs back in the day, Kelly.
Okay, so where are the new models? Where are the cars? This is, do they even bother at this point, or do they just hope to leapfrog into an AI-driven story at this point?
You know, I think that's the easy answer. They hope to leapfrog into AI, but I think the more difficult path is the one that they're actually going to choose, which is they know they've got to release the low cost models. I think that's probably out there. They know they've got to grow the robo taxis, but also the robotics, the FSD, the energy deployments. You know, those things are all continuing to chug ahead. So calling Tesla a car company now, I think, is overrated. Just like calling an Apple a computer company back in the day turned out to be overrated. Nvidia, a gaming company back in the day, overrated. Amazon, a bookseller. You know, history is filled with examples that are not obvious until after the fact. I think that's what we're dealing with.
Okay, let's see if we can get the follow through on Palantir. Let's see what the flow looks like on Palantir. Oh man. Palantir, looking for that flow to turn up. Palantir, looking for the flow to turn up.
It's not just them affected, it's the German car makers. It's like the entire globe who has to fend this off now. The EV transition, ironically, allowed China to leapfrog, speaking of that word, into a global leadership position. I don't know how anyone's supposed to compete with that.
Well, I think that having spent a lot of time in mainland China and very familiar with their business models, you know, they're great at catching up and obviating technology. What they're not potentially still up to speed with is the innovation. So that's where the brain that is uniquely Elon Musk, I think, comes into play. So as long as they can continue to innovate, do new, exciting, dynamic things that move our world forward, I think China is perennially going to play catch up. But if that balance shifts, and, you know, to your point, maybe it could, it's close. But I think intellectually it's not there yet.
Well, let's leave it for the time being. Tesla's already, most investors kind of put it to the side of the Mag 7, really. It's so idiosyncratic. What about Alphabet? What about the rest of big tech, Keith? What about some of those big positions of yours we've been talking about? Any concern with where markets are? You know, any idea about trimming or rotating or things like that?
Well, there's two sort of thoughts there, right?
Palantir, still pushing, trying to push higher.
I think the Fed still has a bazooka, and I think there's still $7 trillion on the sidelines. The institutions are still, for the most part, on the wrong side of this trade. So all of that leads to FOMO season. But I was thrilled to see Alphabet do what it did because I didn't think that was possible, honestly. I'm beginning to think that Pichai needs to be rotated out of the driver's seat. But, you know, if they can pull this off in good speed, I think I'm going to have to take a hard look at owning that company again for the first time in a long time.
So you'd be looking at it. That's just interesting because a lot of people would say, you know, it's been on this big run lately. You know, you feel a little nervous sometimes getting in.
Okay, Apple turning back up.
To you, this is potentially an entry point for a total next chapter.
Exactly, and that's the point, right? Because when you have, history shows very clearly, when you have big jumps or you have big changes in the process, in the procedure, that tends to precede great profits. But if you're just playing games with short-term up and down, that doesn't. That's never a good recipe. So tactically, it's how you deal with it. You edge in, you start to work on it a little at a time. For example,
okay, Apple's on the move. There goes Apple.
Because I think that's going to accelerate.
You bought which one before you came on air?
Just a few shares of Tesla.
Oh, Tesla, yeah,
so hard. Yeah. But
Apple BC pivots.
And maybe edge up to the plate. This was a great report.
And then finally, let's bring it back to NVIDIA.
Okay, watching NVIDIA for a breakout. Watching NVIDIA for the breakout.
NVIDIA in many ways is the linchpin, right? It's if the AI trade continues apace, if Google's winning and all the rest of it, does NVIDIA still feel like the stock you own or not? Or is there
Taiwan Semi. I'm gonna go check Taiwan Semi. I'd love to see this base. It's probably just better if I just buy some. It looks like it's just gonna keep trending. Taiwan Semiconductor. Taiwan Semi is trading 241. Has an ATR of $5.50. It's up 79 cents. Can this go? I'm gonna buy some Taiwan Semi. It's holding up very well. ABCD pattern. Taiwan Semi. TSM. When did they report, by the way? They already reported. That was last week, right? Taiwan Semiconductor. Taiwan Semi reported last week. Next report is October 16th. Let me go ahead and buy some Taiwan Semi for October. Go October. October. I'm going to buy some 40 deltas. That's a 36. And I'll sell. Actually, nope. Buy a vertical. I want to do 260, 270. Okay, I'll go ahead and do that. Taiwan Semiconductor.
Fluid. And in the meantime, the EU is preparing retaliation against about $117 billion in U.S. exports in case they need it. So one holdup that we know they're talking about, that's the EU's restrictions on U.S. tech companies.
They have this TST, Digital Services Act.
Taiwan Semi.
Markets Act, also another tax on
67%. 67%.
beat that back. In these trade deals, we talk about it. Look, we think it's reasonable that these companies pay fair tax in Europe, but we've got to stop this onslaught of this regulatory onslaught of our tech companies.
So Lutnick says that is on the table for discussion. And another potential holdup, Kelly, is just how much the EU is willing to invest in the U.S. and what the White House is asking for in order for them to agree to a 15.
Okay. TSM. Looking good. Okay. That looks good. Taiwan Semi. What's that doing? NVIDIA. Let's add Taiwan Semi to the hedging flow. Taiwan Semi. Let's see. TSM. TSM. Okay, add a tab. Okay, so Taiwan Semi looking good. Okay, you can see the hedging flows on Taiwan Semi. No, let me zoom out a little bit. Okay, this looks good. Taiwan Semi moving higher. Taiwan Semi. Okay, NVIDIA is starting to push MMD. NVIDIA is pushing. Somebody get his attention. Okay. That's okay, there goes NVIDIA. MMD, there goes NVIDIA. Okay, cool. Okay, notice what we have here. Notice the buy order blocks, 2 in a row. Okay. Okay, we've got 2 buy order blocks in a row. We're trying to push through this area of resistance, 173.50. Okay, we're about to pop through this right now. About to pop through it right now. Okay. Whoa, there it goes. Holy smokes. Boom. Boom shakalaka. Okay, let's look at NVIDIA flows. NVIDIA flows. Note the NVIDIA flows turning up. Note the flows. Okay, there you go. Note the flow. Note the flow. NVIDIA. Okay. Looking good. Nice move on NVIDIA. Okay. Note the flow. I zoomed in here so you can see it. You see the flow there? Okay, looking good, right? Look at the turn, 12:45. All right, nice work. Nice work. Okay, NVIDIA, nice pop on NVIDIA. Palantir is about to go some more. Palantir. Pow, looking good. We got quiet in here, huh? NVIDIA. All right, Netflix turning the corner. So is Tesla. Okay. Okay, looking good. Tesla. Tesla. Okay, NVIDIA going, looking good. All right, NVIDIA's gone. Okay. Don't forget to take profits off in the strength. We'll probably stop right around 175, so we're getting close. If you bought below earlier, NVIDIA, you got a nice profit so far. So gonna let these run. Whoo-hoo, yeah, they're up. They're definitely up. I got August calls too. NVIDIA, nice. 172.50 is working. Nice. Okay, nice move on NVIDIA. Big pop through this area. 172.50s. I'm going to take some of these off. Got 10 of these, so I'm going to take 5 off. I'm going to take 5 of these off. NVIDIA, beautiful move, NVIDIA. Oh, there it goes. Okay, there we go. There we go. And just like that. Okay. NVIDIA, beauty. Thank you, MMD. Thank you for the heads up earlier. Dollar, thank you for the heads up. I took a look at NVIDIA. Wasn't moving, but the calls were fairly cheap. So that was a nice entry there. Still got the August call, so that looks good. Okay. Okay, looking good. All right, nice. NVIDIA. Okay, 175. 175. Not quite. Oh, getting there though. Getting there. Looking good. Okay, let's see. Okay, so markets are looking pretty good. Tesla turning back up. NVIDIA, little flag right now. I would take some profits off. NVIDIA, what took the 172.50s off. I'll take a few more off if it starts to fade a bit more. All right. All right, looking for higher highs, higher lows. Looking for the futures to continue to push a bit higher. All right. 175s. Okay. Meta turning. Okay, Apple. Microsoft making new highs. Microsoft. Tesla, all right, starting to accelerate higher. All right. Netflix, no follow through yet. All right. So the rest of these looking okay. NVIDIA at the highs. Microsoft at the highs. Okay, Microsoft looks okay. Nail. All right. Getting kind of quiet in here, huh? A little quiet.
You know, I guess you have some AI incorporated into some vehicles, but what's the case there? Where do they fit into all of this?
It's a great question. So I think yesterday it was obviously less about what they reported and what they're actually building. And I think that there is absolutely an Elon tax in owning Tesla. However, it's worth paying because we get the front row seat for a company building the AI brain and body of mobility and robotics. When we think about how much money is being spent on actual labor every year, it's in the trillions.
Tesla
So
turning.
deliver on this vision of building the neural network for mobility.
Tesla
robotics.
turning.
We're talking. We're right now trying to argue if it should be worth 1 trillion, 1.2 trillion. It's going to be substantially higher if it conquers that.
Tesla turning. Let me try some Tesla TSLL shares.
Talking about a guy who is,
Okay.
yes, he's delivered on electric vehicles, but that's really the thing he's delivered on successfully so far. All the other stuff is still in progress and it's pushed back and deadlines are changed and the ball moves all the time. So, you know, is it a bet on something that maybe could happen possibly? Like, how, do you know what I mean? How sure of a thing are we talking?
I believe this is the biggest bet Elon's made in his life, cannibalizing his EV business.
Okay, it's the biggest bet he's made, but as an investor, do I want to partake in that bet?
I see what you're saying. So I think, again, like I referenced on Google, the 4 things you need to be a winner in the new digital economy.
Tesla.
They have the data, they have the hardware, they have the distribution, millions of fleets of cars. The next gen brain is what they're missing. I do believe that XAI and Tesla merger is going to be inevitable. And once that happens, they have all 4. But like you mentioned, the timeline is the variable in the calculus on if Tesla's a good investment.
Tesla TSLL. Started some shares on Tesla TSLL. I might buy some calls too down here. Looks like they might run this back up. Tesla, I'm going to buy some calls. See how far they take this today. Shorts cover. Okay. Shorts cover, maybe Tesla. Let's see how far they take this. Let's go to, I'm going to go August. August calls on Tesla. This is a lotto. Okay, I'm going to try some 40 deltas maybe.
If you're choosing, we're in a
40
right
deltas
now.
are 2.6. 45 deltas are $2.67.
So we just mentioned two of them. There's a lot of other companies out there. What else do people? Where else should people be looking?
Oh, that's Nvidia. That's Nvidia.
So I think it's safe to say that
Second time that
Nvidia will
happened.
maintain the
Tesla.
lead as the GPU engine
Tesla.
of the economy. However, I think that even
August
after
1st,
yesterday's
Tesla.
it was still presenting the best risk and reward among all of the
Okay.
big tech players because they're still trading at 20 times earnings, but it's going outside the Mag 7. Let's talk ServiceNow. I think ServiceNow had one of the best prints this cycle so far. I think they're proving that they are not just a SaaS company anymore. They are actually monetizing AI at the enterprise level. They could care less about what kind of chip and model you use. Their nirvana is making data talk and orchestrating it to the right model, and then they're gonna have the workflow do its thing, and then it's going to orchestrate outcomes. And I think that it's safe to say yesterday it's proving that they're not a SaaS company, they're actually more of the control tower of AI. And knowing that kind of mindset of what company that ServiceNow is becoming, that's a massive runway. I think we spoke to Bill this week and we spoke to their leadership team. They are going all gloves are off right now on them becoming the stage 2 AI winner. Everyone talked about Palantir, rightfully so. They're converting LLMs to a real world decision. However, I do believe that ServiceNow is becoming the workflow engine of enterprise AI. And yesterday proved that the re-rating should continue.
Yeah, and those shares we've been seeing go. Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, before we head to break, let's get a check in on shares of C3 AI. Now that stock is falling. The company says it is beginning the search for a new CEO. That's after Siebel said he intends to step aside due to health issues. The company's hired a search firm to find a successor, which will then report to a search committee consisting of board and management members. Siebel intends to remain as CEO until the board appoints his successor here. Again, those shares are lower right now, by about 10%, but under his leadership, we have seen that company certainly grow. Well, we've got much more ahead on Market Catalyst. Stay tuned.
The difference between an average morning and a Hardee's morning is hearty goodness that lasts till lunchtime, like our smoked sausage biscuit and Frisco breakfast sandwich. Hardee's goodness in the making.
Okay, I bought Tesla calls at 315, 320 vertical for August 1st, next Friday. 315, 320. Those are going for $1.38. I'm going to I'll risk $100 to make $350 per contract. See how far this goes. Tesla turning back up quickly. Tesla. All right, let me just check Tesla flow. Should have did that first. Should have done that first. Tesla should have checked the flow first. That's all right. Tesla, most likely the flow is turning up. Okay, the flow is turning up on Tesla with price. All right, so Tesla accelerating off the low. Okay, Apple, just kind of hanging out here. Apple, Palantir just off the high of the day. Tesla starting to accelerate. just get Netflix to turn up, that would be great. Everything else is working. Everything else is working.
Now time for some of today's trending tickers. We're watching Blackstone, Bloom Energy, and Union Pacific. First up, Blackstone rising after a top and bottom line beat in the second quarter. The firm reporting a 25% jump in distributable earnings, boosted by profits from the firm's retail and evergreen funds. Despite tariff uncertainties, resilient investors are propelling equity markets to record highs, allowing firms like
Tesla flows are a little stall right there.
performance revenue more than doubled to $472 million.
Bitcoin looks like it wants to go again. Bitcoin, higher low, looking for a higher high.
On-site electricity capable of being deployed in 90 days. AI data centers require a lot of energy, and traditional grids can take years to connect new facilities, whereas fuel cells on-site can bypass some of those delays. Bloom Systems also deliver this power with what they say is virtually no air pollution and no water use. And finally, Union Pacific shares are falling after the company confirmed it's discussing a possible merger with Norfolk Southern. The two companies releasing a statement saying there are no assurances that a deal will be reached. They don't intend to make additional comments or provide updates until it's appropriate. The combination of those two railroads would create one network connecting the East and West Coast. A Bloomberg intelligence analyst says that U.S. approval for a merger would likely be a big hurdle, putting the probability at around 30%. Union Pacific, by the way, also reported quarterly results with operating revenue essentially in line with estimates and a beat on adjusted earnings per share. Norfolk Southern shares are little changed. You can scan the QR code below.
JP Morgan hanging out at the high.
Stocks with Yahoo Finance's trending tickers page. Coming up, our conversation
Tesla.
with the CEO of ServiceNow.
Watching the flows on Tesla.
Wish you could yell at mosquitoes to stay off your skin. Now you can with Mosquito Band. This tech marvel harnessed sound waves to create an invisible shield. No nasty chemicals or odor. It works up to 130 hours on a single fast charge. Get a cool looking Mosquito Band for every member of your family. It's the healthy way to yell, stay away, mosquitoes.
When your phone, wallet, and keys, loose change, and more fall between the seat and center console of your vehicle, it's impossible to retrieve. Oh no, not again. Introducing the console catcher, the perfect addition to any vehicle. It's flexible, easy to clean, and even easier to install. Simply place the console catcher around the base of the seatbelt buckle, and that's it. The console catcher keeps anything from falling between the cracks, and it even doubles as a handy organizer. Scan the code on your.
Shut up. Stupid commercials.
There is strong, good leasing activity. The Empire State Building's leasing is over 96.6% leased, with new deals signed there totaling over 65,000 square feet in the quarter. So, the big thing for us is all about what we can do to retain talent and attract talent for our tenants. Since we went public in 2013, we have signed more than 3 million square feet of new leases with existing tenants. And that speaks to the tenant enthusiasm for our product and what we do. And in the meantime, again, we'll be constructing
Okay, so
business community.
having a pretty good day. Pretty good day of it. We got only 240 stocks advancing out of 500, so it's basically 50-50. Same with the Qs. S&P 500, 250, 240 out of 500 are advancing. The Qs, 55 out of 100 advancing.
Chip maker that could be the real winner. And we'll talk about that next.
Okay.
To be harvested in an AI platform.
ServiceNow CEO.
Otherwise, you'll only get incremental improvement at best instead of exponential improvement and growth, which is what you get out of ServiceNow.
How are you seeing jobs being changed inside of companies because of AI?
Jobs will absolutely change. I think one of the big things that people haven't tangled with yet is the idea that the 20th century org chart, just like the 20th century software industrial complex, is going to come apart. And it's going to consolidate on a platform like ServiceNow. And the reason for that is pretty simple. Work doesn't get done functionally. You know, think about business processes: order to cash, procure to pay, hire to retire, design to build. These are all processes that require multiple functions involved in the flow of that work. So if you have an agentic AI platform,
Welcome back to Alphabet reporting strong earnings. Boosted its CapEx plans by $10 billion.
for a department when you can transform a corporation. Why would you continue to add headcount to a function when you can get people to work together in teams and team up with their AI platform to transform your business? Whether you're improving OpEx, getting a new margin profile, or inventing a new business model and a new channel, you have to think differently. So as companies really grapple with what's possible, they're going to go for ServiceNow because we respect all the other investments. We integrate with their systems of record. We integrate with their data sources. We integrate with all the hyperscalers. We integrate with all the large language models. But we put it together in a business solution end to end. And that's where the market's headed. That's where org charts are headed. That's where headcount is headed. And we are retooling people. In ServiceNow University, we've got 3 million people we're training now. And everyone's welcome to ServiceNow University. We're doing Rise Up in different parts of the world that haven't been initiated yet. Even in rough areas where they don't have the investment, we're getting in there to help people because we want to put AI to work for people. If it doesn't help people, if it doesn't help society, we're underselling its true capability.
Bill, you and I have talked for many years, but this was really, I think, the first earnings release from a ServiceNow. You mentioned CRM a lot in this earnings report. You talked a lot about agents. And really, the only other company I've talked to that has mentioned some of these things is a Salesforce. Are you taking market share from Salesforce?
Yes, we are. And it's not just because we're singling out any company. Agentic AI is an extinction level event for traditional CRM systems of record. 90% of the market's going to move to a system of action with a front end autonomously led by agents. And so that's where ServiceNow comes in. And what happened is we realized that companies had a terrible experience with order management. If you think about a complex product SKU or complex pricing paradigms based on volumes and other things, to mix and match, configure, price, and quote large systems can sometimes take up to 8 days. We do it at sub-second speed now with Logic AI, which is the best configure, price, and quote tool in the world, all AI driven. And we just got them. We acquired them in June. We already wrote 9 orders like in the last couple of weeks just because we got them. So now customers are saying, wait a minute, I can do order management with you. I could do fulfillment with you, and I can service my customer all on one common agentic AI platform, ready to scale today, and I don't have silos and separate clouds and complex stories to deal with. Yep, you figured it out. That's ServiceNow, and that's what the customer wants. So yes, it's going to happen, and it's only natural that it should happen because we were built for this moment.
Interesting out from the Stanley coverage on the NBC Sportsnet channel. For the Cambodia, daily highlights of Sunday. Trying to journey in sports. That's July 5th to 27th.
Okay, S&P looking for hedging flows to turn. What's Tesla doing? Tesla, a little dip there. Got rejected at 50%. Okay, NVIDIA hanging out at the highs. NVIDIA, let's look at the flow on NVIDIA.
Back in April, UK-based Ineos Automotive said it would be capping tariff price increases at 5%.
NVIDIA just flat. NVIDIA flat. Okay, so we're trying to push a bit higher, NVIDIA.
Now the U.S. and EU negotiators are narrowing in on potential trade that could see imports, including autos, tariffed at 15%. For more on how the automaker is planning for growth amid that tariff and trade uncertainty, let's bring in Lynn Calder, Ineos Automotive CEO, also with Yahoo Finance Senior Autos reporter Prof. Subramanian. Thanks to you both for being here. So Lynn, let's have tariffs a little bit first, and then let's dig into the growth scenario. You all are, and we should mention you all are a higher end luxury automaker here. So that's sort of the base case as we talk about what effect tariffs will have. But where are most of your vehicles made, and then how are you dealing with the tariff situation?
So we found ourselves right in the eye of the storm, Julie, because whilst we're a British company and complete British backstory and legacy to our brand, we are produced in France. So even once there was a tariff deal negotiated between the UK and the US, that meant nothing for us. So we're still now waiting very patiently for European politicians to announce a deal to help us with our factory in France, exporting from there into the US, where, as you say, it's our biggest market.
How are the U.S. sort of consumers reacting? You mentioned
Google, looking for that to turn a bit more. Google.
Which are 29% tariff. It's kind of a big deal for parties that cost
Taiwan Semi.
How are they reacting to that?
Taiwan Semiconductor. Looks good. Taiwan Semi. All right, Taiwan Semi turning back up a bit.
Country which really adopted our vehicle, which is really exciting for us. It just fits. It's a big truck, but it's kind of a normal sized car in the US. So that's been really exciting for us. So the tariffs came in at a really unfortunate time, just as we were really starting to take off on a really great trajectory. I think the impact on our customer, obviously we don't look at the price up at all. And look, if there's a tariff deal, we'll look at pricing again as well. But the Quartermaster is an interesting one. The Quartermaster, we've got a station wagon and a pickup truck, Grenadier Quartermaster. The Quartermaster is also a European-made pickup truck that also attracts chicken tax. So we're taking an absolute double whammy on this vehicle, which is a perfect car for the US market. So yeah, 50% right now.
Wait, what's the chicken tax?
So it's a 1960s protectionist measure in the US, which covers multiple industries, obviously starting with poultry, I think, but picks up pickup trucks. So in the kind of 3 million strong pickup truck market in the US,
Taiwan Semi looking good.
Yeah, it's interesting. In that Did not know that. We learned something today. New. So you mentioned the quartermaster, of course, that pickup truck situation. Also, there's going to be potential for new vehicles rounding out the portfolio. What can you tell us about that? And do you think there might be some, possibly for electrification or hybridization?
Yeah, so sure. And look, we're starting with the Grenadier and Postmaster, despite kind of the tariff discussion. The models are still going extremely well, and we're really continuing our growth trajectory in the US because we really see our market as here. So that's going great. But yeah, what's next? Fusilier is our next model, which we did an exterior reveal last year. And that will come in electric, but most importantly for the US market and for us as well, because we're not seeing electric vehicle take up at anything like the rate that the industry and regulators hoped and expected. We kind of thought that was going to happen, to be honest. We think we should be listening to what our customers want to drive. So most importantly, for Fusilier, we'll be bringing a range extender, which is hybrid.
Right, kind of like that E-rev technology. So in the US, it's a very competitive FCD market. You're going to start running a portfolio soon. Hopefully, the trade deal that's signed soon for you guys, for the sake of European automakers. How do you compete in a world where you have the Cadillac Escalades, the G-Wagons, BMW offering to also be the partner for you guys? How do you compete against a really competitive sort of subsegment?
I think it's a really competitive market, and nobody joins the automotive market or enters it with a faint heart because it's a really tough business. But I think what we offer is something that is almost becoming unique in our market, and it's the reason the Grenadier exists, which is in a world that is moving so far into tech, so far into the car doing everything for you, the car bleeping every time you do something that it doesn't really want you to do. We've kind of forgotten what it's like to drive a car. And we've forgotten that that's actually a really fun thing to do, and the Grenadier being a road car, 4x4, a big truck that can take you anywhere and kind of fuel your adventures, then I think that sort of freedom, that possibility that it gives you is something that's not really on the market anymore.
Yeah.
So no autonomy, I guess, coming down from you guys. Yeah. Lynn, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And that's it for Market Catalyst. I'm Julie Hemming. Thanks for watching. We're
Are you ready to master the markets and, dare I say, become a better investor in the process? Delphi has you covered with our new full suite of original podcast content.
Okay, TSM, a little fade from the high.
It's time for Yahoo Finance's Market Minute. Tractor Supply reported better than expected comparable sales for the second quarter. Net sales also topping estimates. The company reaffirming its 2025 financial outlook, though Tractor Supply now expects its share repurchases to be in the range of $325 to $375 million, below the outlook most recently provided back in January. Valero Energy under pressure despite a beat on earnings and revenue for the second quarter. Net income attributable to Valero stockholders nearly 19% decline compared to the same period last year. And Spotify in a lift as Oppenheimer raising its rating on that stock outperform for knowing there are many tailwinds ahead, adding that the audio streaming company has a significant opportunity to monetize ad users. That's your Yahoo Finance Market Minute. From what's trending on Yahoo Finance, scan the QR below to track the best and worst of the stock session.
Welcome to Stocks and Translation, Yahoo Finance's video podcast that cuts through the market mayhem, the noisy numbers, and the hyperbole to give you the information you need to make the right trade for your portfolio. I'm Jared Blickery, your host, and back with me is Yahoo Finance's Ali Canal, who's in for the voice of the people. And our guest today is one of the OG experts on seasonality. So we're going to be talking a lot about market cycles today. These are the patterns that repeat over time. And that is our phrase of the day, market cycles. What goes around comes around. If you can read the market tea leaves, how to use repeating patterns to pad your portfolio. And this episode is brought to you by the number $3.96 trillion. That is the value of all crypto assets, catapulting digital assets into the big leagues alongside stocks, bonds, commodities, and real estate. And without further delay, let's welcome back our guest, our next guest for the next 20 minutes, Jeff Hirsch. He is the editor of the Stock Traders Almanac, publisher of the Almanac Investor Newsletter, and the WealthWise podcast. You can catch his work at stocktradersalmanac.com. And Jeff has spent a lifetime turning seasonal quirks into trading edges. He computerized his dad's hand-drawn spreadsheets and coined catchphrases of his own. And it is great to have you back here. So, Jeff, thank you. You bet. A lot is going on this year, but let's start off where we are in the year. We're kind of closing out July here. What can we expect for the next few months if history repeats? That's a big if here.
Well, it's always a big if, but it has repeated quite a bit over the years. It's at least rhymed. As everyone knows, likely from the Almanac, August, September, the worst 2 months of the year. We have quite a run from April through July. We're looking at adding some more on here. And my seasonal charts, especially for the post-election year, show a little bit of weakness in August, September. I'm not looking for anything sinister. We had a pretty solid correction back there in April. Things didn't get as bad as everyone feared. And fourth quarter looks pretty strong. We're probably going to end up close to 20% again.
That's a big claim, 20%, because we had that each of the last 2 years. And a lot of people said we're not going to see that again.
I didn't think we were going to get it. That was the sort of lower probability, best case scenario that we put out in our forecast in December of 24. We had sort of waffled back a little bit when things were looking sketchy, where we might get a kind of a flatter year, but the charts are telling us otherwise. There's a lot of bullishness out there. I'm just worried that we've got too much bullishness out there and it's starting to wane a little bit.
Right, and that was my question, because what if we start to see the tariff impact trickle through into some of that hard data, which we haven't seen to the extent that economists have warned, but if CPI comes in really high in October, November, what does that say about where we could end up the year?
I think that starts to hit in 26. Okay. I'm expecting more of that to impact the market in 26, along with the midterm elections. We haven't really seen some of that impact in the hard data yet. But one thing with inflation, it raises stock prices too. Stocks are asset prices. You have all kinds.
That's a good point.
So it's lifting stocks somewhat, and we haven't seen it really come through. I mean, we have some inflation projection charts that we look at. Yeah, there's some monthly tweaks here and there, but for the most part, it's pretty close to the targets that the Fed has. I mean, the whole Fed interest rate thing's another discussion, but if it starts to come in, maybe we'll get that October bottom like we often get that we've had for years. So that might impact the September period as well.
That is a perfect segue into our
TSM still pushing higher.
And these are recurring waves.
NVIDIA watching the highs. NVIDIA.
That move through four main stages. growth, peak, decline, recovery, and we see this play out. And I'm talking about market cycles here, which is related to seasonality. Seasonality, we think more in terms of the calendar, but tie it all together for us because your work is based in large part upon these market cycles. And how did you come about them? How did your father, Yale Hirsch, who founded the Stock Traders Almanac, come about these?
Well, I mean, he worked at a place called Indicator Digest back in the 60s, and they compiled all the indicators. And his whole, epiphany was to when he went out and started the almanac, was to take all the market cycles, patterns, current trends, and put them into the almanac in a calendar format so he could follow the market schedule along with his own. It was kind of his personal workbook. One of the main cycles we look at is the 4-year cycle that I've alluded to a few times here, the 4-year presidential election cycle, which, we have different seasonal patterns within the different election year, and having the only real major nation in the world have the election of its leader every 4 years on the same exact day creates a pattern. You've got the first 2 years usually being a little difficult, though the post-election years have been better recently, but we have seen this midterm year be quite troubling.
That would be 2026.
2026, which is what I'm concerned about. I've heard some other old school cycle people talking about 26 as well. Our old friend Larry Williams, who I had on my podcast originally, my inaugural episode, who's known me since I was little, but he discovered them just by observing it. And one of the things with the calendar effect that we see is that each month is different. So we're coming into August. We just put out our August outlook, August almanac, on the newsletter, and the first 8 or 9 days of August tend to be weak, whereas generally the beginnings of months are a little bit stronger. But I saw one of your producers on the way, and she's going away. I'm going away. You see this sort of vacation impact the market. Hamptons, as the saying goes. So you got to watch out for each month being a little bit different based upon the quarterly patterns of institutions that impact September and March and June and December. So there's quite a few things going on.
You brought up indicators, and I know we don't have a perfect indicator. It's very evident when we look even at sentiment and survey data, even our indicator for recessions, 2 negative quarters of GDP, that all hasn't always worked out that way. So what do you look at when you?
Okay, Netflix starting to turn up. Netflix, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA on the move.
Tops are a lot harder to call than bottoms. Bottoms are a reactive period. That sentiment indicator stuff that you were mentioning works very well at bottoms. Bullish indications can stay bullish for a long time. You can see that capitulation like we did in April. It's pretty clear. We look at new highs and lows, advanced declines. We combine
Chuck Mangione died? Wow.
technicals with our seasonal work, monetary policy, and sentiment. I look at investors' intelligence, bullish and bearish percent advisors, which has been great. Again,
Okay, NVIDIA going. NVIDIA.
We use MACD indicator for our seasonal work, and we use a longer MACD, a longer period, the 12, 26 times everyone.
Yeah, moving average, convergence, divergence. We're going to show a little definition about somebody's shoulder here, but yeah.
But when we look for the buy in like October, we use the 817.9. It's a shorter, faster MACD. Bonds are an event, observed process. So, there's a bit of an art to it. And you have to rely on different things as the market evolves. But combination of seasonals, fundamentals, technicals.
Yeah, I like that you're calling it an art, and it requires you being adaptive as well. So, what are some of the tools that you've developed in recent years that you didn't have maybe earlier on, or just things that you have observed to have changed over the last few years?
Well, I mean, the monthly patterns have changed quite a bit. It used to be the last day of the month, the first 4 of the new month, where all the markets gains were made. Now you see it spread out throughout the month. You see the mid-month sort of strength from the injection of capital from 401ks and IRAs and that sort of thing. Everyone just sort of the payroll deductions went right into the market. Seasonality has shifted a little bit. We've added NASDAQ's best 8 months, which goes from November to June. We just had our sell signal a week or so ago for the NASDAQ best 8 months with our MACD crossover. So you got to look at technology, and it seems to be impacting the market, and it's not quite as perfect as it used to be, where we just had this run from November to April, and the market went sort of sideways made of October. So things shift.
Do you think we're in a healthy bull market right now? We've been talking a lot this week about meme stocks.
It's been called skinny. Yeah,
I mean,
It's a little bit skinny though. I haven't seen the breadth necessarily.
Yeah, the meme stock stuff has us concerned. We're seeing that wall of worry get smaller. All of the stuff that we were concerned about with the tariffs and the international trade deal, and even the geopolitical, turmoil stuff has sort of dissipated somewhat. So what wall of worry is the market still climbing?
And you mentioned that you were talking about the sentiment getting a little bit too bullish. So does that tie into what we're seeing in meme stocks right now? Is that kind of part of it?
Most definitely. I think it's very much part of it. Crypto also, but our charts, our seasonal work, especially here in the post last year, shows that that summer peak tends to go towards the end of July.
Okay, Nvidia is still going.
We've got a bunch of trade deals that just came out, or at least the big one with Japan today. That's great, for the world. But what else are we going to get? The big beautiful bill. We got a lot of stuff accomplished.
It would be
What's next?
Yeah, it would be kind of perfect for the stocks to sail into that August 1st deadline that was supposed
Nvidia
to be
looking
the big
good.
event, and then just kind of peter off and be a sell the news event or a meh news event.
Well, it's also that seasonal period. A lot of the stuff is converging right together here. At the end of all this good news, the seasonal week period, people are going to start taking off. I mean, you were talking outside. You're ready to go.
I'm ready.
I know you're dressed for it. I'm going away. It's going to happen. And then what happens in September is it's the third quarter. You get people coming back to school, back to work. They start window dressing their portfolios, selling losers, trying to gear up their accounts, their positions for the end of the year, that fourth quarter rally. So we've seen a lot of this end of September into early October volatility and churning of portfolios, and it's pretty much what the institutions are doing.
And you were just talking about how the meme trade that's concerned you a little bit recently. How is this different from what we saw in 2020 and 2021? Are you as concerned as you were then, or
were you concerned then?
Yeah,
were you just riding the GameStop to oblivion or eyes?
I remember my son came in my office, said something about the AMC, right?
Right.
I wrote it down.
Contrary indicator right there.
Yeah, exactly. And I put it in the back of the almanac that shows,
I'm here, by the way.
how do you got to keep track of what people tell you. It's, if you don't profit from your investment mistakes, somebody else will. So there's a spreadsheet in the back.
Nice.
So you can write down who told you about it, what the stock did. So we were just talking about that today, my partner and I, and it's very similar to 21. The only difference is that was kind of like around November.
Everybody's wearing masks too. I mean, it's a different vibe on the street.
Yeah, there was, what was it, the Omicron or Omega? There was that straight.
That's right.
that came out around
That was the one I caught in December, I think, of 2020.
Oh, you got,
All right.
Anyway, we're going up.
Yeah, we got to hold that thought right there because we need to take a short break. Coming up, we're going to be talking about the future of tech and crypto and a Scrum meets Birdie runway showdown. Stay tuned.
New puzzle game Royal Kingdom just launched. I figured we're all people might get a lot, so we're here to answer any questions. Yes, bedtime, Jimmy.
Is there a good way to relax and have fun?
Sure is. Showtime, Jimmy? Are there ads? No. Do you believe they make games? No ads. Play, Jimmy. Why do you want it? Nope. Which means you can play it. Just like so excited to download this game. See. Royal Kingdom. Download it today.
Tuesday, 35 daily coverage on the NBC Sports Net channel. Beyond the podium. We have rights to John and Journey Sports. That's July 5th to 22nd.
All right, just watching NVIDIA. Nice little grind up.
This episode is brought to you by the number $3.96 trillion. That is the value of the total value of all crypto assets as Bitcoin hovers near all-time highs and Ethereum just broke through $4,000 yet again. So Jeff, you're not all seasonality here. I know you have a lot of interest in big tech, AI, some new trends here, biotech, quantum computing. Let's talk about that for a few minutes.
Sure. I mean, this is all part of our longer term outlook, what we call the super boom, which is based upon inflation and the end of like peacetime, and also technology, culturally, what I call a culturally enabling paradigm shifting technology. This is something that Yale discovered back in the 70s, where we see these moves after these post-war periods of 500% or more. We came out with this in 2010, this forecast for Dow, 38,820 when it was about 10,000.
Dow 10,000 was a big prediction at one time too. So
it was. Yale's prediction back in 1976 was Dow 3420 from what it was like, wow, 670 intraday low. So, but the technology aspect continues to build, and it's like the tech stack, which is like, the newer buzzwords. I mean, we're seeing Bitcoin, which I just put a page back in the almanac for next year, the best investment books of the year, and one of the books is Scaramucci's little book of Bitcoin, which really talks about Bitcoin as technology that it is, sort of like it's like money data. It's a fun short read, but it's really about the technology and how it's a game changer. We're seeing AI and Bitcoin. Quantum computing hasn't even really been felt yet. It was in one of my lists of technologies in the update for the Super Bowl. So I would love to find out more about quantum computing. I saw a couple of videos about it, but it's still
it concerns me because if it does what it's supposed to do, there's going to be a moment where all basically codes that we use for banking, for everything, for personalization, keep our personal data free, or keep our personal data secure, all of that disappears in one fell swoop just because they're so much more powerful than regular computers and they can crack all codes instantaneously. That's the moment I'm waiting for.
So
but it hasn't happened.
I have to change my passwords again?
It's going to be more like you can't change your password to something that will work unless you're going some quantum computer scheme. Obviously, I'm not steeped in the technology, but that's just my understanding.
That's interesting. With AI, if one of the things I found there is that it's the whole garbage in, garbage out discussion there. It's great. I use it. I'm starting to use it more. I really plan on doing a lot with it with our almanac seasonal stuff. But I've found a lot of errors there.
Oh yeah.
Like I was asking it about the stagflation question, just because somebody had mentioned it. Like, what's really going on there? And they threw out erroneous GDP data. Like, I know what GDP is. I
it's revised, but not that well.
No, it wasn't. It was just old.
Yeah.
And I kept
It
questioning.
still says former President Trump, by the way. Still registered. He's president.
All right, NVIDIA trying to push to new highs. Netflix turning back up. Let me just take a look at Netflix. Netflix.
About a year or so ago, I was equating
Looking
it
good.
to the Windows 95 moment, which was like 92, 93.
What a terrible operating system that was.
But it was, but it was the beginning of that that period. I
The
mean,
beginning of the Windows, like the GUI experience for PC.
and that's when I took. You were saying how I converted all that to spreadsheets.
Mhm.
First, I did Excel for DOS, like in '92 or whatever.
That's hardcore, my friend.
I'm not hardcore. I have somebody else who has that now. But I think we're still in those early stages, like in the early mid '90s period for AI.
So how quickly can we see this super boom then? Is it
We're
going-
in it.
And how long does it last?
Yeah, yeah.
Critically, how long does
It can last a lot longer. It's not necessarily a time thing. Usually events end it. So it's not necessarily a certain time frame. It's until something changes. Like things that change these booms. Like in '82, we had Reagan come in and change things around.
Volcker stamped out
Inflation. We had the microprocessor, and that went up 1,500, 2,000% to 2,000. So it could be 18 years. Let's say we started in 2013, where not the bottom of the second.
That was when the S&P made new highs for the first time, because you had that mountain top from the dot-com boom to the global financial crisis boom. You had that 2000 and then 2008 and then the 2013. That was when it broke through.
And then finally we got a clincher when we had that little bear market bottom, one of those short ones in February 2016.
Right.
Which were real.
When China was in the focus there. Right.
So it can go on for a while, and we just upped our forecast to over 60,000 Dow just because it was based on the Dow, because of instead of taking it from the March 09 low, we moved it to the 2013 low before we broke out. So it's still going, and we might have a garden variety cyclical bear market next year, which I think is probably more likely than not, or at least 50-50 at this point, maybe a little recession. But that doesn't stop the whole secular bull and the super boom.
Right. Yeah, I guess that was my question. What stops the super boom? What comes after? Could you just have a new iteration of the super boom depending on what
We've had several of them. I mean, after World War I, we had the Roaring '20s. I don't think was it Ed Yardini's been talking about the Roaring 2020s and et cetera. We had one after World War II. They keep coming. I mean, have you read any of the fourth turning stuff?
Oh my gosh, we were just talking about
But
this.
we've been in the midst of the fourth turning for 2 generations now.
I think we talked about that next week. Where I think it's my kids are that generation that's going to be part of the fourth turning.
That's supposed to happen.
It's supposed to be happening.
Yeah, but
it's disruption.
Okay, Nvidia pulling back in a little bit, the profit taking.
Not according to the guys who wrote that.
But they started talking about it. I read a first
They
about it.
did start talking about
25,000 or 25 years ago. So.
Right.
Anyway, so I don't think we touched on biotech yet. What are you involved in?
JP Morgan pulling back in a bit.
Where do you see that going?
I think AI is going to help that. It's been elusive for a little while. It's starting to pick up again. I think it took a bit of a hit when RFK Jr. came into the White House. People are talking about clients living to 100 years old and how to plan for their wealth. There's biotech in there.
Think about the wealth gap. That just kind of gets out of control if you don't have to worry about inheritance. Potentially.
There's so many more people that need so many more things. That biotech is I think it's been stalled a little bit. I think it's ready to move again. It's a sector that I love, but it hasn't done all that great the last several years.
That is for sure. All right, we got to spend a little time here to get to today's runway battle. And we have 2 sports, 2 mindsets, and 2 catwalks. On stage left, catwalk left, is the rugby scrum, all grit and momentum, smashing through market tackles to grab extra yards of alpha. And on catwalk right is the golf swing, all about quiet concentration, plotting each stroke to avoid the sand traps of volatility. Jeff here is a former rugby hooker and knows both games very well. So tell us, Jeff, which philosophy wins the current market environment? Is it the full contact conviction or patient course management?
I mean, I love them both. I think you got to use them both. Kind of like my market at a glance disciplines, where we use all the disciplines out there. I mean, there's times to smash into it. I think we've been doing that for the last few months. Right now, with the seasonals coming in, there's probably a little sand trap volatility, waiting there for us. So
always a little sand
I
trap.
appreciate you pulling up those 2 sports. I don't do the rugby anymore though, but I still watch it. Cool.
What do you think is going to be the lead driver of that volatility? Is it going to be more policy uncertainty?
Okay, Netflix pushing a bit higher. Let's see what Netflix looks like.
DC?
Netflix.
We're going to run out of good news. they're going to step away. They're going to take some profits. They're going to, go to the beach, go to the
Netflix on the move right now, trying to push a bit higher. Watch Netflix. Netflix on the move.
Nothing crazy.
Okay. No follow through on Tesla yet.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be some real trigger. I think it's just going to be.
Okay, Netflix. Netflix flows turning back up. Okay, the flow's turning back up on Netflix. Netflix.
Or sometimes you just gotta turn the news off. Not Yahoo Finance. You gotta put the phone down. You gotta take your timeouts. You gotta, go spend some time with the family and friends and keep the screens off.
All right, we're gonna leave it right there. Keep the screen on for a little bit, though. We have officially wound things down. And just a brief recap. I really enjoyed this conversation because we got to talk about not only the seasonal patterns, but how they change over time. And that's a very important thing. You got to stay up to date. You got to be able to use new tools, and you have to be able to take in new information and adjust your old opinions, because that's what it takes to survive this trading game. Nothing fixed in it. So now that we've wound things down here at Stocks in Translation, be sure to check out all our other episodes of our video podcast on the Yahoo Finance site and mobile app. We're also on all your favorite podcast platforms. So be sure to like, leave a comment, and subscribe wherever you get your podcast.
Netflix pushing. Okay, Google's starting to grind higher. Google. Netflix looking good. Netflix flying a bit higher now. Netflix.
Out on the range, freshness is hard to come by. Whether you're riding, wrangling, or just chilling by the fire, keep your liquids last cool with the Liquid Last airtight and leak-proof performance that keeps your bottle sealed, safe, and ready when you return to camp.
Stupid commercials.
In code with your action, there's no remember, squat your spurs on. We've all been there. A 10 battery, a flat tire, and then inside. But what if you have the ultimate emergency tool at your fingertips? Introducing the Flash Charge 4-in-1 Jump Starter Power Bank Plus Tire Report. Roadside lifesaver with wireless inflation, emergency ignition, LED lighting, and a mobile power supply. The Flash Charge is compact, powerful, and reliable, designed to handle the unexpected. And never be straight again.
When it comes to bath time, our dogs deserve better. Bring them resources.
Netflix still pushing. Flows are still rising. Netflix. Okay, Netflix finally turning back up. Netflix looking for that 1180 zone. 1180 call. Continues to rise here.
Introducing the Instacozy photo blanket. The customizable blanket is all about you. Scan the code on your screen now and upload up to 9 of your favorite photos. Pick the style and size you want, and that's it. The Instacozy photo blanket is proudly printed in USA and shipped absolutely free. This is a limited time TV offer and not always available. Wrap yourself in comfort and memories with the Instacozy photo blanket. Scan the code on your screen to order now.
Welcome to Stock and Translation, Yahoo Finance's video podcast that cuts through the market mayhem, the noisy numbers, and the hyperbole to give you the information you need to make the right trade for your portfolio. I'm Jared Clifford, your host, and with me is Yahoo Finance's Ali Canal, who's here to keep us honest and from veering off too far into wonderland. And today we're going to be talking about the ghosts of crises past. From the bailouts of 2008 to today's record $37 trillion debt pile, cheap money fueled a casino mindset that many say still grips Wall Street. And now AI threatens to erase jobs as dueling populist waves swell on both sides of the aisle. It all means the day of reckoning probably lies in the future. Word of the day, financialization. We saw CCC bonds magically transformed into AAAs over the GFC, and now tokenization and blockchain promise to financialize literally all assets. We're only in the early innings. Plus, this episode is brought to you by the number 30%. Ominously, nearly a third of U.S. work hours could be automated by 2030 thanks to generative AI, says McKinsey & Co. This trend is also just getting started. And without further delay, our guide through this minefield is Dimitri Kofinas. He is a media entrepreneur and financial analyst, best known as host of the acclaimed Hidden Forces podcast with more than 450 deep dive episodes, being challenging consensus narratives across finance, tech, and geopolitics. Dimitri was the first producer to put me on the air to talk about finance way back in 2012, and it's my pleasure to introduce him now. Dimitri, hello.
It's great to be on. Thanks for having me on.
All right, I set the stage a little bit, but give us a big picture overview because we're talking about the ghosts of crises past, and we're still dealing with some of the fallout. GFC, and we could probably go even farther back. Set the stage.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you and I were reminiscing about this yesterday when we were talking. It's, in some sense, it's what's surprising is just how predictable so much of the situation we find ourselves in today is. I think back when you and I first met each other, I can't speak to you, but I certainly, I had some misunderstandings about the mechanics of the monetary system.
I was learning back in 2009.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still learning, but certainly like a more accelerated time frame. But it feels very much like we are living in the future that was dictated by the choice that we made, not just in 2008. I mean, you can go all the way back to the end of Bretton Woods, or as I like to think oftentimes in the early 1990s with globalization and technology and the diminution of labor as a relative portion of GDP and as a sort of as part of the explanation for the divergence of wealth. And again, the Iraq War, the 2008 crisis, these things also undermine the trust in institutions and leadership. And I think that is goes a big way in explaining the 2016 election results, the election of Donald Trump. First, his victory in the Republican Party, which is, I think, even more significant because what he did for the Republican Party is something I think we could see on the Democratic side in 2028. And that's a scary statistic, 30% of work hours. I know it's just an estimate from McKinsey, but just think about what that means. You don't just have these long-standing forces like globalization, some of which are going to reverse, and technology driving down marginal costs, but you also have now technology.
Okay, Netflix is cruising higher now. Netflix looking good.
Upswings in economic growth. But this is one area where we can actually see, if we were to see a slowdown of the economy, and I'm not even saying a recession, we know governments are prepared to spend, and fiscal spending is a lever now that they're increasingly prepared to use, as we've seen demonstrated multiple times. But I think we could see employers begin to deploy LLMs and AI in white-collar work settings increasingly, and in other settings as well, because they're now good enough in the case where, maybe profits decline or something else. So there are a lot of headwinds, and I think the thing that people aren't talking about enough is how these things play out politically.
Interesting. So it sounds like you believe we're in this moment of reckoning, not just on the corporate side and AI side, obviously the positive effects to the stock market as well, but also on the political side of the spectrum. And we've been talking a lot about the deficit concerns and how the government handles that. So when you look at it in aggregate, where we're at right now in this moment of reckoning, what keeps you up at night? What scares you the most? And how do we get past something like this?
Dimitri has young children, so I can see that.
Yeah, that's also true.
I guess learn from the mistakes of the past too.
The thing that struck me when you were providing an answer there, where you were asking a question, was you mentioned deficits. And I'm just thinking about how it's really about perspective. Now, we could look at the problem, we could look at our debt and deficit like we did a few years ago and not think it's a giant problem. The thing is, we see it as a huge problem today, in part because I think we're in a period of political inertia, and I guess that is one of the things that concerns me. It is
Netflix still pushing, looking good. Netflix
the unseriousness with which politics happens in America,
still moving.
and the seriousness of the economic challenges we face. And those two things are problematic because if you get into a situation where you're having now
Nice move on Netflix.
and you're also seeing a disproportionate number of young people becoming employed, to bring it back to the comparison between 2016 and what happened to the Republican Party, which was the resentment that was building up in part from the blue collar working class part of the country that felt ignored, and also the loss of institutional trust that happened in that demo. And now you move to what is really a Democratic Party coalition demographic, which is white collar workers, highly educated, young voters. And now you have those people begin to lose their work and their jobs. And I think you could see a populist revolution on the Democratic side. And so I think even though we're talking about the budget, we're talking about debt, we're talking about trade, I think there's a potential that the big game changer for us will be politics. And we aren't talking about that because we're focused on the causal factors that could actually affect it.
All right, let's talk about our word of the day here, which is financialization, ties into a lot of this. This is the growing dominance of financial markets, institutions, and motives in the economy, where profits from trading or securitizing assets are prioritized instead of producing goods or services. And this really reminds me of 2008 all over again, because as I mentioned in the intro, we were turning CCC bonds into AAA bonds through the magic of financial.
Netflix still pushing.
And really, if you compare
Looking good.
Industry that kind of sprung up this century, beginning with in the wake of the .com bust, it didn't really exist to that extent before then, and a lot of this was aided and abetted by technology. And then you bring that forward to today with the tokenization and the blockchain and everything. Give us your thoughts there.
I mean, there are a lot of things to talk about there. Just putting aside the larger point about financialization, I think that we are, as you know, I've talked about my framework of financial nihilism.
Yes, we talked about that last time.
That's right, and I think that obviously that parallels the financialization of the U.S. economy because it also made it easier to generate outsized financial returns more quickly, and we certainly have seen that. I think that one of the silver linings with respect to what's going on in crypto right now, despite again the trends of financial nihilism that I talked to and its origin point in crypto, is what's going on with stablecoins. Because even though a lot of what's going on through the administration, the tariffs, and not as much the tariffs, but more, I think, the uncertainty around policymaking in this administration has been, I think, bearish for the dollar. I think that the adoption of stablecoins and the passing of legislation that is more amenable to their use cases is actually something that can be positive for the dollar. And as you know, as I think we've talked about it in my previous appearance, I never believed in the arguments for a CBDC. When I say I didn't believe in the arguments, central bank digital, right? Exactly. I thought that people that were suggesting that, and I think in some sense fear mongering, that the United States was going to launch a CBDC did not understand the sources of dollar dominance. And as we may have talked about, I think also in that appearance, that the dollar is the most decentralized currency on the planet.
Because we got cash, and a lot of people use that cash.
We have cash, a lot of people use cash, and also lots of third parties that exist outside the Federal Reserve banking system issue dollars. Lots of people contract in dollars, and this is all a source of dollar demand. And so when a foreign bank that's not under the jurisdiction of the Federal Reserve issues a dollar-based loan, what it's doing is issuing what we know as euro dollars. And what are stable coins? They're euro dollars. What we're really seeing is the expansion of the euro dollar market. And so
Netflix still pushing.
Here alone, and don't quote me. I mean, I'm on the air here, but I have it in my head somehow that it was about we had $100 billion in stablecoin market cap in the last year. So, you know, we could see a huge expansion here, and that money is going to go into DeFi use cases. It's going to go through the crypto markets. And then this is where
NVIDIA, looking for that to push a bit more. Okay, so Netflix is starting to show some signs of stalling.
Found one where we could actually see real value created, at least in terms of people
Okay,
using products
1195.
and the capital coming through.
And it's interesting that you say it's bullish for the dollar because we have seen the US dollar index down about 11% since the start of the year. But when I talk to strategists, they say that post-financial crisis, we're actually getting to more normal levels. And that's dollar has really been overvalued.
Netflix looking good.
Stocks there, and with stable points, we could get back to that prior dollar dominance.
Well, so you're totally right. I mean, I think in 2008, the euro dollar, the euro to dollar exchange rate, the dollar to euro exchange rate, you have $1.60, I think it peaked at 160. So certainly the dollar is not weak by the historical standards of my life, at least. I don't know what it means. I don't know whether or not the dollar goes lower from here. I think there's a lot of risk baked in long term. Because
What are some of those risks?
well, the single biggest risk for the dollar is the reversal of capital flows or a decrease in flows into U.S. assets and in U.S. capital markets
From foreign buyers?
but from foreign buyers. So what is the Trump administration effectively doing here? And I'm not suggesting that the Trump administration's policies are the singular driver. They're responding to an accumulation of factors, but the U.S. runs chronic current account deficits. What is the opposite of a current account deficit, or what is the other side of a current account deficit?
Just to be clear, that's the deficit that we incur through trade, not necessarily on the fiscal side.
Right, exactly. So, if you run a current account deficit, it means you run a capital account surplus. And that capital account surplus has been a source of dollar demand, money coming in from the rest of the world into U.S. capital markets. And if you want to buy U.S. dollars, if you want to buy U.S. assets, you need to buy U.S. dollars. So I think a big risk to the dollar is a reversal of those capital flows. And again, I think so much of the policy uncertainty, and one of the other thing is, like, a lot of people talk about the petrodollar and the deal that Nixon made after Bretton Woods to support the dollar in a world where it was no longer anchored to gold. But I think that people underappreciate just how much dollar demand results from the fact that people perceive the United States to be a safe haven and a place where they feel confident in the rule of law and in property rights. And I'm not suggesting that those things disappear, that they're going away anytime soon. But I think to the extent that these intangible factors are impacted and people lose confidence to some degree or another, or they wish to diversify their holdings, that could be very negative on the dollar. And I think that that's a structural headwind going forward, in part because I think people perceive the U.S. administration and future administrations to be intent on changing these long-term current account deficits.
All right, hold that thought right there. We need to take a short break, but coming up, we're going to be talking AI.
Netflix still pushing.
In a runway showdown for the people.
Nice reversal on Netflix.
Markets, and dare I say, become a better investor in the process. Delphi has you covered with our new full suite of original podcast content. Whether you're a seasoned investor picking up new trends, or you're just starting your financial journey, we offer valuable market insights and strategies from some of the most influential minds on Wall Street and the boardroom. For key insights,
Netflix is running.
Make you a successful investor. Join us on YahooFinance.com, Yahoo Finance app.
Almost back up to the target. Netflix.
Profit Exit gives you speed, control, and real value. Plus, play peer-to-peer. Set your own odds. Take others' plays. Win real money. That's right. It's peer-to-peer. Built for you. No house, no homes. Just better prices. Straight from your phone. Free and smart. Celebrate Independence Day with unbeatable deals all month long at Bell & Bell GMC. Get 0% APR on the Rocket Sierra 1500 or up to $11,031 in 12.
Okay, watching Tesla for a push higher. Netflix and Tesla, or Nvidia, just consolidating above 170, right at 173.50, 173.55. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's 2:45 on the East Coast. Just watching markets at the moment.
Low tick alert -800.
Okay. All right, we got a little pullback now. S&P pulling back. Oh boy. Okay, Netflix at the highs. Netflix. Okay, Apple, Amazon, those are fading a bit. Microsoft, fading a bit. Palantir, just near the highs, Palantir. NVIDIA, trying to push a bit more. NVIDIA looking for another push. Netflix doing very well. Tesla's trying to push up.
These are just hours. We're not talking about 30% of jobs, but you could imagine it going that route too. You were just talking about the potential for a white collar recession, and then we all have all this these political footballs in the air right now. So break it down for how you see AI really shaping the future here, and just some of the discussion points, because it's no one can really predict this with any kind of certainty. Well, I think again, I think you've heard a lot of people talk about the potential for AI to create chronic levels of unemployment. You hear people like, for example, Henry Yang around this platform in 2020 promoting things like universal basic income as a solution. I think that's actually a bad idea for lots of reasons that we can get into today. But I think again, I want to go back to this point that I was making, which is I think that an underappreciated risk factor here is that AI in its application in the white collar workforce and also for younger demographics, this is huge too. We saw how COVID impacted younger people disproportionately during the pandemic. Now imagine if you have a wave of technological innovation, creative destruction, it's making it harder for younger people who are qualified with all sorts of different degrees. Exactly. So how do these people, we're talking about a need for a radical transformation, and those solutions are not all going to come from market. Many of those solutions need to come from government. The problem is that in a dysfunctional society where people have lost trust in government, and also government isn't working very well, what solves those problems? And that's where populism comes in, because ultimately what populism is, it's the response of people to it is the expression of politics in a society that has weak institutions. Institutions weaken, people elect large personalities, people who make big promises, and those people develop direct relationships with the masses. And so I think that creates a lot of volatility in policymaking going forward. And that is something that we have to consider when we think about things like the value of the dollar. Because foreigners, will they feel comfortable? Will they feel safe reinvesting dollars in the United States or their currency in US dollars? So I think that the political ramifications of the sort of trends that we're seeing in technology and some of these forecasts, I think is a really big one that not enough people are talking. And specifically, as I think it will manifest, especially on the Democratic side.
The U.S. prepared for that?
It certainly doesn't feel like it.
Yeah,
I think what's amazing is, and I don't know if you guys feel this way, but I'm amazed that things still function in some sense. But I feel like, again, just to borrow an analogy from monetary policy, I feel like the lags are long and variable. And so many of the political forces that were unleashed in the 2016 campaign have been building up for several decades. We had seen even in 2008 some of the early signs of that party movement. And, we recently had a mayoral Democratic primary here. We elected Zoran Mandani. And so I think that's a sign of things to come. And are we prepared? I'm not going to do the whole I don't count America out, but I don't. I think that we're a dynamic society, and I think we air our dirty.
So it's easy
Wear it
when
well,
and we wear it and we air it. But I was saying that we air it and and so it's easy when we look at other countries to look at us and think that we're doing really bad. Though I will say there's something else that's really important that's going on, which is that there's also
Netflix still pushing. Very strong price action here on Netflix.
scientists are making a case that the economic future is command control capitalism and or sort of state-driven capitalism. They've been very successful building infrastructure at employing people.
Meta kind of flagging at the moment. Meta.
Growth. Understandably, much of that growth is driven by the fact that we're starting at a lower base. But this is also, I think, another. So we talk about politics is one big thing to talk about. Another one is the race for the economic and political model of the future. We had that for 40 years during the Cold War, and capitalism won, and then I think it accelerated to in many ways an unworkable form of global capitalism, free capital flows, neoliberalism, which failed. And the question is, what's going to be the economic model of the future? The Chinese clearly have their bet that they're making, and I think that what's going on is that we haven't quite figured out what we want that.
But there's an answer to that. Maybe the dark enlightenment. I don't know if you read about this, but it's more of a technocratic, AI-driven command and control economy, maybe more fascist style in the West. That's kind of like ties into some of the same technological factors that drive the Chinese communist economy would drive this dark enlightenment.
100%. So you're totally right. And so what I think we're referring to also is this intersection of people in Silicon Valley, a lot of the folks in the transhumanist community, who I think really see an opportunity to build that kind of society, and I think many of them want that. The question is, do the vast majority of Americans want that kind of an economic future, and what sort of political consensus can emerge to actually drive to help forge a new social contract in this country that is actually something that most people can get behind the advantage.
All right. Hold that thought there because we got to put the spotlights up. We have two political power looks strutting down our catwalk, each claiming to own America's future. On the stage left, we have the populist left, which stalks forward in union blue overalls, student debt buttons, promising free college, wealth taxes, and AI job guarantees. Her prop, a megaphone labeled Gen Z turnout. On the stage right, we have the populist right, which is charging in with star-spangled denim and tariff tags, looking like spurs. He vows to bring jobs home, crush Wall Street, and seal every border. His accessory is a 5-point cowboy hat for 2026 House majority. So, Dimitri, who claims the 2026 midterms and the 2028 Oval Office? Is it the debt-forgiving organizer or the flag-waving sheriff?
So, by the way, when you're doing that whole thing, it was reminding me, I used to work in Italy when I was out of college. I worked in Italy, and what was amazing about Italian society, I didn't know to the extent this is still true, but it was politics was so infused in Italian society, so much so that it actually defined your fashion. So, if you were dressed a certain way, you were more like artisanal, gold scarves, you were a convict. You dressed in like Emporio Armani, you were a fascist. So, who was going to win the midterms? Look, you know it's like a cliche, but politics is so dynamic and change. I think right now the Trump administration is dealing with its first scandal. Remarkably so, by the way, but it is truly the first scandal of the Trump administration, and it has to do with the Jeffrey Epstein files, so to speak. And I think this presents a huge challenge for Trump because it's not just an attack vector for the opposition, not for the party outside of it. It's an attack vector from within his own ranks. He's holding together a very unstable coalition. And we saw first with the eviction of Trump the eviction of Elon from that coalition, and now with the Epstein files and him going to war with some of the figures in the media, and you can see a very sort of tight line that everyone's trying to walk. We'll see how this plays out, but I think this, if it continues, is going to present a problem for the president. Certainly his ability to run his agenda, and then certainly his ability to maintain a unified government. And then 2028. Steve Bannon is, I think, someone who sort of regularly says when the president is reelected, he says.
All right, so Netflix is starting to fade a bit now.
That's a long ways out. We'll see. Will Trump seek to run again? Does it really matter? And then again, what's going on the Democratic side? Will they field a candidate who's exciting and appeal to some of the populist sentiments that I think we could see emerge in the next few years.
All right. We are basically winding things down right now. I do want to say very much a big thank you to Dimitri for coming out. I mean, we went all the way back to the 1940s. You were talking about Bretton Woods. Actually, we went back to the Civil War just.
Yes.
That's right, we did.
So we went back, 100 something years. We'll call it right there. All kinds of economic disruption that we've seen. 1970s, Nixon closing the gold window, and then leading up into more modern times, the global financial crisis and the socialization of all of those private losses now kind of finding their home here, coming home to roost, and really much turning up the electoral spigots or what have you to describe kind of what's going on in politics today. So a big thank you once again, and a reminder to the audience here, be sure to check out all our other episodes of our video podcast on the Yahoo Finance site and mobile app. We're also on all your favorite podcast platforms, so be sure to like, leave a comment, and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. We'll see you next time on Stocks in Translation.
All right. S&P trying to bounce. NVIDIA. Can we get NVIDIA to pop one more time? NVIDIA. Okay, watching NVIDIA trying to take out the high of the day.
Valuable market insights and strategies from some of the most influential minds on Wall Street and the boardroom for key insights to help boost your portfolio, build your wealth, and make you a successful investor. Join us on YahooFinance.com, the Yahoo Finance app, your favorite streaming platform, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Mom? What are you still doing up, sweetie? What's wrong with your face?
Just look at how many dogs I found on ZocDoc. In network too.
Do you have double pink eye? Gross.
People say Dr. Cleaves makes them feel comfortable.
Have you touched any of my stuff?
And Dr. Barbosa is incredibly attentive.
That looks really contagious.
It is. Look at it, sweetie.
You've got options. Book now.
Putting off fixing electrical problems in your home can be a real hassle. Visit allofthesnowman.com to take care of your electrical problems today. Swift Services. One call, one company.
100 days. This is the ultimate challenge.
This cold ain't no joke. Might be frostbite. This place will crack. Oh my God.
Channel on Samsung TV. Just the Tour de France coverage on the NBC Sports Network. Early on the podium, getting the highlights of the sun. And the actual feature of the sports.
All right, watching Tesla, watching NVIDIA, S&P, with an hour to go. It's going to be 3 o'clock here shortly.
Nation. I'm Josh Lipton, live from NYC headquarters. Investors continue to watch signals from the White House on tariff policies. Big tech earnings course remained center stage just an hour ago until the closing bell. And stock performance, it's mixed. The Dow down about 230. The raw data showed the S&P 500 up about 0.2%. The tech and Nasdaq up about 0.3%. Let's look at it now. Adam Johnson, Bullseye America.
All right, we're trying to push a bit higher. NVIDIA, watch NVIDIA here.
Joining us throughout the show to break down the headline. Let's start Washington. Ben, trade talks.
NVIDIA's trying to go again. Not a bad day. Not a bad day. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. A little bit higher. Let's go.
15% on autos, 15% on other things. It's what we see with the European Union deal that is still in the process of being worked out, but appears to be hinging around that 15%, which is an increase from the 10% floor that we saw recently. One trade talk in specific focus this week here in Washington, or this today, is South Korea. The team is here in Washington, and they're negotiating with increased urgency ahead of this August 1st deadline next week because of the Japan deal, essentially. There's a lot of parallels between the Japanese and the South Korean trading relationship to the U.S. And after Japan secured a 15% rate on autos, South Korea really feels like they need to do the same, because if there's a difference between those two, that's a big problem for companies like Hyundai and Kia, things like that. This focus on the 15% comes as the markets are sending the signal to the White House, at least how they're accepting it, that they're okay with this higher rate. This is a rate that Trump promised during the campaign and was seen as unrealistic. Now, after we get a Japan deal that has a 15% rate, markets rallying. So what we're seeing is a focus on this rate, and markets seeming to accept it now as we get closer and closer to this deadline.
Ben, switching gears, while I'm happy, my friend, the president is scheduled to visit the Fed this afternoon. We know, Ben, the president not happy with cost overruns at that site, not happy with Jay Powell in general. What do we expect today?
Yeah, so this is a very unusual visit. The presidents usually don't go to the Federal Reserve. Trump has never been there, according to any records we can find. And obviously, as you mentioned, we're going to get a lot of Powell bashing from Trump. We hear that on a daily basis from him. There's sort of what to expect in terms of the shift here, other than the images we're going to see, which I think will be striking of this tour here, are kind of two levels to market. The top one is whether Trump is going to shift his rhetoric on whether Jerome Powell has committed fraud based on these renovations, which have increased in costs. But the Federal Reserve has said that this is sort of normal. This is a complicated project. Trump has said he's signaling he's not going to fire Powell unless he has to leave for fraud, was the caveat he left. The question will be, as he comes out of this construction site, whether that rhetoric has changed. That would be a major change in terms of whether he's willing to entertain the legally questionable effort to oust Powell. The second question here is really important to the Federal Reserve, less in terms of Powell staying in office or not, but it's just sort of how much more complicated they're going to make this renovation. This is a complicated project. Some of the aides expected to be with Trump are members of the National Capital Planning Commission, who are close allies to Trump, who are talking about whether Powell needs to get reapproval for this project. That would be a huge thing. It would stop the project potentially and force reapproval and kind of let the remaining 9 or 10 months of Powell's term be occupied by this. So it's kind of on those two levels what we're watching for, but it's going to be
All right. S&P is starting to grind up a little bit. Netflix is still pushing. Netflix. Okay, looks good. Netflix.
Trump, Powell, the tension there, pressure on Powell. How is a portfolio manager sort of navigate those headlines?
Well, no one likes to see mom and dad fight. No one wants to see Fed chairman and the president of the United States fighting with one another. I think actually the reason, or one of the reasons that President Trump is going to the Federal Reserve today is, look, this is his wheelhouse, right? He's a construction guy. He can look at this and say, that doesn't look right, that doesn't look right. And I think what it really does is allow him to sort of open the door to judgment. If he sees stuff as a builder and a developer that looks off to him, he can say, well, they're not running it that right. And, I have to question his judgment, right? This is just me trying to figure out why. And it's a way of sort of turning up the heat, because if you throw judgment into question, well, then you also are throwing into question whether he really should be A, running the Federal Reserve, and B, holding rates where they are. So I think it kind of gives him some wiggle room. It's also a photo op. And look, Josh, I mean, you know, we're all living the 20th episode of The Apprentice, except this episode lasts 4 years. So we are all, you know, part of live TV, and I think this is yet just another scene.
We'll wait for Trump visit, see what headlines come out of it. Meanwhile, while we wait for that visit, Josh Schaefer, bring us up to speed on David action.
Josh, yeah, so taking a look at the S&P 500 here, S&P 500 is up about 0.2%. The NASDAQ composite is up about 0.3%. And then the Dow is the laggard today. The Dow is down over 200 points or 0.5%. Really what I want to get into here is we just talked a lot of macro there, but it's a lot of fundamental individual driven stories that are sort of driving this market, right? So you see Tesla shares down over 8% after reporting quarterly results last night. Tesla's automotive revenue falling 16% year over year. That seemed to be a big focus among analysts this morning. You take a look at Chipotle shares. Chipotle is off over 14%. That stock really a large stock, of course, has not performed that well overall at all this year. Same store sales falling at Chipotle. IBM shares also down 8%. I don't have Alphabet.
Netflix still pushing. Tesla's starting to turn up now.
You can see Alphabet shares up over 1.6%, but Alphabet coming out saying that they're going to continue to invest in CapEx and boosting their full year CapEx guidance. That's sort of a key market driver, broadly speaking. Taking a look at that sector action, you're seeing tech sort of outperform. But what I really wanted to sort of end on here and take a look at is over a 5-day period. We have seen a little bit of a broadening of the stock market rally and a little bit of a catch-up trade. So interesting to see if you look for the week at this point, you have real estate, utilities, healthcare is up over 2% this week. And Adam, I want to sort of pose this question to you. You've seen these laggards start to catch up a little bit this week, a little bit of a start of maybe a rotational trade. I guess I'm curious after, I mean, it's only been a couple of days, but what do you sort of make of that action? Do you think there's more for a rotation and kind of a broadening out?
Yeah, I sure do, Josh. And you've got a lot of green on that screen that you just showed everybody. All those different ETFs, all those sectors that are all up, because people are realizing it's not just about tech. I mean, there's so much to like, and I've been saying there's a lot more to like than fear right now. I mean, we've got earnings growth. We have stable, maybe even lower inflation and rate cuts sometime in the fall. We have an administration that is business friendly, that's reducing regulation, that just passed tax cuts, that just incentivize investment via full expensing of machines and factories. So there is a lot that's going right for businesses. And in fact, I think we're going to start to see more M&A. We've seen a few big transactions announced this week. That always bodes well when big companies want to deploy capital. So yeah, I think that you're absolutely right to point out that there are a lot of different sectors that are starting to catch a bid now. And for those of us who've been long, it was hard in January, February, March, but we certainly got to pay that. And I think we will go on to July. So I'm very comfortable being fully invested.
So that it's interesting because there were plenty of folks on this show got a little bit wobbly like the headlines. You have remained constructive. And I remember
Netflix still pushing.
my viewers for you is
Okay, S&P turning back up.
and as long as those stay solid, you stay long the market. If that's still the Adam Johnson
NVIDIA. Need NVIDIA to pop a little bit more. Okay, Apple sideways.
From my point of view, and look, markets are never a straight line. There'll be little bumps along the way, but for me, that's a very powerful combination. Earnings, employment, the economy, and that's why I'm fully invested. And I think we'll see new highs not only this summer, but going into the fall.
Let's bring in now Jeff Blazek, multi-asset co-chief investment officer at Google Berman. Welcome here to the studio, Jeff. So let's pick up right where Adam was there, Jeff. And he's constructed long earnings, economy, employment. Did that mantra ring true to you as well, Jeff?
Absolutely. I think that we look at the outlook. It's certainly it's clarifying for us. And we come into this earnings season confident. Back in April, because of how resilient the economy was, the consumer and corporations came in with a lot of positive momentum.
Okay, Tesla's starting to move now. Tesla moving off the low.
Despite all of that scare.
Tesla trying to turn.
We're very pleased to see that. The market is
Tesla trying to turn now. Netflix continues. Netflix very strong.
International equities.
Which international equities, what regions, Jeff, are you looking at?
Yeah, there's several areas that we like. First of all, Europe.
Still Europe.
Still Europe. Despite the fact that Germany is up significantly.
Yeah, because there was a lot of folks coming on.
Okay, Tesla next.
A lot of it had to be valuation. But you still.
Okay, Apple turning back up.
Well, maybe 1/4 of the valuation disparity versus the US has been clawed back. There's a lot more to run. And to us, when we look at the convergence, so US economic growth is decelerating. But we've seen stable, if not growing, expectations in earnings and economic growth in Europe. That's being driven in part by the fiscal impulse of Germany and other countries that are going to use that capacity to their advantage. And it's also the fact that the ECB has been far more dovish with that, and we're going to see benefits to that. And yeah, we do think, and then by the way, US investors, we have benefit of what we expect to be a further dollar. That's frankly, that has been the bigger driver of international outperformance this year, less the local.
What happened, and I understand that sort of a tailwind sort of season, especially for the multinationals. What would happen, Jeff, though, if the dollar firmed?
Well, if the dollar firms, we have to question why is that happening and, really kick the tires to understand the thesis. But if the dollar firms, that will in effect allow the exports to be a bit more competitive. I think that is going to be something we have to watch, just looking at the manufacturing base. And there are, we do want tariff clarity, to be clear. We're very pleased that the worst case scenarios are off the table. Liberation Day, we had a wide amount of uncertainty. Something to Canada was 30%. We are seeing the average tariff rate creep up to 15. I think it was interesting to hear the outlook of Washington. But once that gets baked in, and Europe really has a benefit from China as well. So, China is another overweight that we like, very cheap market, and that end user demand can help offset some of the even relevance of the dollars.
Europe, China, do you see opportunity there?
Well, no, only because I run the American Engineering Fund, so I've not allowed myself to go overseas.
Allow yourself on set.
Oh, okay. This will be our Thursday thought experience. Yes, there is plenty of opportunity. China is a hard one because they keep moving the goalposts. You never really know. I mean, look at how they treat Europe. Yep, it's amazing. They circle the wagons in Europe and they just don't let stuff. They don't let stuff go down and they don't let stuff fail. You can criticize that, but I think from the point of view of can you put capital there? Yeah, I think you probably can. But again, I only focus on the U.S. As far as tariffs go, I don't know how you feel, Jeff, right? I can live with 15%, right? And I think our companies can too.
Yeah, totally. And I think that there's also been some planning around that. The supply chains from COVID, the resilience of companies to be created as long as they have a reasonable path to course correct. We're now 3 or 4 months into this tariff volatility. Adjustments are being made. And, one thing we are looking at is to see these tariffs, 15% is powerful. We think it'll be manageable. Right. How much will be absorbed by consumers, by the producers and the distributors? That's an open question. It's going to be split. No one's going to get away with zero. Right. But it's something we think that can be, it'll be one and done. So we'll see an uptick in inflation too, but we'll move on after this.
It's interesting though, Jeff, because you're watching this and it looks like so far, and I'm just getting your thoughts on this. And you're right, we're trying to determine where on the value chain that hits. But so far, it looks like margins are holding in there. And yes, you see the inflation data, but maybe not as much as some might have expected so far.
Totally right. So first of all, a quick scorecard on the second quarter. And our analysts at Thur are watching earnings. The dispersion's real, ups and downs, misses and beats. In general, there's beats. As you point out, margins are stable. They're actually up a little bit. Look through. We've had about 1/3 of the S&P report so far. Next week's going to be a very busy week. The top line is in about 4 or 5%. That's in line with a solid nominal GDP trend. Earnings. Okay.
Tesla looks like it wants to go. Netflix is still going here. Netflix has got somebody's buying Netflix off the low. Netflix is continuing. Netflix continuing, made it through our targets. Target for today. Okay, Netflix at the target for today.
Maybe a year from now, 3.5 on Fed funds. What that means is, as this volatility up and down continues, we add duration if we're north of 4.5, and then we trim duration if we're below 4.5, and that's been a productive strategy for us so far.
Quickly, I have to go, Jeff, but quickly, I just want your thoughts on commodities.
Yeah, commodities, first of all, there's a lot of different sub-commodities in there. And oil, for example, there's a glut of supply. Again, we've expressed both longs and shorts in oil in our tactical asset allocation. The one commodity we
Okay, Netflix continuation looks really good here. Netflix hedging flows are like off the screen. Netflix hedging flows continue to ramp higher. Okay, check the hedging flows on Netflix. It just keeps going.
We're looking for a number of things out of Intel. Let's just go over the numbers first to kind of more or less get them out of the way. We're expecting EPS of 1 cent on revenue of $11.8 billion. That would be below the 2 cents and 12.8 billion in revenue that the company saw last year. But more importantly than the actual numbers are any kind of inkling as to what Intel's go forward strategy is now that CEO Lip-Bu Tan has been in place for a few months. What does that mean now for the company's foundry business? There have been reports that
Netflix with 44 minutes to go. 43 minutes to go.
That would no longer be used as a third-party technology for third-party customers. So people like Microsoft or Amazon have signed up, for instance, to build chips using that technology. The idea being now that they would focus instead on their next generation chip, 14A. The problem with that, though, is that the company would have to take billions of dollars in write-downs potentially. So is that the right move? Are they going to do that? Where does that all stand? And then we want to get a sense of what their PC business looks like. There's been discussion about pull forward when it comes to chips as a result of tariffs and the tariff discussions going on. More companies bringing computers over and chips over. Does that mean then the consumers are going out and buying them? What does that look like then for the coming quarters? What kind of outlook will that mean as a result of that potential pull forward? So there's just some of those scenarios that are kind of bubbling under the surface. Again, the numbers are kind of all right. Let's just get them. The bigger story is what happens to Intel going forward.
Yeah, I completely agree with you because listen, when the report crosses the wire, you're gonna hit the numbers and you can review the numbers. But I agree with you that there is sort of just this broader,
Still going. Netflix.
You have really this iconic American company that, frankly, Dan, even on this show, we're not talking about as much. I mean, we talk a lot about the chips on this show, and it's NVIDIA and AMD, and it's Micron and Broadcom. I feel like Intel is not part of the conversation right now. It doesn't feel like it's in the bloodstream. When you see this report, if you listen to conference call, what are you listening for, Dan? What is the CEO strategy? What is the game plan?
I think anything that helps to give us a sense of what Tan's turnaround strategy ultimately will be, right? We had that under Gelsinger. It was get 18A up and out the door, move 14A forward, develop this third-party foundry. The foundry ended up losing a lot of money at the onset. Intel's main customer for the foundry is Intel itself still. That won't change for some time going forward. That was the prior projections. Are they going to continue that kind of business? Are they going to continue to try to reach out and be a competitor to the likes of TSMC? Or are they just going to use the foundry as an internal tool to build their own chips? Forget, before Lip-Bu came in, there were folks who were saying, look, Intel should just get out of the foundry business entirely, no longer even build its own chips, but contract out to others like TSMC. Just as
Okay, Netflix still running here. Very strong move from the low. Nice move today.
That's really what we're trying to get is what does this look like now as far as foundry goes, as far as chips?
Tesla on the move too now. Tesla.
Do you try to play the AI market? They have really no way to compete with
Tesla, nice reversal.
on offer, what AMD has on offer. It's not just that, it's also the competition that they have in the PC space where they're traditionally the leader. They still are, but AMD is gaining some ground. Qualcomm is trying to gain ground with ARM chips. So, where does everything stand at the moment? And then where do you start to move?
Dan, we will be watching closely. Thank you, sir. We are just getting started on Market Domination. Coming up, Tesla stock is under pressure after closing earnings and revenues in the second quarter. Discuss the latest results. Now closing down, it is the latest earnings results from Intel. Versus
Instagram, much more market domination.
Can you believe this, man? Sitting up for honor. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens. How do we meet with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder? Stop. Boom. See this, guys. It's not about us now. Luckily, I'm pretty involved. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere.
Last thing I remember was the engine cut out. Endurance, as you covered, it was like almost a $6,000 job. Endurance covered it.
Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of elite benefits, $2,000 value. When I started Walton Gottie's Golf, I had no idea what I was doing. I go to the air does using a logo, website, social content, so I can
You don't have to go fixing plumbing problems in your home. I mean, you could just tell me to downstairs to do it. Ignore that talk during the kitchen. Affordable and professional help is fast and easy. Well, that's Swift Services. It is. My team is on time, total pros, and will take care of any technical issue. Visit allofthesnowman.com to take care of your plumbing problems. Swift Services. One call, one go. I gotta get back to the
I never thought this would happen.
when a disaster takes control of life, we got you. Get it back. With a single call to the team that shows it fast. These
Are you? I'm future you. I came to tell you something very important. This new puzzle game called Royal King just came out today. Changed our life. What do you mean? It's free to play. Okay. There aren't any pop-ups. Okay. And you don't even need Wi-Fi to play. Okay. Right? That's why I broke the bottom of the law. Time machine is like, oh, thanks, future me. Yeah, the time. Royal King. Download it today.
All right, let's see if we can get some more out of this Tesla starting to move higher.
Tesla report excited for earnings on Wednesday, and CEO Elon Musk racing investors for a bumpy road ahead on that earnings.
We're in this like weird transition period where we'll lose a lot of incentives in the U.S. On the other hand, autonomy is most advanced and most available from a regulatory standpoint in the U.S. I mean, does that mean like we could have a few rough quarters? Yeah, we probably could have a few rough quarters. I'm not saying we will, but we could.
For more, we're bringing it out. Hal Roach, associate editor at Barron's, and Gallup Finance Senior Volume for Suri. Welcome, guys, to the show. Hal, we'll start with you. It's great to see you. Of course, that's all. Stock under pressure. Tesla's under pressure for very good reason. Now, they said they just reported a 12% year-over-year decline in revenue. One question I know analysts are asking now, if I was an investor in Tesla, I would be asking, is this the bottom now? What do you think?
Yeah, it's a good question. It is great to see you. Good to see Brass. You know, it's an interesting question.
Come on, Netflix, you can do it. Apple's starting to turn up now. Apple. Pretty decent day. I hope everyone's having a good one. A little distracted. Had a spamming attack on the site. Just having to be dealing with that while I'm watching the markets move higher.
So is it the bottom? It's always kind of like if Elon, expands the robotaxi business as fast as he says, And if he builds humanoid robots as fast as he says, then it's definitely the bottom. But we just sort of never know.
Okay, Amazon. Looking for that to go back up again. Amazon doing well. All right. AMD. AMD just kind of sitting there at 162 for a follow through tomorrow. NVIDIA trying to pop. Netflix at the high of the day. Got resistance right here. TSLL, Tesla, the shares. TSLL looking good.
First of all, hey Josh, and how you doing now? Yeah, so basically, yeah, that EV sort of core business there. Look, I think the CFO sort of hinted the fact that they're going to see some, big sort of pull through in demand till the end of Q3 when we got the EV tax credit started. Then there could be some really tough times ahead following that. In fact, they're going to push the launch of this new cheaper EV until after that tax credit goes away as a way to sort of maybe boost sales once that credit goes away. But the thing is that, Musk even hinted that the new cheap EV is just a Model Y that does less features. So that's not exactly, in my opinion, that's going to motivate a new customer to come on board and buy a Tesla. I think we all hoped or kind of wanted to see from an investor or even customer standpoint a brand new vehicle, a smaller, maybe a hatchback. But we're not going to see that. We're going to see just another Model Y or D-content Model Y. I don't know if that's enough to kind of pull a Tesla forward in terms of their current EV sales. And again, as Al was saying, it's going to be really a bet on the next 5 years of robotaxi stuff and Optimus and whether they can actually execute on that vision.
Well, I want to get Adam's thoughts on here as well, because Adam just happens to be a newly minted Tesla shareholder, just recently carved out a position in this thing. How come that?
Well, I think as Al said, you never really know where they're going. Is it going to be an AI company? Is it going to be a robot company? And my answer to that is yes. I think it absolutely is going to become an AI and robotics company. And that's why I bought Tesla about a month ago for the first time ever. And in fact, if you run the numbers, now granted, this is all contingent upon Elon actually being able to execute, but he's talking about having 10,000 of these Optimus humanoid robots operating in his factories by year end. 10,000. And more importantly, he thinks that he can get to a 1 million. Again, we'll see Al if he can do it. But he thinks he can get to a 1 million a year run rate, making a million robots a year. He's going to sell them for $50,000, and at that run rate, it'll cost him $20,000 per robot. Well, that's $30,000 profit per robot on a million robots. Again, if he can execute, and that's way more money than he's ever made on electric vehicles. And I think that's the promise. And the other thing that he's got going for him is that the brain of that humanoid robot called Optimus is based upon all the data collected with his autonomous cars that have been driving around for years. So that's a unique advantage no one else can claim. Amazon certainly doesn't have that with their own humanoid robot. So that's why I bought Tesla. I think it's an AI and robotics play, and I kind of have to just hold my breath on valuation.
So Adam is a believer. He's excited about those humanoid robots. We've had other investors out, equally excited. What do you think?
I mean, that's the whole case. I think that. So what will I say? I think that Tesla is clearly not only a partner. I completely agree with that. They have chips, NVIDIA chips, the chips they design themselves. They have core AI technology. There's the XAI angle as well, which Elon runs, helping AI efforts. They have AI applications, killer AI applications, cars and robots, and they have Elon. So there's a lot going well, and then so I put on my bear hat and I say, but that stuff doesn't generate sales or revenue. So, we wrote a while ago that the energy storage and car business will call it 200 a share, and everything else after that is sort of a bet on Elon. That seems pejorative, but it's not a bad idea to bet on Elon necessarily. But that's how I do it. Right? It's $1 trillion company today, the low end of the Magnificent Seven in terms of valuation. So that's sort of where it sits. If Elon is right, and AI robots are a killer app. That 30,000 profile per robot,
Okay, Tesla continues to drive higher. Tesla looking good. Tesla coming off the low. All right, looking good, Tesla. Tesla flows. Tesla flows continue to push higher. Coming off the low, Tesla. Low is around 1230. The flows keep coming in. Looks good.
Remove that safety driver. They keep expanding, adding more vehicles, remove the safety driver, having vehicles operate their own paths, way more than they do right now. They talked about new U.S. cities that they're going to be operating in. There's reports that Nevada will be next for taxi, and also San Francisco Bay Area, I believe, other areas. So yeah, that's the gamble. That's the big bet. I gotta admit that they did a good job with Boston so far. Yes, there's been some hiccups with some traffic violations here and there, but the cars are operating there in a small beta test. The next big test, I think, what are they going to open up to the public? When do you and I use the vehicle? I think that's the next big step where they actually further expand in different U.S. cities.
And that's back to you. I have to ask you, how do you feel about Trump Musk romance, the breakup? Trump went in today, by the way. Doesn't want to hurt Musk's business empire. You saw this. He says, post on Truth Social, that everyone is stating that I will destroy Elon's companies by taking away some, if not all, of the large scale subsidies he receives from the U.S. government. This is not so. I want Elon and all businesses within our country to thrive.
Of course he does, and that's exactly what he should be saying. I'm glad that they buried the hatchet. They had a wonderful relationship through Doge, and then somehow went terribly foul. Eagles got in the way, but thank goodness. I think President Trump has taken a much more presidential tone. I think that's appropriate. I think that Mr. Musk has struck a somewhat contrite tone. And great, let's get over it. Let's go onwards and be profitable. Let's grow our businesses. Let's focus on what we do best. In case of the president, it's running the country. In case of Mr. Musk, it's running his multiple businesses, of which I am sure.
Al, it's interesting because I had some bulls on this program now, and part of their bullishness, full stop, was the relationship between Trump and Musk. Their thinking being, listen, it is a great thing for Musk to have this good friend in the White House who can perhaps phone the runway on some of the
Tesla's still moving higher, looking good.
Yeah, I mean, so
S&P just sitting here. SPY, let's look at SPY. SPY hedging flows. Lower to sideways. Hedging flows are starting to turn up a little bit for S&P with 26 minutes to go.
It was a bit euphoric, right? The idea that just a relationship between the president and Elon Musk could create, $1 trillion in value, which it basically did overnight, right? Tesla stock, I can't remember, but we're talking like 480 in December. So that was a bit euphoric. So we probably overcooked that, just like we overcooked it on the downside when we thought the world was ending. I think the Trump-Musk relationship is just sort of a risk for Tesla investors, and it kind of goes back to Musk's time, right? Is he going to stay involved in politics? Is he going to form a new political party? That's sort of like the downside risk. But if things sort of blow over, if we just have to deal with like losing tax credits, then I think that we can move on from the bromance and just sort of focus on whether they can sell cars and whether they can expand the road taxes.
Al, Ron, great to see both you guys. Thank you. Coming up, the 30-year fixed rate mortgage is actually rate flat this week. So what's next for home buyers? We'll discuss the biggest housing for home buyers besides around much more market domination.
The early bird catches the gains. This is Morning Brief Market Sunrise. Live from London, we deliver an early read on global markets. From overnight action in Asia to real-time sentiment across Europe's major trading desks and a live look at US futures. We cover the stories to help you, the individual investor, get the edge with actionable financial information and unbeatable content. So grab that coffee, tap in, and let's own the morning.
We've all been there. A dead battery, a flat tire, and no help in sight. But what if you had the ultimate emergency tool at your fingertips? Introducing the Flash Charge 4-in-1 Jump Starter Power Bank plus Tire Inflator, your roadside lifesaver with wireless inflation, emergency ignition, LED lights.
Tesla's still pushing higher.
The Flash Charge is compact, powerful, and reliable, designed to handle the unexpected. Order it and never be stranded again.
We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic makes a smelly mess. Introducing the great garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion for effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, rock it back and forth. Say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy mincing. The great garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your great garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the great garlic is.
Say hello to the Cobb Gobbler, the effortless corn stripper. That's cream of the crop with its ergonomic design. Peeling corn has never been easier. Crafted from solid rust-proof stainless steel, the Cobb Gobbler is built for life.
I love the Cobb Gobbler. Totally changed my salad game.
I used my Cobb Gobbler so much I bought 3 more. It shucks great.
Elevate any dish with freshly shucked corn. It's quick, simple to use, and easy to clean. Scan the code for an exclusive discount. Out on the range, freshness is hard to come by. Whether you're riding or when,
Tesla's still pushing. There goes Netflix popping through the highs here. Netflix, we got hedging flows still bullish on Netflix. Hedging flows. Netflix turning up again. Netflix looking good. Okay, we got Tesla turning up. Netflix looking good. Netflix looks like it wants to break higher. Netflix, if it gets through this area, look for that 1200 level next tomorrow maybe.
Now you can snuggle up with your memories. Introducing the Insta-Cozy Photo Blanket, the customizable blanket that's all about you. Scan the code on your screen now and upload up to 9 of your favorite photos. Pick the style and size you want, and that's it. The Insta-Cozy Photo Blanket is proudly printed in the USA and ships absolutely free. This is a limited time TV offer and not sold in stores. Wrap yourself in comfort and memories with the Insta-Cozy Photo Blanket. Scan the code on your screen to order now.
Pressure heading into closing bell, and there have been a few components causing more pressure than others. Now, Finance Jared Blippery join us now.
Thank you, Josh. Yes, the Dow's underwater by about 250 points. We had some disappointing earnings reactions in the form of IBM, or from the companies IBM and also Honeywell. And we'll take a look at the board in a second. Just wanted to show you the intraday price action, down about 0.5%. And by the way, just want to mention that we missed a record closing high yesterday by only points. It was just very close, but that doesn't really mean too much in the long scheme of things. What matters is that the Dow has been held back by some of these bigger names. And I mentioned IBM and Honeywell. I kind of picked on them.
All right, Netflix, can we push a bit more? Tesla, nice rally out the lows. Netflix, Tesla, Nvidia trying to do something here. Okay, Amazon gradually higher.
Year to date, you can see they really fell into some problems in that April time period when a lot of stocks, most stocks, were bottoming and blocking after Salesforce, again, Salesforce is another one that's been underwater. Peers down 20%. Really wasn't able to climb off of those lows the way most other stocks were. And in fact, there are 4 different stocks here that were underwater for the year to date by double digits, and Merck is the last one. It's down 15.5%. So let me just show you a chart of the Dow. I'm going to arrange everything by performance, and there are
Tesla. Okay, we're sitting right at resistance.
I'm going to show you the Dow. This is year to date, and here is
Netflix sitting right at resistance. Tesla trying to follow through.
Now let me show you an alternate scenario chart that I've computed for the components one by one. So I have actually 5 different lines here. One at the bottom is the actual Dow. That's in, let's call that peach right there. And it terminates right here at about 45,000. And if you take out United Health, guess what? It rockets up to 46,620. So that's this yellow line right here. And there's a pretty big gap between these two right here. And I should mention too that the Dow is computed as an index. It's calculated as an index, a very old-fashioned way. Since the late 1800s, it has been done price weighted. Now, when we talk about the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, those are market cap or float weighted. The biggest stocks like Apple and Nvidia, they get the most action, they get the most. But in the Dow, it's higher price stocks. And it's really interesting because United Health was the highest price stock in the Dow, and it's been cut in half. So that accounts for a lot of the difference here. So just to recap, we got 45,000 right as of yesterday's close, that's Wednesday close. Without United Health, 46,000. If you take out also Salesforce, goes at 47.3. Then if you take out Merck, 47.5. And finally, if you take out Apple as well, it's 47,989. By the way, you're hitting record highs on all of those recently, and they have a nice gently sloping upward trend line instead of a lot of sideways action that you're seeing in the actual Dow. So just goes to show you that you can calculate these indices many different ways. And the Dow itself, arguably, and it is selected by various people who control the entrance. And we haven't had a change in the Dow since last year, which is why this year-to-date calculation has been helpful here. But it just goes to show you that it only takes a few stocks to really spoil the party and prevent you from getting some of those new highs that we've been getting in the other indices, which are calculated in a much more modern method. Send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Jared. Mortgage rates remaining essentially flat this week. This comes up 2 straight weeks of increases. More in the backdrop of the house market.
Yeah, so mortgage rates were basically unchanged this week at 6.74%. That is just a basis point lower than a week ago. And when I'm looking at this data, what I think is really interesting is how mortgage rates have stayed flat despite this growing political pressure from President Trump, over firing Powell. He wants mortgage rates lower. He thinks that if he fires Jay Powell from the Federal Reserve, we could get there. But what I'm seeing here with rates being flat is that the bond market is kind of shrugging off this move. And we're really steady at the rates have been kind of in the 6.7, 6.8 space pretty much all year. That being said, it's not great news for people who want to get into this housing market. Rates are still pretty high. Buyers are feeling really, really stretched right now.
And why I have you clear, President Trump quoting this idea, no capital gains on home sales. Do we think that happens, Claire? And if it did, who would benefit?
Yeah, so with no capital gains on home sales, anything where you are changing tax code, that requires an act of Congress. So I think it'd be an uphill battle there, especially considering that Congress just did, Trump's very big tax reform package. That being said, it's an interesting thought exercise. Right now, if you're selling your home and you're making more than $250,000 or $500,000, depending on your filing status, you could have to pay capital gains taxes on that. And home prices have appreciated so fast. A lot of people are affected by that, especially in the really expensive markets.
All right, so we only got a few minutes left to go. I'd probably be taking a little bit of profits off the table. We managed to push higher. Junk bonds, let's take a look at that. Let's see what junk bonds look like real quick. Okay, so we're just kind of moving sideways. Junk bonds, high yield corporate. Breath had moved lower earlier. Okay, Breath had gotten a little bit more bearish, I guess you want to call it, just intraday. They're still pointing lower. NASDAQ looks a little better. Tick cumulative is sideways. So NASDAQ looks better. NASDAQ looks okay. Let's look at the S&P 500. Equal weight. Removing the weight of the big cap tech names. Okay, NVIDIA is starting to fade a little bit now. I'd take some more profits off there. NVIDIA. Okay, so we have an inside bar today. Number of stocks above the 50-day and the 20-day both had surged higher. We're taking a break today. All right, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Welcome to Yahoo Finance Sportsbook. Welcome to Word Money. Wall Street to Main Street to the C-suite, where your daily life.
Okay.
Because behind every great investor is Yahoo Finance. Join us on YahooFinance.com, the Yahoo Finance app, your favorite streaming platform, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, do you dread scrubbing away stubborn dirt and stains? I used to, until I found the Spinny Scrub. Let me show you.
What are these stupid commercials?
You can also scan the code on the screen now and find out more. This is the Spinny Scrub.
Okay.
Your new best friend when it comes to cleaning. It's got a powerful motor.
All right.
So no more scrubbing by hand. It comes with 5 different brushes. So no matter what you're cleaning, you've got the right tool for the job. From your bathroom tiles to kitchen countertops.
Okay, so I'm neutral at the moment. We've had a bullish move, so taking some profits off in the strength of your day trading. Swing trading, just looking for more follow through. Sector rotation, let's take a look at that. Sector rotation. But the communications looked very strong earlier. Communications. Let's rank these by performance. Okay, just waiting for this to display. Okay, so energy, tech, communications, semiconductors, and financials. Biotech's little fade from earlier. You guys were talking Novavax before. What's Novavax doing? Novavax, big fade back below. So if you didn't take profits when it was above the 200-day, we're back below it now. Okay, biotechs, XBI, IBB, still stuck at the 200-day. Can't seem to get through this. IBB. Okay, IBB is above. So stocks like mRNA are in the IBB. Those are still below the 200-day. So communications looking good with Google, Meta. Okay, it's all right. XLC, XLF, financials, the banks. Okay, a little fade off that upper Bollinger Band. Stocks like JP Morgan. We're long JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, PNC, Goldman Sachs. All of these looking okay. Riding that upper band. Goldman Sachs looks like it wants to go. Okay, Amazon, having a good day, Amazon. Okay, did fade the high today, so you want to buy dips on days like today. Okay, so pretty much sideways. If you bought this dip over here, it's still a valid swing. Okay, we got 11 minutes to go. 11 minutes to go.
The White House is looking to go all in on AI, nailing its ambitious AI action plan Wednesday. Our next guest was there. Patrick Morgan, more insight into strategy. Founder, CEO, and chief analyst. Patrick, it is always great to see you. So President Trump delivered these remarks at this AI summit in Washington. You got the invitation. I didn't, Patrick. Must got lost in the mail, but you were there. You were there. So walk us through what it was like to be there, Patrick. What did you make of the remarks? Bottom line, what do you make of Trump's AI action plan?
So Josh, this was really it's a tale of more and less, right? It's more AI infrastructure, more tech manufacturing, more energy, more AI exports, more reskilling for AI job loss, more semi-manufacturing equipment rules, more IP protections, but less red tape on building infrastructure, building those data centers, building nukes, building power plants. So it was essentially the event which was
All right. Tesla just flagging right now. It hit this area of supply, Tesla. Okay. So maybe tomorrow we'll get a little follow through on Tesla. Netflix had a nice return off the lows. Netflix, so not disappointed here. We hit the target that we were looking for, the supply overhead. Buy order blocks, we just drove higher after about 2 o'clock. We just got a buy, looked like a buy order program, buy program, pushing prices higher.
So, I would say in priority order, probably the biggest challenge where we're playing catch up the most is on energy. China has created 20 times more energy producing capability in the past few years than the United States did. And that's where we're playing major catch up and authorizing nukes are now green, apparently. And there's different sizes of nukes, not just those that take 4 to 5 years, the big ones, but smaller nukes. There's some authorization of more energy producing capabilities for manufacturers and for data centers to get ahead of that. And that's really, I would say, probably the biggest leap in terms of what we need to do. And, you know, there were some things, Josh, that I would have liked more detail on. I was less than satisfied on the discussion on chip manufacturing in the U.S. But what most people don't understand that all the intellectual property that a company like TSMC has is in Taiwan. Sure, they have manufacturing plants here, but with IP that's with all the engineers that are in Taiwan. If something happens in Taiwan or if they get invaded, essentially time stands still for US-based foundries that are creating leading-edge chip, which means less NVIDIA, less AMD, less Qualcomm, and less Apple.
Who's in the lead when it comes to AI? Would it be the US? Would it be China? Or does it depend where in the AI stack we're talking about?
I think it depends. It depends on AI energy production, which is required for anything in AI. China is clearly in the lead, as we discussed. Our designs are better, our foundries are better, and our models are better. But when I look at open models, Chinese models are actually better. Facebook and Meta are trying to catch up with the mass hiring spree to get Llama out of there. You do have XAI, albeit it's not an open source model. They will likely have some derivative that is, but China leads in that when it comes to, I'll call it AI rack manufacturing for a complete system. China leads over the U.S. In fact,
all right, so it just looks like some profit taking. All right, watch NVIDIA. NVIDIA end of day is trying to do something here. NVIDIA end of day is trying to run higher. NVIDIA trying to pop. NVIDIA at the end of the day got volume coming in. Another buy order block showing up here. Okay, NVIDIA one more time.
In the end, if we get the entire world addicted to and part of the U.S. AI infrastructure, as we've seen with ecosystems and with network effects, it means that more people over a long period of time will be making investments in U.S. tech. And it was really good to see last week where H20s and MI308s from NVIDIA and AMD were given the green light, albeit a very small opening there, I think is a good first start to get countries like China less dependent on Huawei and stuffing their coffers with R&D. So Huawei
Microsoft.
Their AI
Okay, looking for NVIDIA to pop one more time. We got 5 minutes to go.
Southeast Asia and Eastern Europe, but rather having U.S. companies part of those.
Okay, we got earnings tonight. Oh, we got earnings. Anything here that I'm interested in? Let me take a look. Let me take a look.
And it's really taken as almost a given, Patrick. I'm wondering, do you share that excitement, that enthusiasm, or are you just as confident?
So yeah, I'm very confident that AI is going to make almost every walk of life more.
Tesla, that was yesterday. Intel, Newmont. Okay.
But I am
a lot more confident about the downstream effects of AI.
Okay, NVIDIA.
And
What are
I
you
would
doing,
say
NVIDIA?
the abridged version, the one we're
NVIDIA
seeing
trying to go.
today,
NVIDIA.
which is a land of very smart
A little pop end today would be nice.
to do research for us, that eventually get extended through agents to allow us to do better work, to make a junior employee be able to do the work of a more senior employee, or a work of a more senior employee be able to do the work.
What the hell's
of
this
a
guy
lot of
yapping
junior
about?
employees. I think it's going to.
Oh, please. These people are torturing me. They bring these people on that add absolutely no value in terms of actionable setups. They just yammering away. CEO of what? Okay, whatever. I'm annoyed. Okay, NVIDIA trying to push here. Last few minutes of the day. Got Amazon trying to take a hike higher as well. There goes NVIDIA. Watch NVIDIA starting to go. Okay, let me put in an order here if it fails in the day. Let's see. Netflix, that turned out good. Netflix looks like it wants to go after hours. That'd be good. I'd like to close some more NVIDIA calls. Okay, that looks good. I got 175s. I got a bunch of 175s that expire out in August 15th, NVIDIA. So that looks good. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. Netflix. Okay, NVIDIA, come on, pop. We got less than a minute to go. I got a hard stop. I got my wife's birthday. So she's in a mood. So apparently she's not getting the recognition she feels like she deserves. Whatever. We had lots of presents and balloons and flowers. I mean, what else? Somebody must have said something to her. So, so I'm looking forward to a nice evening here shortly. I got a hard stop at 4 o'clock. I'm your host, Kazavini, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. And we have a few seconds to go for the closing bell. And there you are. Have a good one, folks. Take care. I got to run. Ciao.